I am a beautiful woman. No matter where I go, I will attract countless looks. But a month before me, still just an ugly fat girl who almost committed suicide. At that time, I lived in a rented house that was like a dump. All living expenses are paid for by his remarried father. But a few months ago, I suddenly could not contact my father, resulting in overdue bills piling up on the table. In the end, I could only muster up the courage to go out and look for a job. But just like countless interviews before, the interviewer just stared. The flaws in my body, evaluated from top to bottom. In the end, they all rejected me on the grounds that I had no work experience. But in my heart I understand clearly. Is not it because I'm ugly? I cursed angrily. This trash restaurant will close sooner or later. Helpless, I could only take the subway to ask my father for help. But on the street, I saw beautiful women who had plastic surgery. In my heart I felt extremely contemptuous. There are also ugly couples. But just go and spread food everywhere. Are you really not afraid of making other people's eyes sting? Arrived in front of my father's house. I hesitated from time to time. Finally, I still mustered up the courage to ring the doorbell. But the person who opened the door was an uncle I had never met. Through her story I learned, father had already brought his step-aunt to immigrate abroad. When he left, he did not even me any contact method. Just like that, my father cruelly abandoned me. After arriving home, I looked at the overdue bills and felt depressed. What else do I have to remember about such a life? So I wrote a will. Decided to end this tragic life. But when I looked down at the street 100 meters below, I was too scared to actually jump down. Just when I was hesitating, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared and stared at my will. She curiously asked me if I was planning to commit suicide. Then he said he would not be afraid if I died. Do you want to make a deal with her? Then gave me a folder of documents, claiming to only need to pay her 100 million won. Then you can turn me into a beauty in the documents. At first I thought she was the owner of some cosmetic hospital. I told her I was about to die. I do not have much money to go to plastic surgery, but she said I only needed to buy life insurance. It's okay to write the beneficiary's name as her, and she will lend me 6 months of insurance premium in advance. Look at the beauty in that photo. I fell into deep thought. If I have this perfect body and face, no matter what job I do, will it also be very easy to make money? So I made up my mind. I want to change, and asked, when can I start cosmetic surgery? But she just looked at me and smiled. Have not you changed now? This is a world that values beauty. If you're ugly like me, then you will suffer ill will from the whole world. Even your biological father would not say a word, but brought my step-aunt to immigrate abroad. I, who was cruelly abandoned by my father, decided to leave this cruel world. Just when I was about to jump and end my life, that woman appeared. She offered me a deal. Just buy a life insurance. Write the beneficiary's name as her. She will turn me into a beautiful woman identical to the photo. I had already decided to commit suicide. There's nothing left to lose either, so I decided to change my destiny. And asked her when to start plastic surgery. But unexpectedly she just smiled. Have not you changed now? The next day when I woke up, I thought I was dreaming. But when I look in the mirror, I was stuck. Is this incredibly beautiful face me? Just when I was enjoying my beauty. Then suddenly there was a knock on my door. This scared me so much that I did not dare make any noise. Because the only person who comes to my house to collect debt is the homeowner. But outside the door, a strange guy called my name, even claiming to have come for yesterday's transaction. When I carefully opened the door, then I saw a handsome man standing in front of the door. He said yesterday, when his boss was dealing, there are still many details yet to be announced, and give me an envelope. Inside was filled with large denomination bills. This amount is to compensate the boss. Have not informed you of contract details before signing. Look at the bills in your hand. I was overjoyed. Then I hurriedly asked him to tell me what those details were. Through his words, I know that woman's name is Huang Hannah. My current appearance is just a clone of someone else. I just need to look straight at myself. I will die immediately. At first I was a little scared, but this so big. The probability of encountering a basic entity is extremely small. Even if we actually meet, is not it okay to just not look directly at it? This is a condition for a half-dead person like me. It's really like something for free. After the man left, I immediately used part of the money I received to pay the rent, planning to go shopping to buy some new clothes and makeup. But accidentally, I saw a parent-child restaurant that was hiring wait staff. That uniform if worn on me, it will definitely be a great fit. But because I'm still not used to the new look, during the interview, I still appeared timid. After seeing my blank resume, the manager looked awkward. But maybe it's because of my pretty face. In the end he still decided to keep me. But apparently I interviewed for a receptionist position. Because I had no work experience, he forced me to do it. Classification work. This stupid manager, just saw it, is a perverted middle-aged guy. Throwing my fairy-like face into the kitchen to work again? Is it acceptable? Doing this lowly job really annoys me to death. While whining, I suddenly thought of it. So many premium ingredients. Even if a package is missing, no one will notice, right? That's it. I decided to sneak a packet home for dinner tonight. But, Just as I secretly stuffed food into my pocket, the boss suddenly loudly called me from behind. Scared me so much that I almost screamed. Could it be? Was my recent act of stealing something discovered by him? The old me's extremely ugly. But just thanks to a small transaction, I have turned into a beauty. And just turned beautiful. I found the first job of my life. Even though he's just a janitor sorting things in the back kitchen. But I can through the convenience of work. Stole some high-end cooking ingredients, just as I was sneaking food into my bag. The boss suddenly appeared behind me, and loudly called my name. Could it be that my act of stealing was discovered by him? Is it possible that the job I just found is about to be fired? Who would have thought? This idiot just came to inform me that there will be a training session later. Waiting for him to leave, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then I immediately gave away the food I had just stolen into my pocket. After arriving home, I just admired my boss's stupidity. Eat delicious fried chicken while stealing it, just a change in appearance. But he did not suspect me of my shaddiness. Being beautiful is really good. But just thinking about tomorrow, I still have to go to work. I really want to stay in bed forever and still have money. After work the next day, I trudged heavily out of the restaurant. Although I really wanted to go home and lie down immediately. But constantly wearing the same outfit for 2 days gets to me. I'm extremely ashamed of myself, so I went to a clothing store. Normally the landlady here looks very fierce, but today she was especially enthusiastic towards me. Not only did he personally help me choose clothes, he also enthusiastically gave me matching shoes. After changing into the clothes of her choice, I was also amazed by my beauty. When leaving, the owner also enthusiastically invited me to come by often in the future, maybe help her become a fashion model. The reward is to wear designer clothes for free. Then I went to a cosmetics store again. I, who had never worn makeup, carefully asked the staff, what type of makeup is suitable for me? Unexpectedly, the employee, who was previously very indifferent to me, this time was also extremely enthusiastic. He endlessly introduced me. Uses of caught it. And the color suits me. After payment is completed, he also gave me a lot of trial coupons. These are truly two different people, compared to me when I was a fat, ugly girl. On the way home I felt happy. Of course you just need to be beautiful. Everyone's attitude towards me is different. I originally thought that you can work and live conveniently. But unexpectedly, I just went to work the next day. I was called into the office by my boss. Look at the video of me stealing food on the surveillance camera. The boss spoke loudly to me. Every day the store will inventory the quantity of ingredients. First day at work. Actually, he discovered I was stealing. Then he spoke to me again in a low voice. If I get fired for stealing. So it will be very difficult to find a job in the future. I thought I was about to lose it. First job of my life. But I did not expect the boss to suddenly talk to me. He was considering whether to act like he did not see it this time. Then he stared at me. Appreciate my beautiful face from top to bottom, and perfect body. Then a rude smile appeared. Say if he does it like no. See, should not you do something for me too? Maybe I'm a fat girl who has low self-esteem and is ugly. No matter where you go, you will also be hated and looked down upon by others. Now I'm through with the transaction. Has transformed into a beauty that can attract countless looks, even when buying things. The staff will also treat me very favorably. I also want a beautiful face, and found the first job in my life. But due to my petty theft, but now the boss is in control, threatening to fire me. But when he looked at me up and down, crudely expressed, if I could be with him on the weekend, when his wife returned to her mother's house, then he will act as if nothing happened, and also promised to give me some pocket money. Hearing the mention of pocket money, my eyes lit up. But anyway, this is selling body and soul cheaply. Made it extremely difficult for me to make a decision. The boss saw my hesitation. He used the excuse that he was in a hurry, once again forcing me to make a quick decision, and threatened me again, if I want to resign. Then he must also have a legitimate reason for dismissal. If he reports this video to the corporation, I will be blacklisted by all restaurants. Because of reluctance, I agreed to his appointment, but his crass smile really made me nauseous. After arriving home, the boss sent me the appointment time and location, and the request was that I must wear a white dress that day. Then send me 100,000 yuan, make capital to buy dresses. This bastard used a girl's photo as his profile picture. But it's also possible to commit such a heinous act. But it seems that he is also very willing to pay. Early morning the next day, I went to a high-end clothing store. Look at the talented couples wearing trendy clothes in the store. Made me a little timid and did not dare go in. At this time, a rather handsome-looking man noticed me. He politely helped me open the store. This action when I was still an ugly devil. I have never felt it. And when I'm in the store. Careful selection. The white dress is needed for a date. Then I heard two women talking in low voices behind me. I'm really beautiful. At this moment I suddenly realized. Besides the business people who want to make my money, even ordinary passersby, in their eye, I am also a very attractive beauty. After changing into a beautiful high-class white dress, I became much more confident. All the men on the road. After seeing it I will be surprised. There were even handsome men who proactively came forward to start a conversation. Asked me if I have a boyfriend. But do not wait for my answer yet. A hand hugged my shoulder. It's that perverted manager. He smiled proudly. He is my boyfriend? Then in the awkward eyes of that handsome guy, hugged me and walked towards the restaurant. Got to the restaurant. I originally intended to find a hidden, unattractive corner, but he suddenly pulled my hand. Pervert said the weather is very nice today. Let's go to the balcony area to eat. Just like that, I sat on the balcony under the surprised eyes of others. And he had a beauty like me with him, but he seemed extremely pleased. During the meal, sometimes there are small actions towards me, and at that age he still forced me to call him brother. His mother is about to become my father, okay? After meals, I originally intended to quickly run away from this disgusting man, but I did not expect him to want to continue dating. But he also said that the reservation has already been made. But what I did not expect was this. He took me to the front door of a motel and forcefully hugged my shoulders. Then he smiled and said to me, "Let's go inside and talk." I encountered an unspoken office rule. The manager, who was a pervert, used me as an excuse to steal things, asked me to spend a weekend with him. I originally thought it was just a simple dinner date. But unexpectedly, he took me to the front door of a motel. Seeing me hesitate a bit, he continued to seduce me into just drinking and chatting, and took out my wallet and said I only needed to be with him for 3 hours. Will give me all the money in it. See a wallet full of money. I wavered again, half pushed, half led into the hotel room with him. But as soon as he sat down, he started taking off his clothes. The excuse is because it's too hot, and want to take a hot bath first. Before closing the door, he pervertedly yelled at me for a moment. That's using what I brought. Hear this sentence. I just realized the incident was beyond my imagination. I quickly searched for the clothes he had just taken off. Sure enough, he found a shower cap in his pocket. But while I was searching, his wallet also fell to the ground. I took advantage of the time he was taking a shower, take his wallet and clothes, and throw them in the trash. Damn bastard. Obviously he has a family, but also going out and being promiscuous. After venting anger, I used the money I took from him to buy 2 portions of fried chicken. The boss saw that I was slim and could eat like that. He asked me curiously, "Is it doing a live stream of eating and drinking? And tell me you can make a lot of money doing that." Then he gave me another cup of cola, advised me when live streaming, must advertise his shop. After returning home, I just ate fried chicken. Just saw the message that stupid manager sent. Until now, he still wants to use the matter of stealing things to threaten me. This idiot would not forgive me. So what can you do for me? Do you think I do not have your weaknesses now? I will stay in a hotel. Send a video of him holding his ID card and his conversation. Get into the work group. And dirty things. He did it to me. Write a long denunciation letter. I want to see which of the two of us died more tragically. Although doing so is really gratifying. But I still have to worry about finding a job. Maybe. Is there no easier way to make money? Suddenly I thought of it. Poor ghosts like that manager. Still willing to spend money on a beauty like me. If it's dating a super rich man. So would not I get whatever I want? Think about this. I immediately downloaded a dating app and use a fake name to register an account. Unexpectedly, I just finished posting my information. Immediately receive a friend request. Through simple conversation, I originally thought he was just a greasy middle-aged uncle. But when I clicked on his profile picture, it was discovered that he was not only rich, but he also looks very youthful and handsome. Such a man is worth meeting. So the next day, I arrived. The place where we arranged to meet. Not long after. Just saw a Bugatti stop in front of me. There was also a very deep voice coming from inside the car. Tell me to get in the car. But as soon as I excitedly opened the car door, I was about to get in, I was suddenly stunned. The person sitting in the car was not at all a handsome middle-aged uncle. This is clearly a greasy perverted old man. Take revenge on the manager who wanted to play secret rules with me in a gloating manner. Forced me on a date with all his dirty acts. All posted to the company group. Although this caused me to lose my job to make a living. But through this incident of the manager, I discovered a new way to make money. I just need to find a quality and rich boyfriend. Then all my living expenses will be covered. So I relied on dating apps. Meet someone who seems successful, young and rich. But what I did not expect was this. When I met, he's a middle-aged pervert who looks a bit greasy. Middle-aged metamorphosis. Why is it so different from the picture? My face is full of beard and mustache, but I do not know how to shave it off. Apparently the car's air conditioner was turned on at full capacity, but he was still wet. The arms are also full of dense hair. I really cannot accept such a man. But right when I was thinking of an excuse to leave, then he suddenly asked again, how do I feel about him? This makes it difficult for me to answer. Thinking in my heart, why do you still need to ask me how you look? Now I just feel like I've encountered a scammer. Seeing me without saying anything, he laughed again. Then asked me in doubt, do you remember? What is the most attractive thing about his self-introduction? Maybe my first impression of him was not very good, but he will turn me from a Cinderella, transform into that Cinderella wearing glass slippers. Then he told, he has more than 10 properties in this city alone. Across the country, there are countless more. And dating him is not just about having fun. He is very sincere. Want a love affair that leads to marriage. I hear he has such powerful assets. Made me extremely surprised, and what he said was not unreasonable. Finding a husband is not about relying on your face to earn a living. Perhaps this is a great opportunity for me to turn my life around. See, I'm still a bit hesitant. He told me to open the locker in front of me. I originally thought he just wanted to give me some small expensive gifts to move my heart. But what I did not even think about in my dreams was the inside of the locker is filled with paper money. This also made my hands tremble a bit. I'm alive. This is the first time touching such a large amount of money. Then he said if we start today, if we go on a date, we'll spend all this money to celebrate our beginnings. But just when I thought he'll take me to the mall for one-time shopping sprees, he stopped the car in front again, a house that resembles a palace. After entering the house, he started playing on the phone. This made me extremely uneasy inside. This place should not be some high-end hotel. But when I was thinking wildly, a man wearing a neat suit, pushing in a cart filled with all kinds of luxury items, those exquisite watches and handbags. These are things I've never seen before. Then the staff serves, respectfully introduced to the man, various types of luxury goods of different brands. But he just nonchalantly said to look at it as you like. And I was so stunned that I stopped thinking. I kept that expression until I finished shopping. When I come back to my senses, his hands were full of all kinds of shopping bags. Is this the daily life of rich people? Does this me? Is this about to be my future life? 3 months later, I walked on the street with my body full of branded goods. There is no longer that feeling of inferiority like before. The whole body radiates the confidence of a rich person. Every day, in addition to shopping, go to the coffee shop to check in, to pass the time. Right when I posted this beautiful photo today, go to social networks, I suddenly noticed a very handsome man sent me a private message. So I curiously opened his personal page. This man is not just young and rich, and the physique is also top-notch, and he's really handsome. This makes me want to get to know him. Based on the beauty obtained through swapping, I met a rich boyfriend, but extremely live the upright life I've always dreamed of. But this so-called boyfriend, it really makes me unable to love. Not only fat but also sweats very hot. Every date is filled with an unpleasant smell of sweat. Even if I sprayed an entire bottle of perfume, it still could not cover it. When I eat and drink greedily. Make your whole body and face covered in sauce. This left me with no appetite at all. Halfway through the meal, he suddenly stood up and ran to the bathroom. Not only did he not even bother to say hello to me, not even bothering to close the bathroom door, he immediately let off a very loud bomb sound. After coming back, I did not even bother to wash my hands. But he picked up the food to eat. This man is truly disgusting. Thinking about having to be with him for the rest of my life, I could not help but shiver. And when I'm with him, always have to endure gossip from others. This also gave me the idea of changing my boyfriend. The next, I made an appointment to meet the handsome young man I saw on social media last time. To go on a date. Just got off the bus, he enthusiastically greeted me. Then he very gallantly opened the car door for me. And his car smells so good. Compared to the smell of that pig-headed guy's sweat, it is truly a world of heaven and earth. Go to the restaurant. He also proactively asked me what I wanted to eat. And even cut the beef and brought it in front of me. Even when receiving phone calls, he will also give me an hour's notice. Really so thoughtful and gentle. After coming back, he even apologized to me and said he kept me waiting for a long time. And he said it was because he wanted to meet me. So I quickly hung up the phone. To date a man who is both handsome and thoughtful like this. Really happy. After dinner, we walked together on the street. This made me unable to help but judge him again. Handsome face. The body does not have an unpleasant sweat odor. There is no thick hair on the arms either. This is truly the ideal type of man in my heart. An excellent male role model. Right when I was fantasizing about being able to take a step forward with him, he suddenly pointed forward and said to me, "This is our next date location." But when I turned my head to look in the direction he was pointing, I was immediately stunned on the spot. Final. Do men only think about those things in their minds? But the thing I was afraid of did not happen. He simply brought me. Bar inside the hotel. Maybe because from before now, I always meet bad people. That's why I'm suspicious. Such an elite man is just like them. Seeing that I did not say anything for a long time, he politely asked me what I was thinking. Then he took out a jewelry box again, then kneeled down on one knee in front of me. Inside the jewelry box is a very sophisticated necklace. He was very shy when he told me. This was when I went out to eat and bought it, and very seriously say that, although this is the first time we meet, but the moment he saw me, he loved me at first sight, asked me if I could be his girlfriend. When I see such a romantic confession scene, all the girls around, they all looked at us with great admiration, and I am also in these frivolous compliments, accepted his confession. But this also made me fall step by step. The trap was meticulously set up by him. My boyfriend is extremely ugly, except for money. There's really nothing good about him. The two of us went together, absolutely Beauty and the Beast. So I went through my social network account. I met a rich quality young man. The first time we met, he fell in love with me. He even knelt down and confessed his love to me in front of a crowded place. After returning home, I'm still immersed in his gentleness and romance. Just think of that handsome face of his. My heart is still shaking. Indeed, a beautiful woman and a handsome man are a couple. Compared to that man like a wild boar, he is truly an angel. Just when I was thinking, should I take the initiative to call him? His phone was ringing. I'm happy. Pick up the phone. Zheng Yu on the other end of the phone said he missed me very much and asked me to guess where he is. This startled me. Is he under my house? I tricked him at first that I live in a luxury apartment. Then heard him ask if I could go out now. I quickly told him I was not home right now. Tell him to wait for me at the cafe on the first floor. After that I immediately ran over the apartment where I tricked him. Sure enough, he had been there waiting for a long time. As soon as we met, he happily told me, today I encountered a super wonderful thing. His company. Today I invested in a project that makes very good money. 1 month's profit alone is up to 40 billion. And he even learned some inside information. If you invest more, profits increase 100 times. Hearing this, my chin almost dropped. If I can also get into investing, I would not need to rely on men anymore to be able to live. So I immediately asked him, can I participate in investing? Listen. He was a bit surprised. After that, it was very awkward to speak. Not everyone can participate. He then asked me how much I planned to invest. Seeing that he intended to give in, I immediately ran out of the cafe, contact that pig-headed guy. But after I sent a text message saying I wanted to borrow 20 million, he immediately started to be quiet. This made me so angry that I called immediately, questioned him loudly. Do you finally consider me your girlfriend? Obviously there is such a lot of money. Borrowing 20 million is still so difficult. To soothe my feelings, he promised to transfer the money to me later. Just like that, I brought in 20 million, invest in Zheng Yu's project. But while we were withdrawing money, he also gave me a very adorable puppy. When we broke up, he even gave me special instructions. Absolutely no one should know about the investment. Because this is special for me to sneak in. If outsiders, the project will end soon. I swore to him absolute secrecy. He proactively kissed me on the cheek. Then the form left and told me to stay home and wait for the money. But what I never expected was, this was the last time I saw him. What an idiot from head to toe. Yet we met for the second time. I was cheated out of all my wealth by the person I thought was my true love. This bastard after getting 20 million. Then it no longer appears. Just leaving me a stupid dog that only knows how to bark woof woof. During these 10 days, I called that unreachable number countless times. Even when reporting to the police. The police also said that without evidence, people cannot be arrested. Now I can only borrow alcohol to relieve my sadness. But it's okay. Although I do not have money now, but I still have a rich boyfriend. Just ask him for money to spend again. The next, I used the excuse of paying to ask that pig-headed guy out. He even enthusiastically called me honey. But when I got in the car, his expression suddenly changed. He spoke insinuatingly and asked why we had not seen each other for a few days. I'm so fat. The double chin is also obvious. The fat on my arms is about to fly off. And what the hell is that swimming float on your belly? I shyly said it was because the pressure was a bit high these days. Eat a little too much? Then she seductively flipped her hair. Want to be spoiled with him? But not only was he not attracted to my actions, instead he turned away. Asked me if I'm crazy. What is that disgusting thing on your armpit? Now you are so dirty. Then he suddenly said goodbye to me. He feels I am completely unworthy of him now. Go with him? No. Listen to what he has to say. I was extremely surprised. If you lose him, is not my life back to the starting line? So I hugged his arm and tried to beg and promise him, Mio, will return to being a slim and beautiful person. But he looked at me like I was an idiot. Is your mind full of water? Do you think I would be foolish enough to wait for you to become thinner? There are women with more beautiful figures than hers all over the street. Why should I waste my time with a fat person like you? Would not it be faster to find new people? Then he threw me 2 banknotes. Then he got angry and chased me out of the car. At this moment I am completely desperate. Hands holding those 2 banknotes tightly. Do not know where the future will go. On the way home, I still curse that fat pig. Wait until I succeed in being skinny. You came me. I would not pay attention to you anymore. When I got home, I drank wine and cursed that pig-headed guy. People like him. I can find someone richer than him in a minute. But right now, I suddenly noticed a post on my phone. After I curiously pressed it. Inside is the introduction. A live broadcasting job. At this moment, I suddenly thought about the day I bought fried chicken. The boss told me that doing mukbang live streams makes a lot of money. If I took my current plump body and made it a mukbang, will it immediately become famous online? Until then, would not I need to rely on men anymore? So I posted an announcement that I would do a mukbang, go to social networking sites. But what I did not expect was this, in that dark and dirty corner. There are cruel hands, preparing to strike me the cruelest revenge. This is the first time I started a live stream in my life. Therefore I specially wore a bra. But it's been live streaming for a while now. Why is the number of viewers still 0? just when I was considering whether to eat and wait. Then suddenly the first audience entered the live stream room. He curiously asked me what I was doing. I immediately frantically explained that I was doing mukbang. Today's first dish is super spicy chicken noodles. The noodles are chewy. The sauce has been completely absorbed. When eaten in the mouth, it is both chewy and soft. Then I picked up a piece of pizza again. Just as I was about to swallow the pizza in one go, the live stream room does not only have 5 viewers, but they still doubted me. Can you really eat it all? To retain, I immediately picked up that pot of spicy chicken noodles. And slurp. Right then, my live stream room suddenly received 50,000 yuan in donations. I excitedly slipped my hand. The entire pot of hot noodles was dumped, not a single drop on me. This immediately upset my meager 5 viewers. Laughter. But it is because this unexpected incident was shared on the forum, made my interest skyrocket. There are people posting on all platforms, comforting funny moments in my live stream. Seeing such enthusiastic responses to my live stream, my faith is also growing. The number of subscribers to my live stream has exceeded 10,000 people, if we can keep this hotness. Live stream bonus tomorrow. It will probably help me make a lot of money. The next, I woke up early to decorate the live stream room and finished. After I turn on live stream, the number of people watching my live stream is from 0, soared to nearly 2,000 people. The audience discussed, what else will I spill today? But because the number of viewers in the live stream is too large, I originally wanted to chat with them for fun, but even the comments are not clear. Final. I just saw them discover that my house had a barking dog, so I immediately thought of it. You can use that stupid dog to smoke. Fan. I hugged the Doberman dog that the man gave me. Let the audience see. But because it's been so long I have not given it anything to eat. After seeing the food, he immediately broke out of my arms. After spilling a bowl of black bean noodles, in front of all the audience, it started eating greedily. This also made me climb to the top of the search again. The post that comforted me increased exponentially. This immediately turned me on. A hot girl online has 100,000 followers. To be able to live stream better, I decided to go to the hospital, treating skin infections in humans. But the doctor told me that I just got sick because I did not pay attention to personal hygiene and just environmental sanitation. Just take a shower and take medicine and you'll recover quickly. Come home. I immediately threw the pills the doctor prescribed into the trash. What the hell is environmental sanitation? My small apartment is less than 10 square meters. Even if you clean it up, it's still the same. It's better to just rest comfortably. But just as I was comfortably lying down, scroll through posts praising you, then suddenly I discovered that the comment section was full of curses at me, and I even discovered a shared link. When I clicked on it, I understood, why has my reputation dropped so miserably? It turned out that someone posted a video of me working part-time at a previous restaurant. Go online. Because he was cruelly deceived by the man. Makes me inherently have a perfect body. There was a time when I let myself go and neglected to keep fit, which led to my boyfriend with a pig head and money, also abandoned me. Lost source of life. I have no choice but to choose to be a mukbang to maintain my life. But just as my reputation grew higher and higher, one step to become a hot girl online. Then a post revealed my previous depraved deeds. Posted online. In the post there is not only a video I stole. When I worked at the restaurant, there was also a time when I cleaned up the manager's things. He took his clothes and wallet. This not only attracted countless netizens to watch and curse, which follows, there were also many people who had transactions with me who came to follow. Exposing the scandal pushed me to the forefront of the storm. Even the live stream room was locked. You bastard. It was definitely the fault of that damn branch manager. This is a deliberate revenge. But you thought I would be like that. Would you give up a hard-earned opportunity? That's it. I immediately angrily called that bastard. Angrily questioned him. Are those debunking articles all written by him? Unexpectedly, the person on the other end of the line was extremely pleased. Frankly, admit your evil deeds. But this is what I mean. You idiot. Yet he admitted it himself, spreading untrue rumors to defame us. Now all call content has been recorded by me. I will take this evidence to the police. Sue you for harming my honor. Until then, you just wait to compensate me for a huge amount of mental damage. Idiot, I originally thought he would be scared and beg me for forgiveness. But I did not expect the person on the other end of the line. Not only was he not afraid, but he also told me to do whatever I wanted. Still angry and told me that, because I spread the story about him forcing me to the work group, caused him to lose his job, and also separate families. Even the house his father left him. He also sold it to pay his wife's allowance. Now he's empty-handed. The remaining half of his life he will live and die with me until the end. Until I fell down the 18 floors of hell. Listened to his crazy words like a psychopath. Made me completely lose my determination to resist him. How can I win against someone? Have you taken life or death lightly? A few months later, I completely lost all source of life. Completely self-indulged. I'm back in. The person who was both ugly and fat before. Now I can no longer pay the electricity bill. can only lie on sales. A few designer bags that the pig-headed man gave me to get by. But because I'm too lazy to take care of myself, leading to bags not being preserved, moldy and seriously deformed. Even stores that buy used luxury goods also criticized and did not accept anymore. Desperate, I went to a convenience store. Looking at alcoholic drinks can paralyze the mind. In the end, I still had evil intentions. But as soon as I put them in my bag, a big powerful hand grasped my wrist tightly. So I was caught red-handed by the store owner. He mercilessly scolded me for this shameless act of theft and wanted to immediately call the police to take me away. But at that moment, someone appeared to help me relieve the situation. He placed 2 bills on the counter. Then tell the boss, everything I stole was paid for by him. When I turned around, I wanted to see who it was. Immediately panicked and did not know what to do. Tremblingly asked him why he appeared here. My life has been ruined by me once again. Perfect body and face can be exchanged through trading. Once again exposed to my laziness and greed. Returned to original form. In desperation, I once again chose to steal. But this time I was not so lucky. I was caught by the store owner in battle. Right when he was about to call the police and take me to jail, that mysterious woman's assistant appeared. He paid off all the money I stole and reminded me that I have not paid maintenance fees for 3 months. If you continue to owe, they will treat me humanly. After saying that, he did not turn around and left. Now I have nothing to fear anymore. Even my... I gulped down a sip of wine, then go to the terrace. The place where I first dealt with the mysterious woman. Half a year later, I'm standing on this terrace again. If you want to step out, it's all over. But in the end I was still conquered by the fear of death. I fell to the ground very unwillingly. Why was it me who died? This is not just my fault. Obviously those guys are more deserving of death than me. I absolutely cannot. I have to live well for them to see. I just need to be skinny. I just need to be skinny. I can return to my beautiful appearance. I want to become beautiful, then find a good job. Live a serious life. You guys just wait for me. Determined to change me? When I got home, I cleaned the room thoroughly. Deduct money from selling recyclable trash. While cleaning, I also found about 150,000 won. This amount of money is enough for me to live for a while. But, if you want to lose this weight in a short time, the only way is to go to the gym and practice with all your heart. That's it. I went to the fitness center that had contacted me before, when I was still a beauty. The boss here once promised, just come here to work out, will give me free use of all machines, and also a senior coach. But when I hesitantly asked him, he looked puzzled again and said, he did not say those words at all. Begrudge. I can only pay the half-year membership fee. But someone like me has never worked out before. Even this high-end machinery does not know how to use it. Right at that moment, a handsome trainer asked me, do you need help? He then explained it to me in detail, how to use the treadmill. Look at this handsome and gentle coach. If only I had chosen to date such an honest person at first, and do not judge people by their appearance, maybe my life would not be so tragic after all. Just as I was exclaiming, suddenly I heard it. The boss is enthusiastically greeting a guest. He spoke very kindly to that girl. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you come here now? The girl looked suspicious and asked the boss, do they know each other? When I saw that girl's face clearly, I was extremely surprised. She is the original body whose face I swapped. At this time, she also seemed to sense that I was secretly looking at her, with her head turned in my direction. My eyes, without an appointment, we looked at each other, and just in that moment of looking at each other, my heart was beating violently. This made me immediately run away. I do not want to die. I just made up my mind to live well. I still have to live a beautiful life. But that feeling of floating like among the stars, it once again covered my whole body. I risked my life and ran towards the house. I want to go home. Just stay indoors at all times. It will definitely be okay. But right now, a car is coming quickly. He hit me so hard that I flew out. While dying, in my images of childhood memories keep repeating over and over again. When I was in kindergarten, my parents are not divorced yet, but life is not like a dream. Not long after, they broke up because of endless arguments. When I was in elementary school, only my father is my companion. This makes me increasingly self-conscious and lonely. Finally, even friends. He also does not want to have lunch with me anymore. And my father also chose to remarry the year I graduated from elementary school. Chose to remarry. This marked the beginning of my tragic fate. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely not be lazy and greedy like that again. I will live more positively. Love yourself well. If there is an afterlife. I am a girl with an irregular square face. Every day when I sleep, I have to wrap my face in a bandage. Just hope it can help me. Correct facial symmetry? Even though I'm not very beautiful. But I also have a dream that I always pursue. It is possible to become a flight attendant flying internationally. Because of this dream, I always try my best to earn extra money. When I can afford cosmetic surgery, I will definitely get closer and closer to my dream. Maybe, because it is influenced by my positive attitude to life. Not only did I not get bullied because of my ugly appearance, even in college, make friends with a very close group of friends, and Su Yan is one of my closest friends. She is not only beautiful, but he also cares a lot about himself. Even when I have the opportunity to interview at the Flight Attendant Academy, she will also think of herself first. When the interviewer just saw her, Lin smiled and said that her image was very good. If you apply to major domestic airlines, not a problem at all. However, when Suyan wholeheartedly recommended me, I also wanted to enter the academy. The interviewer looked awkward. Then he spoke to himself very gracefully. Actually, being a flight attendant, being beautiful is of course an advantage, but just having a good image does not mean there's no chance. She then gave her opinion about her image. Adjustment is required, although she spoke very euphemistically. But this still makes me a little uncomfortable. Then came the interview at the restaurant. I was also criticized by the interviewer for having a square face, and told me to go home and wait for the announcement. Have not even had time to step out of the restaurant door. I have received a rejection message. Indeed, no matter where you want to work, they all have to have cosmetic surgery first. Or do you just try to make money and then think about your dream? After returning home, I plan to rest well and adjust my mood. But when I just turned on the light, I was surprised and stood frozen on the spot. The room was all messy. All money saved hard for my dream. Flying without wings. Just when I looked at everything in despair. Do not know what to do. My father, suddenly angry, he walked towards me. Without saying a word, he slapped me hard in the face. Then he started punching and kicking me again and again. No matter how much I begged, he also refused to stop. While fighting, he aggressively questioned himself. It's not like you do not have money in your hand. Why? He again found an envelope of money under his mattress. Perhaps out of respect for money. He stopped, then splashed the money you've saved so hard. Said he would use this money to turn the situation around. Tell me to stay home and pray to God. Bless him and win every fight. After that, I could only drag my injured body. Going out alone to buy medicine. When I raised my head to look up at the full moon in the shimmering starry sky, I feel like my dream is getting farther and farther away. But right now, I met a couple of men and women coming. That woman just arrived and asked me, is living very difficult? Then he said he wanted to make a deal with me. Could this woman be a human trafficker? Thinking that, I immediately turned around and ran away. But I have not been able to run a few steps yet. I immediately appeared in the passenger compartment of an airplane. Then I heard the woman speaking loudly to me. Her dream is to be a flight attendant, but her appearance became her obstacle. Deviated jaw. It's because my father beat me when I was little, because the bite is not correct, unable to chew food normally, so she could not eat much food for a long time. Although I tried my best to save money for cosmetic surgery, but every time the money is just saved, they were all wiped out by their gambling-addicted father. If I can give you a chance to change your destiny, are you willing to make a deal with me? Hearing her understand her story so clearly makes me doubtful about the offer that can change my destiny. Dots of horizon. She seemed to have seen through her hesitation, so she took out 3 photos. Say I just need to buy a life insurance package. Name the beneficiary as her. She can turn herself into a beauty in a photo, but that's just a clone. If facing the original, I will die immediately. But among these 3 people, there is a person who only has 3 months left to live. If the original dies then, I would not have anything to worry about anymore. Because of my dream, I decided to take a risk. So I pointed to a photo and told her, I want to be this person. I just saw her smiling at me. Slowly raise your hand to pull down the headband in your hair. You have changed Hyunju. Wishing her to realize her dream, has a square face like a cake box. But this does not stop me from dreaming of becoming a flight attendant. I work hard to make money. I just hope one day I can save enough money for cosmetic surgery. Change your life. But I did not expect that I was a gambling addict. The father did not just rob him of his dream fund, but he also beat himself to death. But just when I was desperate, I met a mysterious woman. She changed her original ugly face in the blink of an eye, become a beautiful person like a star. I returned home, looked at myself in the mirror, still cannot believe it. Is this beautiful face really mine? Right when I was dumbfounded, the phone suddenly rang. A close senior called me. Remind yourself to come to the reading session tomorrow. This immediately made me feel awkward. Use your new face to become beautiful overnight to participate. Would he be considered a monster? Even if I tell the truth, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Luckily it's summer vacation now. Well, I made up a reason to refuse the reading session. Wait until school starts. I will say that I had plastic surgery during this summer vacation. That way no one will doubt me anymore, but just solved a risk. Another one came. I got again. A message was sent from the student I was tutoring. The joy of being beautiful made me forget again. Today he will come to my house to study. I panicked and wrote a text message. Tell him not to come again today. But I have not had time to send the message yet. The doorbell rang. I'm frantically trying to pretend there's no one home. Unexpectedly he called again. The loud ringing of my phone echoed throughout the room. Hear him shouting loudly outside the door. Teacher. It's now. Why are you still sleeping? There is no other way. I can only hastily clean up the room. Then nervously opened the door. Just saw my... He was extremely suspicious and asked who I was. At Teacher Hyunju's house. I could only temporarily make up the story of Hyunju studying abroad. Tell me to come tutor instead to cover things up. After listening to me, he first had a surprised look on his face. Then I noticed the phone in my hand. I can only make up stories again. Said it was because Hyunju left in a hurry. You should leave your phone at home. Although I thought it was a lie, even elementary school students did not believe it. Yet that 12th grade student believed him wrongly. Afterward, he automatically imagined me as my best friend, Su Yaon. Originally planned after this tutoring session, I will resign as tutor to Do-jin's mother. But unexpectedly, Do-jin used the reason that my teaching was very interesting. Continue to ask me for tutoring. Just like that, I am Su Yaon, continue tutoring him all summer. However, the 12th grader was naive and childish, I thought. Did not believe me from the beginning. All lies. He's just using his own way to search for Hyunju who disappeared. The Olmi's extremely ugly. And now it's just for one night. I have turned into a beautiful woman with a seductive body. Let this sudden change seem reasonable. I spent the entire summer vacation in addition to tutoring. Do not step foot out of the house. I can pretend like I've had plastic surgery. Always at home. Recovery after surgery? Today is the opening day of school. I, who had never worn makeup before, dyed my hair blonde. Put on the super short dress that I wanted so much before. But I do not dare try. With a completely new look, come in front of your friends. But no one seems to recognize me as Hyunju. At the opening party that night, I naturally became the focus of all my classmates. Everyone compliments me on my very natural plastic surgery. Absolutely no sign of having had surgery. There are also classmates who ask me how to control my body shape. Have you secretly signed up for any personal trainer classes? Compared to questions that require lying to answer, when it comes to shaping my body, I still practice very hard at home, just as I was busy introducing myself, a set of self-taught gymnastics movements. Then our professor also came. At the party, Suyeon enthusiastically invited the professor. Sit down next to us. Then he secretly told me. This professor is the son-in-law of our school principal. There are many relationships. Just need to be the student he targets. No need to worry about not being able to find a job in the future. An upperclassman from the 4th year ago, also thanks to his introduction, which has entered a large, famous enterprise in the country. Right when Su Yaon and I were whispering about the professor also secretly glanced at us. He then sat down next to Su Yaon. Just told my senior to introduce him. These two new classmates. After listening, I always am leader of the entire school's academic achievements. He was immediately surprised by such a talented person. Why had he never met him before? The professor next to you teased, not realizing it is not strange, because Hyunju had full-body plastic surgery during summer vacation. Just became so beautiful. After hearing that I had plastic surgery, the professor was very surprised and looked at me. I originally thought he would despise my actions. But unexpectedly, not only did he not blame me, even very much agree with me. Determined to dare to change yourself. This also makes me look forward to it a bit. About this professor. Early morning the next day, the professor called me to his office. He said, I really admire my hardworking attitude and efforts, then asked about my family situation. After learning I had a father addicted to gambling, study hard because you need a scholarship. He suddenly thoughtfully said that this semester, I have to seize every opportunity to prepare for future success. Then he turned to look at me. He told me, just good. Tomorrow there will be a small gathering of professors. Asked if I was interested in participating to reveal myself, but after I excitedly said I wanted to participate, he suddenly put his hand on my thigh. This sudden act of intimacy makes me a bit unsure of what to do. Then he leaned close in front of me. Tell me quietly that those professors' backgrounds are not small. If I perform well then. So finding a job is really easy. Apparently he was harassed by a school professor. He used the excuse of wanting to find out my family situation. Call me to the office. After knowing that, I tried my best to study. It's because you need a scholarship. He suddenly opened his mouth. Invite. I attended a small gathering organized by professors. Then he naturally placed his hand on my thigh. Next and closer. In front of me and talking to me. If I can perform well at this gathering, then, later I want to join any large enterprise nationwide. Not a problem at all. Just when I thought he was using this opportunity to intimidate me into doing bad things, he patted me on the back very casually, expressing my utmost appreciation for my progressive spirit. After that, his subjects will all give me very good scores. On the way back, I still think about the professor all the time. Those delicate physical contacts. It can be thought that he lived abroad since childhood. Maybe those things are for him, just very normal natural reactions. I changed my bad thoughts again. Next, I went to the restaurant I work part-time at. I did not expect to come in for an interview yesterday, but I was accepted to work on the spot. This beautiful face. It really brought me a lot of convenience. Not only did the manager proactively invite me to join the entertainment industry, even the restaurant manager I interviewed before also wants to use double salary to entice me. You can see his superficial appearance towards me at first. I was extremely resolute in refusing his invitation, and tell him that compared to high-paying places, I want to stay and work at a better quality restaurant. After work on the way home, I once again habitually raise my head, look up at the crescent moon in the sparkling starry sky. Compared to the mood of the day, I changed my destiny. I feel my life is moving step by step towards hope. The next day, I went to school very early, because today I have to go with the professor to the party. I was still wearing a suit that I had not worn in a long time. Right when I exclaimed, the dress I wore before was baggy. Now it has become very comfortable. A hand suddenly slapped my butt. This made me immediately turn my head to look at the owner of the hand. It turned out to be Su Yan. She was smiling and said, "My butt is very elastic." Then on the way to classroom, I told today Professor Hio wants to take me to a party. After listening, she looked surprised, then admiringly said that she wanted to participate too. So I agreed to help her ask the professor. Right then, Professor Hio also just drove past us. Su Yan enthusiastically greeted the professor. Then she expressed self-pity and reproach. The professor instructed me to go to the party alone. The professor smiled and said, "This time I only booked a seat for myself, and promised to bring her along next time." Afterward, the professor and I immediately drove to the restaurant to hold the party. But when I entered the banquet hall, I suddenly feel that the atmosphere here is a bit strange. After sitting down, I began to secretly observe. That's what professors are called. Next to each of them, there was a beautiful young girl sitting with them. Seeing such a scene, I felt more and more uneasy inside. And Professor Hio is next to him. It was as if he was so familiar that he held my hand. He chuckled and asked why my hands were so cold, and said he's been coming here for so long. Nor did I say invite him a glass of wine. I immediately withdrew my hand as an invitation to drink. But when I held the glass of wine, I was about to touch it with him. He suddenly said to me with a dirty face here, "Wine is not meant to be drunk like this. Drinking with a professor must be a casual drink. She is a girl who is both stupid and naive." Thought that Professor Hio invited me to attend the professor's party. It's because he values my positive and progressive spirit, but now I understand. The so-called professor's party. It's just a way for them to entertain themselves, the students under his hands. Some kind of dirty trick. Discovering all of this made me restless, and Professor Hio is next to him, already defiled. He reached out. Then he said it with a dirty look, "Want to drink alcohol with me?" This scared me and I immediately stood up. Using the excuse of being unwell, he hid in the bathroom. Look at the face you once dreamed of in the mirror. I angrily questioned myself, what am I doing here now? Obviously before arriving, the professor has already taken those unusual actions, but I'm still naive. Find every reasonable reason to explain it to him. To put it bluntly, it's not because I want to take a shortcut. Right when I was blaming myself in front of the mirror, a hand suddenly gently patted me. It's a girl with another professor. She asked me very intimately, "Hide in the bathroom. Is it because it's difficult to adapt to this?" Then she spoke again with the tone of an experienced person. "Even if you do not adapt, you also have to force yourself. Follow those dirty acts." Because most of the professors are here, they are all closely related, with leading domestic businesses. Just one sentence from them, even without submitting any written documents. You can also directly skip the interview round, but go to work at those businesses. Think about it, people for a predetermined job opportunity. But they were so crowded together that their heads were broken. We are very lucky to be here. In short, do not think this is too complicated. Just think about being able to find a job. And even if you denounce what's going on here, there will not be any big changes. Opposite, has the ability to study and find a job in the future, it becomes extremely unfavorable. Although I understand, out of kindness, she came to comfort me. But it's still hard for me to accept those dirty acts. So I chose to run away from the restaurant, buy a cannon. Disappointed sat down outside the convenience store. Everything that happened today made me feel inexplicably guilty. To the mother who left me so soon, is it just because after becoming beautiful? But do I have to change my initial mind? Right when I was feeling sorry for myself, a familiar voice suddenly called out. My name is Senior Chanwei who happened to be passing by. He kindly asked me what happened. Why does he show such a sad expression? This sudden interest, causing tears that I always try to hold back. I do not know when it started flowing down. After that, my senior took me to a barbecue restaurant. Because I was embarrassed for embarrassing myself in front of him earlier. Since sitting down, I was always embarrassed and covered my eyes with a spoon, and my seniors are always by my side, gently comfort me. He said he did not notice my heartbroken appearance just now, and tell me if you're still sad. It's okay to keep crying. No need to try to act strong in front of him. These warm words touched my heart deeply. Since mother passed away, no one has ever cared for me like that, so I embarrassedly put down my spoon, then suddenly told him. Things I've never told anyone. Always keep it hidden in your heart. Memories of mother. Mom, when I was little, because of cancer, I had to be hospitalized. But that time in the hospital, those were the happiest days for mother and daughter. Mother at that time. I really like looking at the free sky outside the window. We also often count the stars together in the sky. Originally, the mother's illness could have been controlled with surgery, but my father was addicted to gambling at that time. Again, I lost all my mother's surgery money. Perhaps my mother took her last breath. Still worried. Let me live with my irresponsible father but my damn father on the day of my mother's funeral. Still holding my mother's death insurance money. Continue gambling. From that day, I have made up my mind. Even though no one is willing to take care of or help me, I must live uprightly. And the day came when I met my mother again. I will also confidently tell my mother, the daughter that mother is proud of. All my life I lived uprightly. It also started from that time. I dreamed of becoming a flight attendant. Because my mother was in the hospital. Always aim for the sky of freedom. So I want to become a flight attendant. After that, we'll bring a photo of my mother. Travel together to every corner of the world. After finishing telling my childhood stories to my seniors, my mood is much more comfortable. And when I raise my head to look at him, he is looking intently at me. This suddenly made me realize, just now I made a mistake. Tell all the private stories in the house out. Just when I was embarrassed, I wanted to eat something. To change the subject, he suddenly reached out and grabbed my hand. Then hold a spoon in your hand. Next, he just gave me a new spoon. Just pointed at the eyes, meaning the last one was already dirty. The gentle and warm action of a senior. It immediately made my face turn red and my heart beat. Maybe my senior likes me. If we can progress with a senior who is excellent in all aspects. So you will probably be very happy. The emergence of this thought makes me feel like I might have gone crazy. Just changed appearance. Started daydreaming. Or is it better to just work hard and earn more money like before? The next day, after work at the restaurant, I hurriedly went to Jin's house to tutor him. I thought he was studying hard, but he always stole glances at me. I was concentrating on reading a book, so I did not even notice. Your familiar little actions. They were all caught in his eyes. At this time, he suddenly asked me in a confusing way, why does Ms. Suyan have the same eating habits as Miss Hyunju? So similar. Miss Hyunju, while I was doing my homework, also liked to suck on a piece of chocolate. With coffee, let it melt in your mouth. I could only frantically hide and say, it's just because we have similar habits, so just become good friends. But your frantic actions. Once again it became a suspicious sight in his eyes. What a strange thing. Miss Hyunju is always flustered. You will also use your hand to fan your neck, because your neck is red. Then he took out his phone, said he recently recorded a video. I want you to watch it with me. Which content is in the video? It's the scene where you and Soo-yeon are together. The part where she calls my name. Then he asked me in surprise, why does the long-haired woman in the video call me Hyunju? I'm Hyunju. Alright. This series of evidence makes me a bit at a loss. I never thought Jin paid such attention to every little detail on her body. Begrudge. I choose not to hide anymore. Tell him everything that happened to you. Originally thought that, after hearing you, he instantly changed his appearance. It will be difficult to accept, but I did not expect him to talk to me excitedly. He completely believed what I said, and happily said that, since childhood, he has always believed in the existence of superpowers. Next, I want you to take him, go meet that mysterious woman. But when I told him, I also have no way to contact that woman, he sat down on the chair in frustration. After finishing tutoring, Jin took me downstairs, and when I habitually look up at the moon in the sky, he once again confirmed that to me. Because of this action, which made him identify me as Miss Hyunju, it's great that you did not disappear. My professor is a beast in human disguise. He used my academic achievements to threaten me, forcing me to go to gatherings with him. But those gatherings, these are all dirty tricks. Those professors used it to make fun of female students. After I politely refused his invitation again, I was held in revenge by him in his classroom. He assigned this semester's assignments in cooperative groups, and in the name of his fancy random grouping, I cannot find any members in the group. So I could only muster up the courage to ask him, see for yourself who the members of your group are. But after he pretended to finish watching, he said cold, 2 members of your group have applied for employment awards. There is one more member. He's a thug who does not go to class. When I asked to change group members, he used the excuse that after grouping, changes could not be made. To refuse you then speak to you coldly. My academic performance is so good, I can complete these assignments on time by myself. After class, Xian always defended me, and I absent-mindedly remembered. The professor's words threatened me. I know it's because I rejected him. That's why he targeted me like that. Maybe. Do I really have to compromise and use myself as a pawn? Seeing that I was a bit disappointed, Xian loudly called my name. After that, he worriedly told me not to worry too much. He will help me with my homework when he has free time. Next, he said he had an appointment. Should go first. Look at his back as he leaves. I could have a friend who cares for me like that. How could I have imagined it at that time? This person who I consider a good friend went into an office again after saying goodbye to me, and the person he dated was Professor Chu. Me, who was still blindfolded after returning home, still worried about this difficult exercise, and I even contacted the other group member without asking for leave. He used the excuse of not caring about scores. Tell me not to include him in the group. This makes it my only hope. Also disappeared. so I can only work overtime all night. So much so that the next day I was almost late for school. But when I sneaked into class, I heard again that the seniors had a pretty good relationship with me, talking behind my back. They laughed at me. Originally his face was as long as a shovel, but after completing cosmetic surgery, immediately started flaunting wearing short skirts. Really, there was nothing at all. After getting it, he went crazy showing it off. They say my family is so poor. Plastic surgery money certainly does not come from legitimate channels. Not stealing. It's definitely earned by pouring alcohol for fun. I never thought about it. Just because I became more beautiful. But they created such great jealousy towards me. Apparently before that he asked me how to pose and exercise. This moment. I did not want to stay in class another minute. But as soon as I stood up I was about to sneak out of class. A voice suddenly loudly called my name. This also made the seniors who were already talking about me pay attention to me. But in this awkward situation, the boy called my name. Yet he confessed his love to me in front of them. But I did not hear a word. The attention was completely occupied by the people staring at me. Attracted away. Now, only shrill sounds of sarcasm could be heard in the ears. That's it. I'm extremely sorry for rejecting that guy's good intentions. But they did not stop there. But also in front of me. I never found him that obnoxious. Why have you become so beautiful? Which becomes self-righteous, with his previous appearance. There is a man like this who confesses his love to you. You should be thanking heaven and earth. It's just a change in appearance. But the whole person is so different from before. We say these things for your own good. Really missed. High of the past? Listen to these extremely insulting words. I wanted to immediately escape from class. But when I got the front door, I could not help but stop walking, because I really need a perfect record to receive a scholarship. Therefore, I can only choose to resiliently return to my seat and continue going to class, after school in my head. Still constantly recalling the sarcastic words they said to me, tears unconsciously fell silently. But compared to their sarcastic words, now, more important is the professor's trouble with me. That's it. I was determined to go into the professor's office. When he saw, he revealed a hideous smile that was difficult to hide. Me before, she is an ugly girl with a positive and optimistic attitude. Even though I looked for a job everywhere, I was rejected. But I still believe that just making an effort can change your life. Now through transactions, I have become a beauty. But it also makes me see, humanity is even worse than it was then, after becoming beautiful. Not only did I have to endure slander and scolding from my classmates, but even our department professors, also because of my lust for beauty. Instead of using my academic achievements to intimidate me into submission, because I want to get a full scholarship, I can only reluctantly compromise. I originally thought it would be the same as last time. At most, it's just drinking with him. Let him molest you. But what surprised me 1,000 times was this. This time he did take me to a suburban resort. Just entered the room. What caught my eye was a double bed decorated in the shape of a heart. And the professor even locked the room door. When he saw me he was scared. It showed an expression of not knowing what to do. He then burst out laughing. Then he calmly asked me why I was so nervous, and reached out to grab my bag. Next he proudly spoke to me. Do not think about this too much. Difficult although before you, perhaps we do not often encounter cases like this, but in the future you will encounter it often. So now you just get acquainted first. After locking my bag in the closet, he lay down excitedly. The big bed is full of rose petals. The lecherous look on her face signaled me to come over there too. I kept falling backwards in fear, but when I heard him say, lie down, let's discuss your group exercises, I could not help but continue to compromise. But when I asked him, when can I change my group? He smiled and said not to be so hasty, or let's have a drink, drinking and talking. But when he pretended to pour me wine, I see clearly again. He poured an unknown liquid into the wine glass. Afterward, he placed a glass of wine and medicine in front of me. I can only use the excuse of not having a drink holder. I planned to peel some fruit to stall for time. But when I asked him where the fruit knife was, he seemed afraid of what I would do with the knife. So he hastily said that this small matter should be prepared for him. Tell me to just sit down and wait. This also creates an opportunity for me to change glasses of wine. Just like that, after drinking a glass of wine, he fainted from the effects of the drug. And I also took this opportunity. Use the axe to open that locked safe. Take out your phone and bag. I started running away like crazy, but it has not gone far yet. I fell to the ground because it was dark and the road was slippery. Because of that, the phone also slipped out of my hand, hit the rock hard. I originally thought I could rely on myself, which solves all these troubles. But now I do not even have the strength to stand up. I could only choose to ask my best friend Xu Yan for help, but in this remote, desolate place, the phone could not get a signal at all. I tried to endure the pain in my legs to stand up, hobble, continuously change direction. Hopefully the phone can pick up some weak signals. But when I had a hard time making a phone call, no one answered Xu Yan's phone. Desperate, I thought about reporting to the police, but I have absolutely no evidence to prove it. The professor forced me, but I volunteered to go with him. This could put me in a more desperate situation. Look at the few contacts in the phone. Father will not care about my life or death. If you participate, the principal knows. I did this for the scholarship. Will he no longer pay attention to me? That's it. I can only put all my hope in Dao Zhen. After sending his location to Dao Zhen, I raised my head again, looked towards the full moon in the brilliant starry sky. It is inherently good that I aim for, it's just that I'm not in it. Now that I have seen the truth, finally realized that place is actually not beautiful at all. If I had not chosen to change my appearance in the first place, is that right? Will I never encounter such a situation? The university professor is truly a dirty old pervert. He did not just use despicable tricks, forced me to go on a date with him. He even wanted to use drugs to violate my body. Luckily I was quick to change the glass of wine. That's why he was able to take advantage of the time he was in a coma to escape from the hotel. But while running away, I twisted my leg again because it was dark and the road was slippery. So I can only choose to ask for help. Few contacts in my phone. But no one answered Xu Yan's phone. Father basically will not care about my life or death. I do not want to let the principal know everything that happened between me and the professor. Final. I can only send my current location to Dao Zhen. But when I was waiting for Dao Zhen's help, I suddenly heard the sound of a car engine approaching from afar. At this time, the car comes down from the mountain. It could just be that the professor has woken up. I closed my eyes and prayed for him to leave quickly. Will not find out I'm hiding here. But God does not seem to hear my prayers. After the professor discovered me, he angrily grabbed me. As for me, I do not even have the courage to protest, because in my eyes, his face was distorted with anger. Just like when my gambling addict father taught me. Not different at all. This lasting feeling of fear and oppression makes my whole body helpless. So scared that I fell to the ground. The collar also tears due to the weight of the body. But the professor did not intend to stop there. He grabbed my hair tightly. And a slap as strong as heaven hit me right in the face. This made me inherently unable to resist. Even more. But just as he was about to continue, make stormy attacks on me. Light shone on us. It turned out to be Dao Zhen. Finally arrived at my most dangerous moment. He pushed away the professor's hand that was holding my hair, then kindly asked me if I was okay. But when he saw my torn collar, this ordinary high school student looked weak. There was another outbreak of unprecedented anger. He scolded the professor for being a trash and bastard. But do not wait for him to take any action yet. The professor kicked him hard in the face. Moreover, Dao Zhen had not yet reacted, but punch and kick him like crazy. While beating and cursing at him, a kid still stinks of milk, but also requires the hero to save the beauty. Then grabbed his hair and slapped him several times. Seeing that Dao Zhen had no ability to resist at all, I held up the phone and shouted loudly to the assistant, and threatened the professor. I will hand over the entire recorded process to the police. But not only was the professor not afraid, he also told me to feel free to call the police. Then he picked up a piece of wood from the ground, just as the log was about to hit me. Dao Zhen with an angry expression shouted loudly that you are trash. Have you beaten enough? Then a punch full of indignation hit the professor straight on the chin. Then came the rain of punches from Dao Zhen, leaving the professor without any ability to resist. At this time, the professor was beaten until he could not stand. With a thud, he knelt to the ground. There was absolutely no longer that extravagance from just now. Trembling, he begged Dao Zhen to forgive him. But Dao Zhen was fuming and grabbed his collar tightly. Absolutely no intention. But ignore this bastard. Just as he raised his fist, prepare to continue teaching the dying professor, I immediately stopped his angry actions. The professor thought I was afraid of making a big deal out of it. That's why I spoke up to stop it. Then he showed a relieved expression. But my next words, making him roll his eyes again, because I plan to personally educate this shameless man. On the way back to the city, Dao Zhen always hurts me, because my hands were injured from beating that bastard. And I did not care to tell him that he beat me. It's okay to insult me, but he beat me like a dog. It really makes me unbearable. Obviously I'm just as an older sister, but I just uttered such caring words, which made this kid suddenly blush. Then he changed the subject to ask me, if the professor returns to school in the future, what about revenge on me? Then I will take revenge, right? I would not obediently let him bully me anymore. The appearance of him hitting my uncle is all back. Before leaving, I even took his dashcam back. I thought the professor's story was over. I can live the simple life I want, but I really did not expect it. In school, another plot is being plotted against me, because I know the professor's weakness. So after returning to school for a long time, he does not give me trouble anymore. I also participated with my seniors and form a separate study group. This gives me more opportunities to be with the seniors I love. The look of him attentively reading a book is truly handsome. But right when I was secretly looking at the senior, then both of our phones received messages at the same time. After reading the message, senior, immediately, he could not believe it and looked towards me. He held my hand holding the phone with one hand. I was surprised and asked my senior what was wrong. He said again with a serious face, No matter what news appears on your phone later, then do not pay too much attention. But this time, the phone still continuously has incoming message notifications. Message signaling. The seniors also understand clearly even if they stop me now, I'll see it sooner or later. So I can only let go of the hand holding my phone. After looking at the phone, with messages constantly coming in, I now understand why the seniors are suddenly so different. It turns out, someone posted defamatory articles about my plastic surgery and seduced the professor online. The students do not know the truth. He constantly criticized and scolded me. Even, there were also people who took advantage of the fact that the professor changed groups with me for no reason, come out as evidence. Imposter, being able to know the people around me so well, this made me fall into extreme fear. The days that followed. Every day I have to cover up completely to dare enter school. Because of me, it has naturally become the center of discussion of the whole school, whether in the classroom or in the school cafeteria. My classmates would all look at me with the same eyes, and the post spread those rumors, always updated continuously. Friends at school. Everyone seems to think that there is no smoke without fire, and firmly believe that the content in the post is all true. But I had to get a scholarship. Just able to graduate smoothly, so I still gritted my teeth and endured it. Luckily, I was always with Su Yan and my seniors participating, help and cheer me on. It's really hard to imagine, if even they betray me. So how should I continue to live? Just like that a month later, when I'm working part-time, suddenly received a strange call. After I was skeptical, I picked up the phone. The other party said it was the police. The purpose of calling is because of my previous criminal case, about the person who posted defamatory articles against me. They were caught, and there is not only one offender. Now the suspects want me to be lenient. So I had to immediately go to the police station. But when I did not stop and ran to the police station, then the suspects appeared before my eyes. It was Xu Yan and the participating seniors that I trusted the most. After I sat down in front of them, they still refused to raise their heads to look at me, and when I was extremely confused and asked, why do they treat me like that? Xu Yan suddenly exploded and slammed the table to question me. Why report to the police? Did not we tell you not to call the police? This outburst stunned me. Then I got angry and slammed my hand on the table. It's true that you want me not to call the police. From the day the first article was posted, you all seem to care about me, which appeared next to me, always try to use every excuse to stop me from calling the police. The following days, every day I often use the excuse that the article is cooling down. As long as you get over it, you will forget about it. But your companionship really makes my mind up. Let everything stay as it is. There's only one person, always told me not to be patient when something happens. From the moment I started to become sensitive and weak, discovered my strangeness. Under his constant questioning, I told him everything. But he again questioned your actions. He believes that time will not erase it, the hurt that rumors bring to me, and immediately wanted to take me to the police station to report the case. At that time, I was still afraid of making a big deal out of it. But I want to be peaceful and noble. But his next words immediately woke me up. If you report the case but no one is arrested, so at best it just maintains the present. And if you catch someone, then would not everything end completely? Things would not get bigger because you reported the case. You are clearly smarter than me. Why do not you understand this principle? And he even reminded me, do not tell the two of you about the crime report first. At that time I still did not understand why he said that, but now I understand. Right now, the police officer in charge of the case came over. He brought all the evidence before me. After I went through these thick confession documents, the police asked me, regarding the two suspects' desire for leniency, so do I have any thoughts? Anyway, my wishes are more important right now. As for me now, just want to know, after all, why do they treat me like that? Face my question. They just looked at me at the same time. Then stay silent and do not say anything but look away. Seeing this, police immediately asked my question again. At this point, the senior participants could not hold back anymore. He shouted angrily, why only say it's our fault? Obviously you Jung Hai and Su were wrong first. Everything happens because of you. I was betrayed by my two best friends. The two of them spread false rumors online about my plastic surgery and solicited professors, making me the target of attacks from the entire school. And when the police arrested me, they blamed it all on me. After that, Senior Chanok told the story from beginning to end. It turns out Hoayon and Senior Chanok were originally a couple, and the fact that Professor He was able to attend the opening party was also arranged by Senior Chanok. He originally thought that the two of them, at that, left a very good impression on the professor. The professor will bring Senior Chanok to participate in exchange sessions organized by professors. But when the two of them happily passed by the professor's office, saw me being threatened by the professor again, the situation where I was alone in the office with the professor that day, but they did not know that exchange. This is a dirty trick for professors to play with female students. So Chanok put all the blame for being rejected by the professor on me. The day I escaped from the meeting and met Chanok, It was also because Chanok intentionally appeared in front of me, just to inquire about the exchange. But at that time I naively thought he liked me, and told him a bunch of stories about his deceased mother. After returning home, he angrily told Wei Yan about it. This makes Wei Yan decide to seduce the professor herself. One day, my professor gave me a hard time about my group assignment, the date Huayan told me about. Actually, it was to find a professor to replace me in the exchange session. After returning from the exchange, Huayan even proudly bragged to Chanok that her work has found a place to take it. The two of them even mocked me. Because of being stubborn and having a poor family background, I gave up such a good opportunity. But what they did not expect was, I'm for the scholarship, but accepted the professor's brazen invitation once again, and the day I went to the hotel with the professor, was also discovered and photographed by Huayan's friends. And when I called Huayan for help, then the two of them are at home, love each other. That's why I did not answer my phone that day. But after Dujin and I resolved the problem with the professor, and grasped the professor's weaknesses, the professor immediately changed the group of exercises for me. This makes them suspicious without knowing the truth, that the professor and I went one step further, so they started to worry. Will Huayan's job be ruined because of that? This is also the trigger for them to spread rumors. Because they think that even though they are professors, they have the right to do so. Will also stay away from me in order to preserve my reputation. And right on the day of that post, after coming home to comfort me, on the way back, they even had fun making plans, continue to post more information, made me paralyzed, and they also think, just always be by my side to comfort and be my friend. I will therefore give up the idea of reporting to the police. But what they did not expect, it's me who will wake up because of a sentence from Du Jin, and choose to report to the police. Come here. The two of them were arrested at the police station for voluntarily spreading false information about others. And up to this moment Chanok are still criticizing me. Take away everything they have worked so hard to arrange, but I never did anything. Afterward, Huayan was extremely angry and begged me to forgive them just once. If because of this, the professor grasps the weak point, then he will definitely take this opportunity to cancel his eligibility for admission to the job. And Chanok also said with a disgruntled face, he is a single child. The children are young and need his care. If you have a criminal record because of this, it will also be detrimental to his job search. I hope I think of the good friendship from before, but forgive them, seeing them like that. I'm still thinking about whether I should skip it or not, but my silence for a long time made Huayan unable to keep calm. He shouted if he lost his job because of this, then he decided to commit suicide. Chanok next to him also said the same. If because of this you cannot find a job, then his whole family will have no place to rely on. Once again, please respect my old love and old meaning, which treats them lightly. What they say is not wrong. Both of them are still very young. Again smart. You will definitely find a very good job in the future, and has the potential for continuous advancement. Thinking of this, I told the police my decision. I suppose the two of them are simply not worthy of my forgiveness. The attitudes of the two of them would mislead me into thinking that I'm the one who made the mistake. Recently I struggled a lot. I wanted to respect my old love, without holding them responsible. But instead of admitting and apologizing for the mistakes I made, what they worry about more is their own future. So, police, I decided not to be lenient in this matter. Will not reconcile with them either. I hope you handle everything according to the law. After hearing my decision, Huayan immediately knelt down at my feet, and cried and begged me. I was really just temporarily not careful. At that time, something must have happened to me. That's why I made this. Are not we friends? So this carelessness should be forgiven, right? But I have not let him finish his sentence yet. I immediately stood up, and told him solemnly, we are no longer friends. From now on, never appear in front of me again. Having finished speaking, I immediately walked towards the door of the police station, and there behind, still keeps calling my name. As I walked out the door of the police station, it was drizzling outside. Just like my mood right now, there's a bit of loss. At this time, suddenly there was a voice calling my name. It's Du Jin. He's smiling and running towards me. Just ran in front of me. He quickly asked me what the results were. Did he end up crying and begging my forgiveness? Then start using an adult tone, which judges my friends. Look at his rambling appearance. I smiled happily again. And because the rain is getting heavier, he also pressed closer to me. At this moment I suddenly realized it was not raining when he brought me here. So I asked, why buy just one umbrella? Are they only willing to sell you an umbrella? Listen to my question. He looked at me for a long time, then hugged my shoulders, laughing and saying that one is enough. But when I was nagging him he was neither big nor small. My phone suddenly received a strange call. And the person calling was the Seoul City Police Department. The purpose of their calling is to inform my father on suspicion of murder, currently with suspect status, arrested by the... A few months later, my father was sentenced, but during his sentence, he could not stand the cruelty of prison, but chose to commit suicide. And seniors, after paying the fine, graduated smoothly. but he did because he had a criminal record, but never found a job. Suyayan for being pregnant with her senior's child. But I chose to reserve my study results. But it seems their relationship is getting worse. But everyone in school. There is no more news about the two of them anymore. As for the professor, after returning home, I brought proof that he harassed me. I'll post it on lit. That's why. More and more classmates were harmed by him. Stand up and speak up, making it basically impossible for him to stop the media from getting involved. In the end, he was kicked out by his father-in-law, the principal. Get out of school. As for me, through excellent achievements, was recruited ahead of time by a famous national enterprise. After graduating, I can get the job that everyone dreams of. This caused two seniors to talk bad about me behind my back. You all have to beg me. Share with them a bit of your job search experience. Face this shameless behavior of theirs. The old me was probably because of pride, which will agree to their request, but after going through so much. Now me, no longer paying attention to anyone's words, because no matter what happens, there is always someone who firmly believes in me and stand beside me. And me, I've also tried my best to live seriously until now. Even if today I immediately face my true self and die, I also absolutely will not regret my initial choice. From now on I will continue to live like that. Life is... Actually, appearance is not that important, because as long as you have money, even if you're sweaty and dirty, or on hairy. Even the first date was full of beard. It's still possible to have a girlfriend as beautiful as a flower. There was once a boastful woman. Come before, tell me she can make looks. Which is my endless wealth, also cannot be changed. It changed in the blink of an eye, but I saw that she seemed to have a huge misunderstanding about finances. Since childhood I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth. Because my parents were the youngest children, they were even worse. Lift me up to the sky. It can be said from the moment of birth. My life's path has been limitlessly open. But actually I also had the darkest times. That was when I was in kindergarten, because for preschoolers, money does not mean much. Even if I hold the robot in my hand, 100 times more valuable than that slime, I can still only play alone. But now think again. About that, perhaps that's when people perceive appearance in the most naked way, because after going up elementary, I have started my superpowered life. My classmates will be there for me. Which family has the most expensive car, but accept me as big brother? After going to middle school, there are even more bullies taking the initiative to come to my class. In front of the whole class, he accepted me as his adopted younger brother. And because of that, I became a unique person in the whole school. My 7th grade brother has become famous as a gangster. Also at that time, I discovered I just need money. Power will come automatically. But it's worth showing off the most. Actually, it was still my high school days. Because at that moment I understood, powers are attracted to money. Actually, it's not pure at all. Powers will lead to a dispute between money and rights. Although in the end money still wins over power. But I will never let that happen again. So I just graduated to level 3. I changed my strategy. Because powers are not pure, will come close to me for money. Then I will make them. It is impossible to carry out a struggle for the dominant power. Because I just need to use more money. To hold the dominant power is okay. Therefore, I did not just take the 4 heavenly kings into my hands as soon as I entered school, which also makes me get one. My loyal servant followed me for half my life. Although at first, our relationship is not very friendly, but after seeing my true strength, he immediately knelt down in front of me and begged me to accept him as a junior. To commemorate his promotion to the rank of 5 great heavenly kings under me, I even specially organized a party. As I was about to drink the first glass of Coke he poured for me, a hand immediately pinched my face. This made him furious. Loudly asked the plump waiter what he wanted to do. Then he grabbed the waiter's wrist again, threatening to cut off his hand, but I shouted loudly to stop him, his rude behavior, and tell him seriously. Please remember these words well for me. I'll only say it once. This girl, absolutely do not touch her. No matter what happens, it's absolutely impossible, because she is a unique friend to me. Even though he had an ugly pig face since childhood, but not only was I not bullied, but there is also a group of vicious and murderous thugs. Follow behind me. This is purely because I have unparalleled superpowers. In my... There are no friends that cannot be bought with money, but the fat girl in front of me was trying to pinch my cheeks. Another exception. She did not just dare in front of my juniors. Slap me, and you still dare to scold my vicious and murderous juniors. Do not give me carbonated water from now on, and that's why I'm so tolerant of her. It's because even though it does not cost me a penny, still willing to be friends with me. There is only one Songju. This pure friendship makes me deeply appreciate it. Because even my parents' relationship, it's all about money that can be built, if not for the sake of marriage. Maybe the two of them have not even met each other, so I just assumed it was right, just need money. There will be countless friends and partners. Even love. It's not that you cannot use money to get it, and through my verification, it's not just possible, but it's too redundant. But, when my girlfriend Moon Ji-ri is by my side, I discovered that she was a bit negligent in managing her figure. Always use the excuse that there is no management company who would sign a contract with her, but feel free to let yourself go. This also made me think of breaking up. I asked her if she has not been taking care of herself lately. Why do so much excess fat appear on the biceps and waist? Then me, decided to take this opportunity to tell her frankly. Relationship between my lover and her, built on the principle of equal exchange. I provide you with all living and work expenses. And you need to always maintain the appearance that I like. In my eyes, this transaction is what is called love. I give you a week to get rid of all the excess fat on her body, so we can not only continue to maintain a love relationship, but I still let her join my uncle's management company. After she heard it, being able to join my uncle's management company, she was immediately filled with confidence when she told me. Within a week she can definitely lose weight. This is the perfect answer I wanted. Because anyway, I really liked her when I first met her, that graceful appearance. 1 week, she certainly did not disappoint my expectations. Then again as before. As soon as she got in the car, she immediately asked me, "Can I go sign the contract today?" And I not only kept my promise, but in my heart I have another plan. So after helping her deal with the management company, I went to the restaurant where Juo works. As soon as he saw me, Juo was very surprised to see me come looking for him, because whenever I have a girlfriend, I will keep a distance from him, so he wondered if I had broken up with Moon Jiuri, and I shyly told him that I had not broken up yet, but I planned to get married. Before proposing, I always feel like I should inform a friend like you. After hearing this shocking news, he showed an extremely admiring expression, and I proudly hinted that I hope you will also feel the sweetness of love, but he told me dissatisfiedly, "It's not like he does not have a boyfriend." This is his saying. Made me vomit all the wine I just drank into my mouth. It all sprayed out. Then he took out his phone to show me photo of him and his boyfriend together, then complained to me. What's so shocking about him having a boyfriend? To the point of having to spit out the alcohol, but I really think so. With your looks, it's impossible to have a boyfriend. Listen. He just punched me, just scolded me for being a psychopath, but after being beaten and scolded, he told me sincerely, in short, "Congratulations. You must definitely propose successfully." I originally thought that my proposal would definitely be successful, but after proposing, Moon Jiuri shouted again that I had ruined her life. Today I'm about to propose to the girlfriend I love. I did not just meticulously decorate a romantic confession board, but there is also a room full of colorful balloons. There's also no shortage of candles and red carpets. After she entered the room without knowing anything, I immediately held flowers in front of her and take out the paired 10-carat diamond ring. She looked at me with eyes filled with tears when I sincerely proposed. I have not had time to speak yet. She immediately jumped into my arms. While crying and shouting happily, she agreed. After I put the diamond ring on her finger, she was even more excited. "Want to share this happiness for all your relatives and friends?" But because she is now a famous movie actress, she asked, "Maybe wait until her upcoming movie premieres. Can we have a wedding then?" For me, who single-handedly supported her, this small matter is of course not a problem. Originally, this proposal was so perfect. But just as Juyuri and I were about to go to the restaurant to celebrate our joy of getting married, then an uninvited guest suddenly barged in. After seeing Juyuri holding flowers, she immediately said she was a reporter for an entertainment magazine and asked Juyuri if she had accepted the proposal. The sudden incident caused Juyuri to panic. Then she just denied herself. It was Moon Juyuri who was in a hurry to close the door, but the reporter still did not give up and rushed in. Then he took out his phone to take pictures of Juyuri continuously. After my servants chased her away, Juyuri collapsed and fell to the ground, crying and lamenting her acting career was ruined because of my negligence, and asked me what to do now. And I did not panic and took out my phone. "Call your colleague." The TV station representative's uncle called, because I know this incident will not only ruin his future, but it also made his acting career flourish. The next day, news broke that Kweli was getting married. Climbed to the top of search as I predicted, although netizens only cursed that article. But inherently, they are easily led by public opinion. So just keep making Kweli the victim, and constantly reporting positive news, like ocean waves rolling towards them. In the blink of an eye, everyone's attitude will change. All you need is endless money and extensive connections. Manipulating public opinion is as easy as manipulating the media. Not long after that, Kweli and I had a smooth wedding. And my parents, although a political marriage had been arranged for me in advance, but in the end, it's because of love for this precious son, which cancels it. On the day I got married, that unmarried wife, still in tears attending my wedding, but maybe those were also happy tears. Just like that my married life began. But life after marriage, not as sweet as I imagined. My beautiful, lovely wife. After we got married, then I no longer pay attention to the image anymore. See how she looks now? It's actually more annoying than killing me. I rely on my strong financial potential and walk down the wedding aisle with the girlfriend I love. I thought this would be the beginning of happiness, but after getting married, she started acting rashly. Today my eldest uncle called me to his management company because of Quiley's contract cancellation. Could have been made into a book. Then the eldest uncle complained to me. Originally brought Quiley a very good contract. Obviously just filming smoothly. Then you can earn countless rewards. But she plays big tricks on every movie set. Do not scold your assistant for buying the wrong type of coffee. It's because the boxed lunch ordered does not suit your taste, which hit the screenwriter. Even arbitrarily scolded the director for being rude. In the end, I did not even bother going to the filming set anymore. Disappeared for a week straight. Her evil actions have spread throughout the world, leading up to now. Absolutely no director or investor dares to use her anymore. Right when the eldest uncle was regretfully talking to me, Quayle can no longer work in the entertainment industry. His manager brought a new model in. Seeing that my eldest uncle had something to do, I decided to go first, but the other model seemed to recognize me, the young master of this tycoon group. After that, she smiled brightly and held out her hand, expressing that she wanted to get to know me. As for me, besides my wife, would not touch any woman's hand, so he turned her down. After I walked out, she chased after him again. Without my consent, he grabbed my hand. Does he really love his wife as rumored? Then she asked me provocatively, is it as rumored? Do you like girls who take care of themselves like her? Then do not wait for me to answer. Stuffed business card in my hand, and waved at me, saying I was welcome to contact her anytime. Although at that time I immediately threw away her business card. But when I got home, look at that beautiful woman who once had a slim figure. Become a pig that only knows how to stay at home and eat greedily. I really cannot stand it anymore. I loudly questioned her. Finally, when will it be? Then start paying attention to taking care of your body. And she swears and guarantees. She only needs a week. Will reduce all excess fat on the body immediately. Then she proudly announced that she would just eat it today. It's okay to start losing weight tomorrow. Seeing that she still does not understand the situation clearly, I gave her an ultimatum. No matter how much money she needs to get back in shape, but I only give you 1 month. This 1 month. It's considered respecting the love we have had for each other in times of trouble. If in a month she cannot lose weight and return to her previous appearance, then let's divorce. I heard of divorce. She stood up angrily. He loudly questioned me why I treated her like that. Have you forgotten? We already had a deal. I mean all your expenses. And she gave me back the look I love. But now she looks back at herself. How oversized her figure has become. Girls with better physiques than her. They are competing to actively approach me and say they like me. I have no reason to continue living with a fat person. I'm just giving you one last month to slim down. Listen. She never gave up. Then he gave me a condition. If only she could lose 48 kilograms within a month. Then all the inheritance is in my name. They must all become co-owners with her. If she cannot do it, she divorced me with empty hands. At first I was worried. This proposal will cost me half my assets. But actually, she was lazy enough to even pay a large sum of money. Cannot shake it either. Within a month, she could not even go to the gym 5 times. Just like that, a month later, we are divorced. As soon as I got divorced, I felt comfortable. But as time has, my heart started to feel empty again. But for people with strong financial potential like me, emptiness is only temporary. Not long after, I met a beautiful woman whose beauty was not inferior to Quayle from before, has beauty that is not inferior, and my colorful single life also officially started. People often say that the best antidote to broken love is a new love. After finishing with Van Quayle, the marriage was unbearable. I met Kind Liangji, whose beauty is not inferior to Quayle. This leaves my soul empty. It seems to have been filled by her. Therefore, I plan to take her to meet my close friend Zhu Ya. Originally, I planned to meet 4 people on a date, but it seemed that Liangji was a bit tired while walking around. So I tactfully expressed my desire to go home and rest first. Out of pity, she worked hard to follow me shopping all the time. I disappointedly agreed to his request. When getting off the bus, he seemed to forget to give me a kiss goodbye. So I proactively put my face in front of him. After we kissed goodbye, I went to the restaurant that bears my name to meet Juya, because I always think of my beloved Liang Zi. So I could not hear anything the waiter said. After the waiter left, Zuya immediately criticized me, in front of his serving friend, but also treated the service so impolitely. But I looked at her bewildered, and asked her if she did not remember the person just now. He and I have always been very good classmates, and he's not serving anything either. It's the manager of this restaurant. At this moment, Zuya suddenly remembered as if he had just awakened. My classmate is always by my side. Then she smiled and said, looks like she did not misunderstand me. Then she took her boyfriend's arm. Tell me to find me today. The purpose? Actually, it was because she wanted to tell me good news. The 2 of them have decided to get married. Heard this shocking news? I was so surprised that I spit out the piece of bread I just ate. How is that possible? I originally thought even though she might have a boyfriend, it's also difficult to get married. Why do you suddenly want to get married? Then I asked her boyfriend. He works in a small and medium-sized company that is quite stable. Appearance is also very handsome. Why do you like Zuya? Is Zuya always clinging to you? It has nothing to do with marrying her. You can tell me. After listening, I asked. He smiled and said to me, actually, he was always hanging around Zuya. He felt that Juya was full of vitality, and her hard-working look is very beautiful. Look at the two of them truly loving each other. I really admired. Then Juya told me embarrassedly, wait until they finalize the party location. Will send me an invitation. And told me I was already so rich. Lejing definitely should not be stingy. Originally I was also because I had Lion Ji. But I also do not feel disappointed about her marriage news. But feel disappointed. But what surprised me 1,000 times was this. Just a few days without seeing Liang Ji, she has turned into an ugly woman, with a body full of excess fat and spotty armpits. This makes me fall in love again. I still had hope. She could be my life partner. Just when I was suffering alone, Zuya suddenly also appeared on the restaurant terrace. She, who does not smoke, asked me to light the cigarette. I'm extremely curious as to why she is like that. She sadly told me that she had broken up, and her boyfriend cried and begged Zuya to break up with him. At the same time, both my best friend and I fell in love. I was abandoned because my girlfriend became ugly, and she was abandoned because of money. Zuya, that day was her boyfriend, took her on a date to the most famous proposal location. At that time, she thought that her boyfriend would definitely propose to her. She does not just wear the most beautiful dress, but also waterproof makeup, just in case Ho gets too emotional and cries. At the beginning, everything is very nice. She even imagined proposing. But when her boyfriend got down on one knee, so what he said was not marry me, but let's break up. At that time Zuya, I thought my boyfriend was joking, but the reason for the boyfriend's breakup forced her to believe that this is true. The daughter of her boyfriend's company boss noticed her boyfriend. If you marry the boss's daughter, at least he would have saved himself 30 years of trying. If you choose Zuya, then life can easily see the end, making him feel the pressure doubled. So he begged Zuya to let him go. The reason for choosing this high-end restaurant is to say goodbye. It was because he did not want to at the last moment. Left Shield, they are a poor and miserable couple, afraid that the memories he leaves behind will be both shabby and pitiful. But these things are in Zuya's eyes. Saying goodbye at this proposal location, originally the worst memory. After listening to her story, I originally wanted to meet her after work to drink some soju to cheer her up, but this time she seemed truly hurt. Even the invitation from me, this close friend, she refused, and me after breaking up with Liang Ji, then just keep going on and on and on. Just need money. Dating is really simple. Maybe Zuya is just taking the pain of separation that has not yet healed. Make use, then rationalize the fact that I'm not beautiful. That's why I cannot date anymore. Appearance and money. Just own one of these two. Dating is really easy. And my poor friend. Then both are absent. From then until now, I have always been in the position of a hunter, to search for each of his girlfriends. But in a hidden corner that I did not know about. This time I was considered prey by others. This beautiful woman, after I left, immediately started asking for information from the service staff. When she found out I was a hot guy, she did not hold back during the date, but crazy throwing money out. She immediately developed a deep interest in me, and the waiter even talked to her. Every time I go on a date, they are all beauties similar to her. Long flowing hair, lightly curled hairstyle. The face has deep and clear lines. The waitstaff definitely said, if she appears next to me, she will 100% definitely become my next girlfriend. These words made her more confident in conquering me. And the truth is exactly what they think. When she's done designing everything, pretending to accidentally pass me by, she has indeed successfully caught my eye. I, who have a brain like a pig but are rich as hell, have fallen in love again. I originally thought that Liang Ji would be my life partner, but she's just like my ex-wife, Wen Quli. Not knowing how to appreciate and take care of yourself, so I had to sadly say goodbye to her. I, who was heartbroken again, continued to rush at the girls. My daily life is to go shopping with them. And I, the generous spender, was caught in the eye of a beautiful woman, and she plans to win my heart. Because every day I have to go everywhere with my girlfriends. It made my already obese body become a little thinner. And I'm also a little disgusted with my new girlfriend. So today I went to choose suitable clothes myself. But compared to buying things for your girlfriend, choosing your own clothes is really tasteless. Selected in less than 5 minutes. I'm too lazy to watch anymore. But tell the staff to wrap it all up. Sit down. I suddenly noticed my son Jiu also looking intently at a woman's bag. So I asked in surprise, do you already have a girlfriend? He laughed and told me he did not. It's his sister. Graduated with top results in the whole school, and I also found a very satisfying job. So he, the older brother. I just said I wanted to give my sister a branded bag. Hearing this, I immediately felt interested. Immediately tell the staff, lay out all the outfits suitable for young girls, in their 20s, along with the bags. Listen to what I say. Sunju said, a little confused. He basically cannot buy things here. Just wanted to come here to compare prices a bit, then just buy the cheapest one online. But as I see it, my confident, how can you be so stingy in giving gifts? Today all of this is paid for by me. I must make sure that you, the older brother, cannot lose face. At the same time, the person who is planning to take me over, that new beauty is going everywhere looking for my shadow. When she saw me and Sunju finish shopping, while talking and laughing, he walked towards her. She once again confirmed her outfit. The legs are smooth and hairless. The suit can vaguely reveal the body's curves. Shiny hair after spending a lot of money to take care of it. The makeup is not heavy but can highlight deep features. After everything is prepared, she slowly walked towards me. The moment she passed me, I was really attracted to her, so I immediately called her back and give her the communication method she's always wanted. Shin, this girl is truly perfect. After every date, she told me everything. She has to go to the gym 24 hours to stay in shape. A girl who can just date, it can also burn excess fat. It really makes me unable to stop. But it's also because of this perfection of hers. Sometimes it makes me too extremely heartbreaking, because it's only when she's exercising, so no matter what happens, I also cannot contact. But think about it. A girl can consistently exercise for 2 to 3 hours every day. In this world other than her, surely very few girls are like that. But after knowing each other for a year, in the end we still broke up. I cried to Juya. My true love just disappeared from my world. Maybe it's because I put too much pressure on her. This moment, I can finally understand what Juya said, that after breaking up, you will not be able to love anyone else. This feeling makes a hole in my heart. Extreme suffering, but just as Juya was comforting me, that time will ease all pain. I suddenly noticed a beautiful woman entering the restaurant, and her appearance made me mistakenly think that she is the Jai who left me, but she walked straight towards me and says she's not Jaya. Aiden, representative, do not you remember me? I'm a model at your uncle's management company. It's you, we've met once before, right? I who longed for true love was once again heartbroken, and this time, it's truly heart-wrenching. When the feelings of sadness gradually ate away at my reason, makes me about to collapse. Yuxiaolu came into my life like a ray of hope. Look at her face, makes me feel like I can open my heart again. It's natural, but as soon as I invited Yuxiaolu to my house, drink good wine together, Shinjai who left me came back, see her current appearance. I cannot help but doubt my eye for choosing a girlfriend. Deeply, why do women used to know me? Finally changed into someone else. But until now, the only person who always maintains the appearance they had when they first met, it's just her Yuxiaolu. Maybe she is the perfect woman I have always been looking for. Her looks are the same before and after. Makes me want her to be the happiest woman in the world. After we shook off Shinjie and returned home, she suddenly opened her mouth to ask me, the woman just now, is it the person that when we first met? Did I say the wrong name? She then expressed her displeasure with my eye for choosing women. But I have not had time to answer yet. She suddenly grabbed my collar, then gave me a deep kiss. Have you seen it today? Besides you, no one can take care of themselves that well, so do not be promiscuous in the future. Just focus on loving only me. Maybe Yuxiaolu is really among my ex-girlfriends. Is the person who understands best what she and I need. This point, I also received confirmation in the conversation between her and Sunju. In her heart, she sees clearly the relationships between people. All relationships are built on mutual consideration. New can be established. Just like two people going on a blind date, it all depends on appearance, family status, education, to consider whether we need to meet each other or not. When the balance is relatively balanced, only then can two people truly get along. Apparently everyone is like that, but once these conditions, converted into money and beauty, will be scolded by others as being greedy for money and lust. He feels. This is basically a pretense of not daring to face one's inner self. He also will become the only woman who owns all of my assets. A woman with a worldview similar to mine. It's hard for me not to feel nostalgic about her, so after returning from work, before I could eat, I wanted to see her immediately. But maybe it's because I've been working too hard lately. This made me drive to see her a bit dizzy. Shortness of breath. At this time, my treasure also called to urge me. After calming her feelings, my heart suddenly started beating non-stop. Suddenly my eyes widened and fainted right at the steering wheel. And the car goes at 200 kilometers per hour. Rush straight out. This is the 4th time I have met true love. Yuxiao's appearance is always the same, and the worldview fits me perfectly. Makes me want her to be the happiest woman in the world. But ironically, at the right time I met true love, God caused my body to have problems again. I fainted on the drive to see Ixal, causing the car to lose control and cause accidents. Luckily my life was not in danger. Just having to lie in bed every day makes me miss Saul very much. Luckily Saul had time to visit me today, and she even told me, will bring me the bread I like. So after taking blood sugar lowering medicine, I let the nurse who took care of me leave early, and promise her, I will pay full salary according to the formula. After the caring nurse left, I looked at Saul's spending messages on my phone, plan if she's going shopping. It will probably be about 3 hours before she gets to the hospital. But inherently, I thought Saul was the only one who came to visit me. But I saw her enter the hospital room with my mother. My mother just saw me, then keep asking me how I feel. Then he talked to me again. It's because I normally do not go for health checks. Even if you have diabetes, you will not even know it. Even if our house is full of treasures, you cannot use money to buy health. My mother's concern gave me a headache. And more. This left me with no time alone with Sayal. Fortunately, at this time the doctor appeared promptly. Just stopped my mother from rambling, but the doctor spoke mysteriously. Wanted to tell my mother and Sayal about my condition. This also just gave me time to prepare a surprise gift for Sayal. But I originally thought that the doctor simply advised them, must pay attention to my diet. But what I never expected was this, while I was unaware. The doctor told my mother and Sayal that I would likely be disabled for life. Left me or I saw Sayal return then. I happily expressed my desire for her to be by my side more, but she said it again. Due to work, she will become very busy in the future. Maybe you will not have much time to visit me in the future, so I decided to propose to Sayal today. Sayal, maybe you do not know. Your companionship can give me great strength. I like you very much. Always maintain that perfect appearance. I also really like you buying the food I like. Go to the hospital to visit him. This gentle and thoughtful look, the feeling you give me. To be, I can make you give everything to me. Wait until after you leave the hospital. I will officially propose to you. Just wait for me a little longer. I thought this confession was sincere from me, will move her to tears. But unexpectedly, she took off the ring I had just put on her. I originally did not want to tell you now, but if you do not tell me, it seemed like it would make him happy in vain. Just now the doctor said. After this he will no longer be able to walk normally, because he is a very liberal person, so I'll tell you straight. No matter how much money your family has, I cannot, living with a disabled husband. So let's break up. But, I have not had time to fully digest this shocking news. Sayal was sent flying out by someone. It turned out to be Zuya. She scolded angrily. Sayal is truly a slut with extremely bad dignity, and now. Then he was surprised to see everything before his eyes. I who have a house full of wealth, am about to become an invalid, and my girlfriend, as soon as I heard this news, chose to break up with me. But I have not let her finish saying goodbye yet. She was slapped away by Zuya. This action of Zuya made me gasp in surprise. This moment, I did not feel hurt at all because Sayal wanted to break up, not sad because I just heard the news. Had to limp for the rest of his life. It was the slap that Zuya hit Sayal with, makes me who has personally experienced it. Remember that extremely strong feeling of shock. This also immediately reminded me, the time when I first met Zuya. At that time I was still in elementary school. Because my mother did not want me to just know people, I only know how to flatter. So chose to take me to a class. Learning the piano is quite popular. That was also the first time I met Zuya. She was very polite when she was young, and her father is also my family's driver. So after she greeted my mother wanted to entrust me to Zuya, but Zuya's family is really too poor. She told my mother, today is her last class here. Other children studying together, after hearing this news, were all extremely sad and clung to her with all their might. But it's clear who must be the saddest. She was also very understanding and comforted the other children. At this time, the teacher also regretfully told my mother, Zu's the captain, most attractive in their piano class, and also the best piano player. Originally I was planning on letting him participate in the contest. It's truly a pity. After listening to the teacher's story, my mother seemed thoughtful. As for me, I was a little impatient waiting, so I cried. Right when I was making a fuss about wanting to go home immediately, Zuya not only pulled my hand, but they also invited me to play with them, and also talk to me. Can you teach me a very good song? Without my interference. My mother is very honest. Immediately tell your idea to the teacher. Mom wants to use the form of scholarship, sponsored Zuya to continue studying piano, but the teacher was extremely awkward. If you so. Parents of other students know, will come here to protest with you. Why do not their children get scholarships? So my mother decided for the next 10 years. This center scholarships are all paid for by my mother, and set the number of scholarships to 5 people. This way we can not only help Zuya silently, but other parents did not object because of that. After that my mother also donated to the center. Most expensive pianos. Just like that, Zuya is very talented at playing the piano. Every month you will receive a scholarship from the center. I also have a driver take me here every day, to relax the mood. The people who study here are different from the people who study at school. They treat my designer clothes. And how expensive is the car I drive? Absolutely no interest. This also puts me in the center. A bit out of place. But only Zuya always took the initiative to greet me. At that time, I still thought that I was right, because his father is my driver. That's why he wanted to proactively flatter me. What? A classmate told Zuya with great sadness. His father closed the family restaurant, but have to work in another country. He would not be able to see his father for a long time. He does not understand. Why cannot dad be by my side? Just when Zuya was caring and comforting that classmate, I consider myself right. I know why his father had to go abroad to work. That's because your family is bankrupt. The restaurant also closed because business was not good. Do I need to talk to my dad? Let him give you guys some more money. So I'm also willing to be your friend. But do not wait for me to finish the word you. A slap directly landed on my face. The slap force is too strong. Made me a 200-pound elementary school kid fly out. I just saw Zuya rubbing his wrist, and looked at me angrily, and said, they would not be friends with someone like me, someone who steps on someone else. It was the first time in my life that I was hurt by someone else. Fight? It was also the first time I felt beaten so painfully. At that time I completely did not understand. Why are there friends that cannot be bought with money? Because at school, all my classmates will flatter me because I have money. When I'm angry I say everything, and told them to be grateful for my favor. Then Zuya looked at me with a serious expression. Then he told me to stay after school. I thought after school Zuya will continue to give me a beating. But he took me to a sidewalk restaurant to eat spicy rice cakes, and asked, can he forgive his impulsive actions just now? Then he vowed to be my first best friend. This has nothing to do with my family's money. He simply wanted to be friends with me. Because of this, he also said that this plate of spicy rice cakes was for him to invite. At that time I was stupid enough to ask him, after inviting me to eat spicy rice cakes. Then he said be my friend. So is not it the same as using money to make friends? This made him look like an idiot. Look at me until now. He started from that moment, has become a unique friend in my life. So I, who had personally felt the power of Zuya's slap, after seeing Xiaolu get a slap on his ear, without falling or crying, it surprised me because he was also really strong, and at that moment, 2 women in front of me. There was a real fight. Being a disabled person, but there are 2 women fighting over me. One was because I was crippled, but preparing to throw away his girlfriend. As for someone, it does not matter if I have money or not, everyone will be my friend for life. Xiaolu, after being slapped by Zuya, angrily asked me who he was, and now, still drowning in my memories, but not yet recovered. See, I did not answer. Xiaolu then carefully evaluated Zuya. He asked loud, what does Zuya have to do with me if she is full of cheap goods? Based on what you show me. Then fiercely gave Zuya a slap, and said angrily, I'm a star worth billions of yuan. I will definitely make Zuya pay the price for his beating. But Zuya was not only fearless, but he also angrily told Xiaolu to just make a big deal out of it, and tell him, if he wants to let the world know his shallow qualities. So it's up to him to do it. Moreover, he will definitely not forgive. That rotten bitch hurt my friend. Being said to hit her weak point, Xiaolu became angry. One hand squeezed Zuya's cheek. Then he was about to give Zuya another strong slap, and right now, I, who had recovered, wanted to stop them from continuing to fight, because the movement is too strong, which fell to the ground. Zuya saw this. Immediately she quickly pushed Xiaolu's hand away and ran towards me, then kindly asked me if I was okay. I originally wanted to tell them to stop fighting, but do not wait for me to finish yet. Xiaolu grabbed Zuya's hair again, forcefully pulled him away from me. This cannot be solved by simply stopping them. Just wait for them to win or lose. Only then can the war between these women end. But in this war I cannot predict the outcome at all. Like Xiaolu is 179 centimeters tall, weighs 52 kilograms. Characteristic is having an exceptionally long arm span. In different martial arts learned to lose weight. Her previous nickname was Drug Yongzhen, because in high school, hit a high school girl who touched her shoulder, unconscious but get. Song Jua is 165 centimeters tall, weighs 66 kilograms. Characterized by excellent wrist strength and toned abs. Her previous nickname was Soul Broken Tooth Sister, because in high school, knocked out the teeth of a female student who bullied her classmates. The 2 of them are people. Never lost fights with female students. The moment the battle began, Jua reached out and tried to grab Xiaolu's hair, but because the arm span is not enough, plus Xiaolu's quick reaction speed, causing her to miss, this also makes her vulnerable. Xiaolu grabbed her hair back. How could Xiaolu miss such a good opportunity? Immediately took a stance for the sure kill move she was most proud of. This move when she deals with Shin Sika also appeared before. This makes me worry about Jua. Will Drug Yongzhen just win like that? Or not? I only saw Jua use 1 foot to kick hard on the ground. She stood her ground. Did not fail because of Xiaolu's sure kill move. This startled Xiaolu, who was sure of victory. When she was startled, Jua launches a counterattack. She raised her hands and grabbed Xiaolu's head again. But this time Xiaolu was not so lucky. The 2 of them kept pulling each other's hair. Struggle there. To prevent, Jua also used her sure kill technique. Xiaolu is just like Ju. Move the body's center of gravity lower. She plans to no matter which direction Jua throws her, she can improvise at any time. But what she did not expect was, Jua did not follow the normal path, but using his own outstanding arm strength, pinned Xiaolu to the ground. As I said, the victory or defeat of this battle has been decided, and Jua was screaming, tell Xiaolu to stop bothering sick people like me. Get out quick. Right now. Sun Gai does not understand, after hearing noises in the room. Ran in, and shouted loudly for Jua to let go. Do not be rude to your fiancé. But Juling proud, told her, Xiaolu just abandoned me. Now she is no longer a fiancé. After listening to this sentence, Sun Gai looked at me and asked if it was true. As for me, I silently watched. Xiaolu then sadly nodded. But Xiao is still the same as before, loudly orders Sean Guy to take her home. Soon Guy immediately let go of her hand and said fiercely to Xiao, Aiden is a person with a very decisive personality. Because you two broke up, then do not continue to mess with her anymore. Now go away quickly. Do not wait until I act before asking for forgiveness. Sal, after being humiliated, scolded him angrily. It's obvious that the two of them are just out for money. That's why I clung to me and did not let go. But I have not waited for her to finish scolding me yet. She suddenly covered her mouth. Then I saw one of her front teeth fall out. Meanwhile, Jua standing next to her showed a satisfied expression. Come here. Xiaolo could only angrily throw his broken teeth to the ground, then angrily left. As for me, since being discharged from the hospital, then spent the whole day sullenly staying in the villa, borrowing alcohol to soothe his sorrows, completely turned into a waste. Wounds on the legs, I lost the will to live. Before the car accident, I was a rich, extremely handsome young man. After being discharged from the hospital due to a car accident, I became one again. Every day I have to use alcohol to numb myself. Just got out of the hospital. I still confidently think that there's no problem with my legs. Even when I want to go out, soon Guy said he wanted to drive for me. I also rejected. But when I finished putting on my shoes, prepare to support yourself and stand up, I fell to the ground again. At that time I still just assumed, it's because my body is too heavy. I cannot support it with one hand. That's why I fell. And confidently told Cian, even if I have not driven for several months, then the body will still remember how to control the car. Having said that, I have not even driven out of the underground garage yet, crashed into someone else's car. I hobbled out of the car, apologized to your opponent, and explained to him that there was a cat just now, suddenly rushed out. Because I avoided it, this accident happened, but he looked after my feet. Appeared suspicious. Then he told me to leave. Just consider it that way. At that time I thought that this is purely due to encountering rude people. That's why this random thing happened. But a few days later, when I walked from the parking lot towards the company I invested in, a small staircase in the parking lot almost made me fall. At that time I still did not admit it. It was the injury in my leg that caused me to fall, and told Cian Guy not to keep following me. I just have the muscles in my legs, still not fully recovered. Then told her to wait for me in the car. But when I finished the meeting at the investment company, prepare to hold onto the table and stand up, the wheel supporting the table suddenly loosened and fell down. Losing my handhold, I immediately fell to the ground. This unexpected incident left me stunned on the spot. My first thought when I regained consciousness is to quickly stand up, but things used to be extremely easy. Then I cannot do it. Even when others lend me strength to stand up, I also lost support in my legs, but fell down again. That moment I truly realized, my world has changed, and everyone's eyes looked at me, has also become different. It was a look full of pity that I have never felt since I was born until now. That look made my whole body feel uncomfortable. So from that day onwards, I lived negatively every day in the villa, borrowing wine to relieve sadness, completely turned into a waste. The pain in my legs also made me lose the will to survive. During the days I lived in vain. Besides Mom, then there's only Fanga. Every day you come to help me take care of the daily necessities. When someone opens the door and comes in, I naturally assumed it was Fanga. But when I speak, tell him to finish his work and go out quietly, a blinding ray of sunlight. Suddenly it hit me right in the face. Unable to open my eyes, I shouted Fangai loudly. What the hell are you playing at? When I adapt to the light, I discovered that the person who pulled the curtains open was not Fangai. And it's Zuya, long time no see. As he basked in the sunlight. Turn your head to look towards me. I feel he is like an angel descending to earth. From a warm guy who spends every day freely, turned into a fat guy who only knows how to drink alcohol to relieve his sadness. But my best friend, Zuya, could not stand me. Continue to decline like that. When he pulled the curtains open, warm sunlight shone. The face turned to look at me. This made me feel for a moment, he is an angel on earth. But when I reacted, I immediately shouted, how did you get in? I thought I had seen a ghost. He laughed and mocked me for being a coward. Then proudly took out the card from my house. Say it's my mother. Tell him to come see how I live or die. Then he asked me in surprise, how long has it been since you last took a shower? What's with all this fat? Then he told me I was a disabled person to get him some food. Said he was a little hungry. I helplessly told him to go look in the refrigerator himself, but the refrigerator was empty. He found a bag of frozen rice cakes again. He happily asked me if I wanted to eat, but I said I do not have any taste. But when the hot stir-fried rice cakes were served, I still could not escape the rule of being so fragrant. But right when I was eating very deliciously, he suddenly reached out his hand towards me, just pinched my cheek, just asked me if I should lose weight. Then he criticized me for fainting because I had diabetes, and I still drink alcohol every day. I angrily pushed his hand away, just pinched my cheek, then solemnly told him, the person who needs to lose weight is you, but he told me proudly. Since 9th grade, he has never been fat. Listen here, made me almost lose my chin. When he was about to leave, I took out some bills. Say, this is to thank you for making stir-fried rice cakes for me today. but he told me dissatisfiedly. He went to his friend's house to play, not here to work. Then he said, before I stopped relying on alcohol to escape. Every day he would come to my house to supervise me. I thought he just said that, but the days that followed, he always comes to my house after work, then change into comfortable clothes, then remove makeup. But as I see it, whether he wears makeup or not, he's equally ugly. So for me it's no different. And the following schedules are also the same. The two of us ate outside food and drank beer. Just watch series. But he said he would come until I no longer relied on alcohol. But he drank beer with me. I do not know what he's thinking either. And every time I finish watching a movie, he did not seem to remember that my leg was injured. Order me and him to clean up the battlefield. This point makes me feel like I'm still a normal person. On the contrary, it makes me feel much more comfortable. At first I was very confused. What change will Zuya do so bring? But after I started eating full meals every day, so full that I cannot even drink alcohol anymore, I just discovered my life being slowly changed little by Zuya. The days that followed, I will open the windows before he comes, because he really hates the smell of cigarettes in my room, and when the fresh air rushes into my face, I suddenly realize that the outside world is really beautiful. This also makes me want to clean yourself up. So I comfortably took a hot bath, then ordered dinner in advance. Zuya and I will eat tonight, then happily sat on the sofa, waiting for Zuya to get off work. But what I did not expect was this moment. My mother, pushing a thick envelope in front of Zuya. And after Zuya saw the envelope, an evil smile appeared again. Having a friend of the opposite sex is like an angel. When I was depressed because of my leg injury, I avoided reality, helped me and was there for me. Get through that most difficult time. But my mother left without my knowledge. But alone came to Zuya. She pushed an envelope full of money, came in front of Zuya. But Zuya just smiled and looked at the envelope, then returned the envelope to my mother, and laughed and talked with my mother. It turns out Aiden likes to use money to express appreciation. It's inherited from Uncle Nina. Last time Aiden also made stir-fried rice cakes for him, because of me. But I did the same thing as you, actually to express appreciation. A word of thanks is enough for me. If today the person facing such a situation is me, I believe Aiden will be like me now. But he spared no effort to help me. Because that is the meaning of friendship, after I was reborn. Zuya will still be there every day after work. They are all with me in the house, eating snacks while scrolling on the phone. But today, I suddenly discovered it again. He's always texting with the same person, so I asked him curiously, does it mean you have a new boyfriend? Why talk for so long? He talked to me, and told me there was no such thing as a man. It was when I was little. That guy Sujin studied piano with us. He is impatient because he cannot find a job. I was worried that he would suddenly lose his temper, so I just comforted him. I heard it was that crybaby name from when I was little. I can safely say, it's okay if you cannot find a job. Has not his father always worked at my father's company? Just good work. Counting from childhood until now, several years now. Wages also increase enough to support their entire family. After that we ate ice cream while talking about Sujin. While talking, he suddenly stopped, looked toward, then suddenly approached. Put your hand to my mouth. Then use your sleeve to wipe my mouth. Blame him and say he's not a child. Why does food always get stuck in my mouth every time I eat? This sudden action of his makes me extremely shy. And in my heart I also wonder, why is my heart pounding like that? At this moment I suddenly realized, perhaps it's because hypoglycemia has recurred, so I quickly reached for my phone and told Julia, I want to order food. But because I just ate a lot of junk food, the act of bending down to pick up the phone made me want to burp, so I quickly covered my mouth again. Pull back. This action made me curious too. What's wrong with me? Why do I have to be so careful in front of Julia? Clear. Before, I could be carefree in front of any girlfriend. But there's no need to be shy. Maybe it's because I know Julia is not like other girls. She does not stay by my side for money. That's why I'm so cautious, because I'm afraid of losing her. Just when I still do not understand what's going on, Julia suddenly told me that she had to go. Sujin seemed to be in some trouble. And she also said she would not come here again tomorrow, because tomorrow she has to go to Liani. Heard from Liani. I suddenly instinctively grabbed her hand. I finally understand. My feelings towards Julia are different now. Do not go to Liani. If you want to go on a date, then go on a date with me. Song Julia, please go on a date with me. After I mustered up the courage to confess my love. The moment of waiting for Julia's reaction. Time seems to stop. As time continues to pass, her answer was no. She said my attractiveness. Still not at the point where she would ask me out on a date. Before leaving she told me, forget about money. Try discovering your other hidden charms. Maybe that's what she likes. And she even promised me, if I can make the effort, she will agree to go out with me 3 times. But, in case her group date tomorrow does not go well, the promise of going on 3 dates filled me with confidence. But when I look in the mirror, it's really hard for me to recognize, where's my hidden attractiveness? Could it be that his handsome face is currently covered by a layer of fat? Thinking of this, I once again rekindled hope. Consider this attempt as a lottery ticket that has not been scratched off yet. Maybe when I lose weight successfully, it will be a lottery ticket that wins the first prize. But when my lottery plan was just getting started, another failure due to my bulimia. And in a hidden corner that I did not know about, there is a mysterious woman. Quietly observe all of this. I confessed my love to my best friend, but she refused me because I had money. Then there is not any personal attraction, but she promised, if I can discover my hidden charm, she can date me 3 times in advance. This makes me more confident, and I found out, if I can get rid of this excess fat, maybe I'm still a handsome guy. That's it. I named this weight loss plan the lottery plan, because I'm like a lottery ticket waiting to be drawn. Firstly, I cut off my long hair that had grown crazy during the slump. Then I sent my subordinate Seonju, find the most famous people nationwide, nutrition, fitness, and healthcare experts, and promised them I would pay 8 times the market price to hire them, to serve me 24/7. I'm looking forward to it. This unopened lottery ticket of mine could win the jackpot. But the path to losing weight was not as smooth as I expected. Weight decreased so slow, caused me to lose my initial motivation. So I thought about liposuction surgery, but the coach told me again, lose weight healthily and sustainably to avoid relapse. In a situation where the pressure is doubled, I remembered what Juya once said, eating spicy food can reduce stress. Maybe now, really need some flavor stimulation to relieve your pressure. So I ordered 3 spicy chicken feet. I originally thought eating 3 would be nothing. Just try to lose more weight tomorrow. But I suddenly felt it, because tomorrow we have to try harder. I wish I could taste a little of every delicious dish. Just eat a little, probably no big deal. That's it. I ordered all the delicious dishes that I like. At that time I consoled myself with that, just a little taste. But reality is not as good as I thought. My lottery plan has just begun to take effect, another failure due to my bulimia. I have never felt so helpless in my entire life. Because before, there has never been anything that my money could not do. But now no matter how much money I have, my injured leg cannot be cured, and no matter how much money I have, I cannot buy Julia's heart. Even losing weight, which I thought was easy, using money to achieve also has very limited effectiveness. Could it be? I really cannot do anything without money. But right when I was heartbroken, I felt sorry for myself. A voice rang in my ears. Very pitiful, right? Is that right? Feeling pathetic when you cannot even control your appetite. 2 men and women suddenly appeared, startling me, and standing up, loudly asked them how they got in here. But they did not answer my question. But say it yourself. Want to do a transaction with me? As long as I pay them 300 million on time every month, then they can let me choose one person from 3 photos to become a clone of that person. So not only do I not have to suffer from losing weight, even my lameness and diabetes, they can also be cured immediately. Such attractive conditions made me think for a long time. But in the end I still chose to refuse their transaction, because this transaction has an extremely fatal drawback. I told, I'm actually very satisfied with my appearance. When you are young, you may not be able to speak yet, but after growing up, I always feel like I am a handsome man. So if you let me keep my original appearance, I can still consider it a bit, although I was a little moved that my bound foot could return to normal. But no matter what, I do not want to change my face, and your appearance makes me even more certain of one thing. I can be powerless about other things, but at least losing weight no matter how much time it takes, I can also rely on my own ability to do it. When I think this through, I was suddenly startled. So it turned out I was just dreaming. Then I immediately stood up and called the coach. Although the coach expressed his disapproval of my binge eating, but he was still very dedicated to asking me, how long will it take me to get there? I was originally going to drive there. It only takes about 10 minutes. But then I told the coach I needed an hour, because I decided to slowly walk over there. Consider it a warm-up. Exercise before exercising. A useless person who has nothing but money. Originally intended to lose weight through my own efforts, to win his love. But because it is impossible to resist the appeal of delicious food, but I left it halfway. Just when I was feeling sorry for myself, I had it. Dream woman. Used to be able to change my appearance instantly, which lured me into doing business with her. But in the end I still choose to rely on my own efforts to complete your weight loss plan. After that every day I was very serious, even completed the exercises given by the coach. But the coach always reminds me not to be hasty. There is only gradual weight loss. New is good for my health, and I also found out previous weight did not decrease. Also started losing faster thanks to my constant exercise. This makes me extremely happy, but it's time to eat. I was extremely confused again. Do we really have to eat all of this steak? If I only eat half, then double the amount of exercise, will I lose more weight faster? So I ignored the menu. Weight loss is carefully prepared by nutritionists and chefs. Do not even pay attention to the gradual weight loss that the coach said. Increase the amount of exercise. This eventually led to me being hospitalized once again, seeing me wake up from a coma. Sunju quickly ran to ask if I was okay, and tell me. He saw me fainting at home and was scared to death. and the doctor opened his mouth to talk to me. This time I was in a coma. It's entirely due to unhealthy weight loss. Then advised, even if it's because my relatives and friends care about me, it is also necessary to change slowly, step by step. Although this time there were no serious health problems. But, this also made me fall into a deep confusion once again. Sunju found my face very unsightly. Hastily asked me if I was still very upset, and Tell him, I just feel very pitiful. Obviously based on throwing money. Invite leading experts nationwide to guide me personally. But I still have difficulty losing weight if I had no money. Is there absolutely no hope left? Although Jua told me that I'm not someone who has nothing but money. But I wanted to prove her right even more. It feels even more ironic. I who do not have money cannot do anything. It's really so pitiful. If I do not have money, then you probably will not always be by my side, right? Sunju, after hearing my self-deprecating words, suddenly asked me, can you as a friend tell me something? Afterward, he started attacking my every move. Aiden, you're such a pitiful person. Not wrong. Yet, he did not listen to the expert, and was invited back with a bunch of money, which made me faint, and also something I have not said before. Actually, he is very ugly. Even the average is not achieved, and the companies you invest in, if it was not for you throwing a ton of money into it, soon I could not stand it anymore and closed the door. As for your eye for women, then there's no need to say it. Every date, they are all money-hungry girls with extremely bad tempers. But even though he fainted due to losing too much weight, I have seen your determination to succeed even if you try your best. Very good, Will. Even if the appearance is not good, but not gloomy either. I even consider myself handsome. This confidence is also very good. After that, he was also ready to invest heavily in the work, basically making no money. But it has great social value. That courage is also great. Next is even though he has no eyes for women. Output, but I cherish every relationship I encounter. His respect for kindness must also be called top of the top, so do not say anything in the future. I'm with you because of money too. It sounds so discouraging. Although initially, I'm with you really because of money. But after I discovered that you have it, such a special attraction. No matter how much money others give me, I will still choose to follow you, this friend. But he only cares about the girl's appearance. This point is still a small defect. Although his words made me a lot more confident. But I saw that he still intended to continue talking. It really makes me a bit unbearable. Moreover, he often blushed while looking at his phone, but keep texting all the time. So I played around. Ask him if someone is urgently looking for him, but this idiot was shy to tell me. It's texting with an ambiguous person. Then he just showed me the photo of the other girl. It was Zoya, who introduced her friend to him, and Zoya's friend is Xu Zhen. Right now, Xu Zhen also called Shen, but just picked up the phone. Shengai's expression suddenly changed. Then I heard him ask about Zhou. Then he shouted loudly and asked where they were. Heard them mentioning Zhou name. I immediately asked him what happened, but he said to me with a gloomy face that Zhou and Xu Zhen are currently in danger. Now they are being held in a warehouse. The person I like and the person under my command were both kidnapped. Their captor is a multi-level organization. On the way to rescue Zhou, Shengai told me everything that happened. It turned out that Zhou and Xu Zhen went to them today. Originally, he intended to reclaim the money that Xu Zhen had been scammed by, but the other party used the excuse of placing an order. Cannot return goods without rejecting them. Then tricked them into an underground warehouse. Just enter the warehouse inside. They were immediately surrounded. Zoya pretended to report to the police to attract the henchmen. As for Xu Zhen, he took the opportunity to call Shanghai as soon as the female manager's baseball bat about to hit Zoya. Shanghai and I finally arrived in time. I thought it was my and Shanghai's glorious appearance. It will make Zoya admire him to no end, but just saw. Zoya asked me suspiciously. It's probably not just me and Shanghai who came here, but I did not seem to care. But is there anyone else who should come? He did not think about this little thing, but do I need the police? At this time, the female manager smiled brightly and said, actually it's no big deal. As long as member Xu Zhen promises to withdraw the payment request, then we can let you leave safely. But I have no intention of leaving so easily. Starting from this moment, I will replace Xu Zhen as a sales member, after listening to my words. They all looked bewildered. Then Zoya just pulled Xu Zhen towards me. He shouted loudly and asked me what the hell I was doing, but I asked her the opposite. You guys come here. Is not it because you want to get Xu Zhen's money back? But not only did they not intend to pay, but he also does not want to let Xu Zhen leave his membership position. So I just need to accept Xu Zhen's membership position. Then would not things be simpler? Then I took out my black card and told the female manager, transfer all of Xu Zhen's goods and loans. Use my name to re-sign a new contract. Listen to what I said. Zoya originally wanted to stop me. Shengai, who was next to her, immediately told her, just listen to me. Preparing to leave, looked at the black card I gave him. The female manager was still a bit hesitant. Then she told me cunningly, even if I take Xu Zhen's place, they still need to compensate them for their damages. Because of Zoya and Xu Zhen, come here today to cause chaos, causing the newly signed contracts to be cancelled. More shipments in this warehouse. It was also because of Zoya and everyone that it could not be sent. And the three of you have been dragging this time until now, but still cannot get off work on time. Then she asked me cunningly, are not you going to pay some compensation for these losses? Seeing her being so greedy, in my heart I immediately made up my mind. If so this is it. Currently all products in this warehouse, I will buy them all. And I will pay all the money at once. It's just that I have a condition attached. Once you have paid in full, then let me take all the goods away immediately. Just like that. Xu Zhen's matter has been resolved by me satisfactorily. And Zoya is still blaming me. Is not this helping the bad guys? I really do not understand what's going on in your head, but right now I want to ask her. The way she dresses like a hooligan. What the hell is that smoky eye makeup look? Super does not suit you. But she still keeps talking about what to wear. Makeup of the expedition team. I could only blush and tell her, let me take her to the beauty salon. At that time, I will find the most professional person to help you with your makeup. That way she will be much more beautiful. After listening to my words, she also blushed. Then he quickly asked me a blank question. Will it be possible to store all of those items when brought home? But I told her firmly. I originally did not intend to bring it home. Early morning the next day, news about the police busting a multi-level gang has been broadcast on television. The police did not just confiscate all the goods, which in the illegal health promotion videos they sell, also discovered carcinogens. Even dark forces support this group. They were all brought to justice. They thought that we are businessmen standing at the top of the pyramid, but they did not know. In this world, there also exist much taller pyramids. And I am the one standing at the top of that giant pyramid. After watching the news, Zoya looked at me with different eyes and tucked his hands into his sleeves. Then raise your hand again, wipe the food stains off my face. Then he said angrily. However, this time the incident was resolved satisfactorily. But you should still report directly to the police in the future. And I spoke to him very calmly. Normally I would not participate in something like this. If not, this incident is related to you. So how can I do it myself? Then I told him sincerely. I always find your own hidden charm. And I hope you can, after I found other attractions besides dowry, our previous estimate can be adhered to. Which date? But after hearing me say that, he told me again that it seemed like you misunderstood. I see we're dating now. Do not you see that? And did not I just say that your trustworthy appearance makes me look at it with different eyes? Today is our first date. Finally, I can date the angel in my heart. It's been a few months since our date started. I finally lost the weight I wanted, and Chu and I are about to enter the wedding ceremony. And today is the day Chu and I choose a formal outfit, after I change into a smart suit. The employee politely invited me to come and see. Zua wears a wedding dress, still teasing her. My girlfriend tried on a costume, but it was hard for a while. Really looking forward to seeing Chua wearing a formal dress. But as soon as I walked in the door, I immediately heard Chua complaining. Obviously join me in exercising. Losing weight. But only her weight has not changed. But in my eyes, she's so perfect it's unbelievable. Even when she was still constantly whining about his special physical condition, I happily told her that she was truly so beautiful. And she also happily responded, his way of dressing is also very dashing. Just like that, the two of us have chosen the tuxedos to wear at the wedding. But before marriage, I have to go inform someone first. That person was the ex-boyfriend who abandoned Chua. But now she is so sick that there is no cure. Cannot live much long. When I told her the news that Chua and I were getting married, she smiled. She smiled. Said that she already knew this would be the result. Chua and I are unrelated people. But I still venture to say my thoughts. I feel like if Chua marries you, she will definitely be very happy. Although hurting Chua made me very sad. But I have no regrets, if I'm being honest about my situation, based on her personality. She will definitely give up everything to marry me. And will take care of me for the rest of my life, until I died of illness. But what I did not expect was this. My lie deceived Zoya. But you cannot fool him. I'm really stupid. Yet I did not know that my boss only had sons, but no daughter. But it's also because of my stupidity. But I was able to live until now. When you exposed my lies and came to me personally, I was really surprised. But after he learned about my experience, not only did he support my medical expenses, he even sponsored my parents' medical expenses. This also allows my whole family a chance to breathe. So my appreciation for you cannot be expressed in words. And I also sincerely congratulate you two on your marriage. Not long after that day, she has passed away. As for me and Chua, it's the same. Held a big wedding as scheduled. When the wedding officiant speaks loudly, all guests are invited to stand in their seats and warmly applauded to bless the future of the newlywed couple. Chu was very nervous and said she was very nervous and asked if I was married for the second time. Surely you would not be nervous anymore, right? But I trembled and told her that I was so nervous that I was about to explode. Because this is also my first time. Met so many people attending the wedding, so I feel this time It's truly getting married with everyone's blessings. In life, the most important thing is not appearance. It's also not about money. It's the one who can makes you willing to volunteer for that person at the cost of everything. Become each other's support when sad. When you see good things, you will want to share them. When eating delicious food, you will be the first person to think of the most important person, even if the other person is a parent or child, pets, partners, friends, or anyone. You just need to be committed to volunteering for that person, but give up money and appearance, and everything else beyond that. Then that person is the most important person in this world. More than that person. Not something that can be created by contract and transaction. It is based on trust, care, and sacrifice. Use extremely slow speeds to permeate your life. Zoya helped me, who was originally arrogant, to be reborn. I will love her all my life. And I'm also very sure of one thing, that Chu will also love me for life. Today, it's the day my boss and good friend Aiden got married. I, who have followed him since high school, really happy for him to have found happiness. Remember the first time you met him? We really pretended that we did not know each other. He just entered high school. Looks like a fat guy who's easily bullied. Still rich. And I wanted to steal the new Meat 3 in his hand. Taught him a lesson. But not only was he not afraid, but also raised his head, glaring at me with hatred. That look in his eyes made me still a thug, furious. But my comrades behind were so scared that they could not speak. When I raised my hand, want to teach again. The fat guy does not know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is again. My accomplices immediately stopped me, because he recognized the fat guy in front of him. It was Aiden, who was popular in middle school. He told his family not only has money, but also a famous is the real boss of Weixin School, and he also has a very scary nickname. When I first entered school, he was the school's strongest big sister, adopted as his adopted brother, become one of a kind. Since 7th grade, he has been a very famous thug. He used it for less than a month, had complete control over the Weixin School, become a worthy tycoon, and he even left his bodyguard, broke the older sister's boyfriend's arm, and the legend of the wrist breaker also came from there. After listening to these things, I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat, immediately returned the music player to Aiden, trying to get away with it. But I have not finished the sentence yet. The 4 great heavenly kings under Aiden's command came to the door. Afterward, they took the 2 of us to their secret base. That year I was still a poor guy like me. How can I think of it? In school, there is also a decorated classroom. Such luxury. Look at Aiden sitting on the luxurious throne. I immediately thought of it. If I could be by his side, will I never have to worry about medical expenses for my father again? Mom also would not need to make money, but use those legs to deliver goods. I can also buy new study materials, gifted to my sister, who is very talented, and I also would not need to earn more income, and steal other people's money, as long as I'm loyal to Aiden. All these, will it come true immediately? Thinking of this, I immediately knelt down in front of Aiden, because of my recent rude actions, but sincerely apologized to him, and pray that he can keep me by his side. Just like that, not only did he not consider me stealing things, but also accepted me as the 5 great heavenly kings under his command, but he gave me 2 conditions. One of them is that I must always be loyal to him. This point, since I followed him for money in high school, until I gradually see the true charm in his personality, I am still steadfast in doing it. There is one more condition. Since I became an adult, I have always adhered to it. There's also the legend of that wrist breaker. I still remember it in my heart, until today's wedding. I heard my girlfriend's father, Su Jin, talking about old times. Only then did I truly know the origin of that wrist breaker legend. That year, the reason why Aiden had just entered 7th grade was adopted by his older sister, because they see him as an idiot. Every time they gather, it's just for Aiden to pay for things. But at that time, Aiden had just learned to love, and like the thug girl. But at that gathering, the thug's boyfriend in front of Aiden announced publicly that the 2 of them were dating, let everyone know. And also, asked Aiden to buy the 2 of them a matching outfit. This news sparked Aiden's newly ignited love fire, turned off immediately. Then he, look at that couple, lovingly sing love songs in front of me. Aiden wanted to withdraw from that group of thugs. The thug does not understand. Still wanted to force Aiden to give him money to buy a couple's clothes. Just gave it away. And Aiden yanked the thug's hand away, but scolded them for being a pair of dirty bitches. How could the thug's boyfriend be patient? This humiliation took a stick and hit Aiden in the head. Then he grabbed his hair, threw Aiden to a corner of the room, and scolded Aiden for being just a guy with money. Letting him join was purely for his money, and even threatened Aiden will drain him of money all his life. Aiden, who had never been humiliated like that, how can it be easy to compromise? He glared at the 2 people in front of him. That atmosphere of not giving up. After listening, I felt that he was very courageous, but having courage alone is of no use. The next second he was beaten to the point. I could only obediently kneel in front of those 2 thugs. Right now, Aiden's father The company's subordinates happened to pass by the room door. They discovered the chairman's son was being bullied, so he immediately led someone into the room, and Sujin's father were also among those who rushed in there. After listening to Aiden's story, the subordinates of the leading company immediately began to counterattack. He threatened, "We'll bring all these thugs who do not know how high and how thick the earth is into a reform," and broke the finger used to hit Aiden. Angrily, those juvenile thugs had never seen such a scene before, immediately scared and backed away. What a coincidence! When backing up, he stepped on the microphone on the ground. In an instant, he leaned back and fell to the ground. And because of that, his wrist hit the ground and was broken. This is the truth about the legendary Aiden version of the wrist breaker. There are other versions circulating outside. It's because those thugs were forced, but write a commitment letter. And the company's subordinates, to please Aiden, made up a series of stories and spread widely in Waxian school. From then on, Aiden also became a legend. This happy man in front of me is my husband. And the woman is sleeping next to him. It's not. They are more than just a real couple. Wake up together. Go shopping together. Go to a restaurant together. Even the house I live in is mine. At that time, I was still blindfolded. I thought he was busy with work every day. Leave early in the morning and return late at night. But also love him very much. And at that time we were still preparing to have a baby. So I do not pay too much attention to many details. For example, he snuck me in for a vasectomy. When I found out he put antibiotics in his food, he explained again that he was taking vitamins. Or for example, when he took me to my mother's house, I was in his car. Found a magnetic card that does not belong to our house. The panicked look on his face explained at that moment. I'm not too sad. Which was right on our wedding anniversary. I caught him with his mistress, walking hand in hand on the road. At that time I did not think too much. Very politely asked who that little lover was. My husband was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. And that woman was very generous in telling me. Her name is Shinja, is the owner of a bakery that rents our shop space. The act of holding hands. It's because he is inherently a spoiled person, so I unconsciously put my hand on it. And very frankly, please do not misunderstand. This generosity of hers made me believe what she said at that time. Also helped her cheating husband find an excuse. Seeing that their story is not exposed, my husband quickly ran to my side. Then talk and laugh to distract from the topic. But at that time I did not realize it. That woman named Shinji, looking at me with jealous eyes. After that we went to Gi's bakery together. She pretends to be generous. Give my husband a cake. And told my husband, this is a special cake prepared to celebrating our wedding anniversary. Then as soon as I turned my back on them, she jumped into my husband's arms. And my husband also promised to deal with me soon. At that time I was really stupid and naive. Do not just use the cake she made. Celebrate your wedding anniversary. I also bought a wedding anniversary gift for my husband. He told me, but the Hermes tie clip I gave him was nowhere to be found, so take this opportunity. I bought him an identical one. And I even bought him a big backpack. Let him carry things when going on business trips. But when I cut the cake and was ready to eat it, I'm in the cake again. Found out the tie clip he said was missing. When I asked him, why was the tie stuck in Mrs. Shin's cake? He frantically explained to me. It's because he made this cake himself. Because it's my first time making cakes. I'm afraid I would not say it's delicious. That's why I asked Shinjaya to say he gave it to us. Also as a tie clip, maybe he fell into it while working. At that time I was like an idiot. Even such a lie is believable. I happily told him not to pay attention, and complimented him on what a delicious job he did. But after the celebration is over, he immediately packed his things. Lie and say you have to go on a business trip to your hometown. And he's also wearing the big backpack I gave him. After I enthusiastically walked him out the door, he immediately turned around to look for Shinjaya. He was angry about Shinjaya putting things in the cake, but under the onslaught of tears, with words of love, by Shin, he immediately fell into her arms, and promised Shinjaya to quickly divorce me, then we'll marry her. But right now, Shinjaya could not wait anymore. She also made a request to my husband. Want to get rid of me together. That's why I know the story of the two of them. Purely because after my husband lied about going on a business trip, then this mysterious couple appeared at my door, in front of my house. This mysterious couple. My husband walked with his mistress right in front of me. But I'm like an idiot. Choose to believe his lies. Even go with him, celebrating our marriage anniversary. But just finished celebrating. He could not wait to pack his things. Lying means going on a business trip. Then turned and ran to the mistress's house. That's why I learned all this late. Absolutely because, at this time, a mysterious man and woman are appearing at my door. Just met. That woman got straight to the point when she told me, my Huxvini was secretly going back and forth with Shinjaya behind my back. And this has been going on for 3 years. Then she told all the details of their interaction. Tell me everything. Even when I was young, I injured my leg to save Swan. She also knows it like the back of her hand. He knows it all. Although her words planted a seed of doubt in my heart. But I still cannot completely believe it, into their one-sided speech. so I loudly kicked them out. While leaving, the other woman reminded me, take a look at Xuan's dash cam. After Xuan happily returned home, I immediately asked about this business trip to my hometown, see if the land survey yields any results. But after hearing that, I asked, he looked bewildered again. Then it seemed like he suddenly remembered, just rushed into the house, just told me there was no harvest. It's just a waste of time. Seeing him so flustered, the seeds of doubt gradually sprouted in my heart. So I took advantage of the time he was taking a shower, just watched him and that woman take a photo together. I took the memory card from his car's dash cam, bring it back. Saw the memory card in my hand, his face immediately changed color, but still pretended to calmly ask me, what do I do with that? But after seeing a series of unusual expressions from him, I did not want to pretend like nothing happened anymore. You understand my personality very well. I would not sneak a look at this. So I hope you can tell me yourself. Swan, the story has been revealed. He immediately knelt down in front of me, while crying and talking to me. It was all because Shin Jia proactively approached, due to a drunken disorder. But Shin Jia used that to force Xuan to continue having sex with her. But he did not mean anything to Shin Jia, and begged me to forgive him. After listening to his story, I'm half believing and half skeptical, so I asked to see his phone. If what you say is true. So he should have only contacted me on one side. Maybe it's because he understands my personality so well. Know that even if you put the phone in front of me, I would not watch it either. So without hesitation he took out his phone, and tell me confidently. Although he feels that doing these things is wrong for me, but about everything he told me, he is not ashamed of his conscience. After I looked at the phone held in front of me, in the end I still chose to believe his lies, and tell him. Just now he immediately goes over there and cuts off Shin Jia. You can choose to forgive me. At that time I thought he would immediately go see Shin Jia and explain clearly. So everything here seems to have ended, but what I did not expect was, he chose to end our relationship. When he hugged Shin Jia again, he is planning how to make me disappear from this world. After day, Kwon Haik treats me even more considerately and thoughtfully, and I no longer leave early and leave late like before. Not only prepare a nutritious breakfast every day, bring it in front of me, but also talk to me. He had booked the restaurant for dinner for the evening. His actions made me feel sorry for him at that time. I'm trying my best to make it up to you. But that was the beginning of his plan. After we went to the restaurant to enjoy a delicious meal, he offered to let me try the most famous dessert here, and inside the dessert, he carefully hid a diamond ring. Then he took the ring, knelt down on one knee and said, he knows that the things he did in the past hurt you. Therefore, he wants to try his best to mend your broken heart, if you can truly forgive him. He wants to use this ring to propose to me again, and hopefully we can forget everything in the past, and start again. Kwon Haik's words moved me to tears. Immediately forgot about his affair, and chose to wear a ring that did not fit my finger. But just as he was cutting the dessert cake, I suddenly discovered it again, in the distance. That mysterious man and woman appeared again, and Kwon Haik is like he's haunted right now. Just babble to yourself. It was as if in front of him. There's another brother talking to him. No matter how much you push or call him, he also did not react at all. At this time, the other woman and the man hugged a teddy bear, come in front of me. I loudly questioned her about what she did to Kwon Haik, and she just laughed, saying that Kwon Haik has now fallen into a hallucination, and tell me, today I will die at the hands of Kwon Haik and Shin Jia. Then she pointed at Kwon Haik. In the hallucination, I was telling my husband to go and change his makeup. You can watch. What good thing did Kwon Haik do next? When Kwon Haik saw you in the illusion, he stood up and left. He put his hand in his pocket again, then right in front of me, poured the whole bottle of anesthetic into my glass of wine. After finishing everything, he took out his phone again and sent a text message to Shin Jia. Tell her to wait for him at the appointed location. At this moment I was completely desperate. My body was weak and I sat down on the ground. Even if I deceive myself, it's also impossible to ignore before everything that is happening before my eyes. That's it. I stood up and turned to look at that mysterious woman. I said I believe everything they say. But I still want to try it out. How much will your husband, Kwon Haik, do? The two of them looked at each other. The man immediately put down the teddy bear he was holding. Get on your seat. Afterward, the three of us just watched Kwon Haik get me drunk, and took the younger brother in the hallucination to the car, then drive to a place not far away, pick up the waiting Shin Jia. Afterward, they drove to a deserted forest. And Kwon then put on the clothes that were prepared in the trunk of the car, and take down the ribbon on the gift box. When they put the ribbon around my neck, the two of them put all their strength, tighten the rope. Then they also brought the strangled teddy bear, go to the hole they have dug. After using black plastic bags, simple wrapping of the teddy bear's body, so it's easy to bury it in a hole. Still in the distance, I who was witnessing everything was in despair. Love is cultivated from childhood, and it's not as good as a slut I've known for 3 years. The shock was so great that I almost could not stand. But right when the other man stepped forward to help me, I picked up the stone. I want to rush in and beat this male and female dog couple to death. He immediately stepped forward and pulled me back. And the woman in the back. I'm very pleased with this impulsiveness of yours, she told. Now Lee Kwon-huk and Shin Jae have determined I was killed by them. Afterward, they will definitely use the excuse of being missing or leaving home to explain your death. If you really want revenge, then, now it's best to hide your identity. Then he offered me a deal. I just need you to transfer to him a piece of land in your name. He can change your appearance. Become one of the 3 people in the photo. Although there is a risk of death if you see the body. But compared to being killed by them again, I think I'll like the former more. Face the enemy before you. Without hesitation, I agreed to the deal he offered. If my life seems to have died once, then using an appearance you choose to continue living. For me, it's really good. Let me turn into the face I chose. He smiled contentedly, then tore up the photo in his hand. When you hear the sound of a successful transaction, my face has turned into a different face. But just as he turned around to leave, I yelled for him to wait for me a moment. There is another piece of land on Jeju Island. This time it's my turn to offer a deal. My husband and his lover plotted to kill me, but I was lucky to escape death thanks to the appearance of a mysterious woman. She then offered a deal. I just need to use a piece of land under my name to talk to her. Then, she can change me into someone else in the blink of an eye. That way Kwon-hak would not find out I was still alive. You can also take advantage of your new identity to carry out your revenge plan. As soon as I agreed to the transaction, my face has been replaced by another face. However, I do not intend to stop there. Immediately I suggested making another transaction. I raised my hand and pointed at the man who appeared with her. I said that I was willing to cede another piece of land in exchange for the right to use this man for 6 months. After hearing me say that, the woman smiled and said that she was liking things more and more. My courage, she then said. Trading possible, but the usage time is only 3 months, and besides the land, there's also a house under my name. The man's ability to create illusions. Part of my revenge plan. So even if conditions become harsh, I still happily accept. As for me disregarding my assets and changing my appearance, to take revenge on Kwon-hak, it's purely because of the feelings between me and him. It was impossible to use simple love to measure. The first time I met him, it was when Kwon-hak's mother brought Hak when he was 8 years old, come to my house to work as a maid. At that time he was still a shy, timid boy. Just moved from the countryside to the city. His timidity makes me find him very adorable. After an afternoon of school, I saw him sitting alone in the yard. Do not know what you're doing. When I came running, I discovered he was burying a dead ladybug. This warm immediately made me see that he was very honest. And when I pray for the little ladybug, he also looked at me without blinking. Just like that, Kwon-hak and I became close friends. Spring, we picnicked together in the garden. Summer, we took a nap together in the hot, autumn yard. We watched maple leaves fall in the garden together. In winter, we make snowmen together in the garden. And it was also on that winter night, the small house where Kwon-hak and his mother lived. Suddenly a fire broke out. After discovery, my father immediately told my mother and I to hide in the house and report the fire. And he rushed into the sea of fire alone to save Kwon-hak and his mother. Right then, I suddenly heard Kwon-hak's loud scream. So I followed the cry, climb up to the bathroom window where Kwon-hak is, shout loudly and tell Kwon-hak to climb out of this window. But he was afraid. It's so high that I do not dare jump down at all. Just as I was cheering him on to be brave, and shouted loudly for him to jump quickly, the fire burned the gas pipeline next to the house. Just a few seconds before the gas was about to explode, I ran as hard as I could towards him. One hand pulled him from the window, and the second after we fell. There was a huge explosion in the house. The great pressure threw us out, and when I fall down, his entire body was pressing on my right leg. That same, my father and Kwon-hak's mother, they all perished in the flames, and the cause of the fire was because Kwon-hak's mother used a gas stove to heat the room. Therefore, when my mother saw altar photo of Kwon-hak's mother, at the same place the funeral was held, in her heart she was extremely angry. The woman killed her husband. However, when she noticed Kwon-hak was alone and grieving, her kindness still arose, and ran to hug Kwon-hak, console him not to be sad. Later she will replace Kwon-hak's mother. Take good care of him. Just like that, Kwon-hak had moved into our house. You are just a mother's boy. Just a friend with whom I grew up. So I never thought he will betray and kill me because of a woman. When I wear this strange face, explain everything to mom. My mother still has a hard time believing it. A person's appearance can be changed so much in just one night. But my intonation and voice, it made her feel extremely familiar. So I can only tell her, tomorrow I will go to the civil registration office. Confirmation by fingerprint is fine. Now please help me find a comfortable outfit to change into first. Although she did not completely believe it, but I saw all the dirt on my body. She was still kind enough to find something for me to change into. Just as she was rummaging through the closet, I was surprised to find out a matching set that my dad and I bought when we were kids, because only me and dad have this outfit. My mother was angry for a while. After my mother heard me tell this story, She truly believed this strange girl before her eyes. It's my daughter. And let her believe more firmly that I am her daughter. The next day I still took her to the civil registration office. At the automatic feeding machine. Through fingerprints, civil status records can be printed. Mom not only believed what I said, but also said that she was willing to help me carry out my revenge plan. Now everything is ready. There's only one chance left. After several months passed, I made an appointment for someone to come to my house and introduce to Mom the person who will be working with us in the next 3 months. That person is Lee Lohan. Through the documents that Lee Lohan recently collected, I learned that Kwon Hak transferred all the real estate under my name. Change his. As for Shen Jia while dating Kwon Hak, so it's not just him. At the same time, she's also dating an obese guy with a lot of money, and that fat guy wanted to propose to her. Have taken the trouble to arrange a romantic proposal scene. But Shen, only because of money did I get to know him, so why did she agree to propose? So she used the excuse of wanting to return to her hometown to live, to refuse the fat guy's proposal. But she not only refused to accept Lam Fen's jewelry, took away all the proposal gifts that the fat guy bought for her. He even tricked the fat guy into buying her a pair of gold Rolex watches to commemorate their love. This stupid fat guy still did not realize he was being tricked until the end. He even looked like he was waving goodbye to her, but just got in the car. Then cried bitterly because of that whore. Through this, I have also determined that bitch Shen Jia, weakness is money. So all preparations are done. It's time to start my revenge plan. My husband and his lover conspired to kill me. I faked my death and now my appearance has changed. And prepare to use their own way to pay them back. Through documents that Lee Lohan recently collected. I know, all real estate is in my name. Have all been transferred to Hyen Haik's name. And he also mortgaged all of this real estate. To pay for the card money and high interest loans he and Shin Jia spent. And Shin Jia also always takes advantage of her beauty, sneaking behind Hyen Haik's back to seduce rich men. It seems that no matter how many assets you own, then the two of them only know how to waste money, cannot keep it either. So I decided to take advantage of their weakness, to carry out his revenge plan. I use a completely new look to Shin Jai's bakery. Asked her to teach me how to bake, and told, after finishing studying, I will build a bakery brand on an entire building. She sees money in her eyes. Immediately offered me a sky-high tuition fee. I said, this tuition is much cheaper than I thought, and offered to round up a little more for her. Indeed, this woman is greedy for money. After seeing me act so generously, immediately opened his eyes wide, and me after saying my fake name Scarlet, then quickly returned to the car. Just got in the car. Lee Lohan seemed dissatisfied with the way I dressed. He asked me to be a little more careful next time. However, he is not always by my side. Help me use illusion. As for me, I immediately used sea bream to block his talkative mouth. Then casually said, I'll pay attention next time, and told him the fish had taken the bait. I'm looking forward to it. Interesting things will happen next, and the truth is exactly as I predicted. The two of them often quarreled, because of their heavy debt. And from what I know about Joe Hyen Hai, him without me by his side to take care of everything, is basically just a trash who cannot even take care of his own life. This also makes Shin Jia extremely frustrated. Immediately thought of me, this god of wealth, so after I took a few baking lessons, she really opened the store in the name of cooperation, but asked me out, and introduced Leo Hyen Hayek to me. During meetings, I always deliberately praise and advise, and in the name of discussing business, but continuously poured wine for the two of them. So after a few glasses of wine, Shin Jia was so drunk that she passed out. Leo Hyen Hayek was also staggering. As I filled his glass with wine again, he was curious and asked why drinking red wine made him so drunk. But the red wine in their eyes, it's actually 40-degree vodka. See, the opportunity is ripe. I pretended to be drunk and asked Hyen Hayek, Boss Liu, do you know you are a very charming man? I really admire men like you who are both handsome and have money. It really makes me want to possess you. Hear my tempting words. He immediately blushed frantically, and I took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Gently place your hand on his. I absolutely will not have any other thoughts towards the people I meet at work, but after meeting you, it makes me want to train and guide you, if you can be mine. I will definitely help you do great things. I can definitely help you build a great career. Indeed, under the temptation and double effects of alcohol, he began to waver. But right now, I suddenly withdrew my hand, then pretend to be awake and talk to him. Maybe it was because I was drunk, just said those words to a married man. After he heard what I said, immediately said that he and Shin Jia are not married yet, just living together right now. Besides, the feelings between people are very difficult to talk about. Saw the fish took the bait. I immediately threw him a hotel room card, and tell him if he still wants to continue the topic just now, then come find me alone. Not long after returning to the hotel room, Liu Haik indeed came as I predicted, and he even left Shin Jia alone on the side of the road. Get in the car. Then he took off his clothes and talked to me. He comes here, was under a lot of psychological pressure, so he told me to definitely help him. But right now I'm seductive in his eyes. Actually just a teddy bear, and me and Lee Lohan are right next to him. Watch him act passionately. but the actions he took made Lohan and I both feel creepy. So the two of us immediately asked to leave the room. Early morning the next day, Hein Haik woke up with a splitting headache. He thought he was so drunk that he lost his memory, loudly calling Shinjia's name. As for me, my hair was still wet, walked out of the bathroom, and asked why he was with me, but also called another woman's name. This made him immediately flustered, and before I left, I teased him, said that he had not showered yesterday and was tired and fell asleep. Reminded to take a shower and then go home. After seeing me go, he immediately panicked and looked for his phone, and just as he saw Shinjia's countless missed calls and messages are pouring in, the phone automatically turned off because the battery ran out. At the same time at Hein Haik's house, Shinjia is waiting with a gloomy expression for Hein Haik to return. The man used all his strength with that teddy bear. It was the husband who betrayed me and wanted to kill me. But now I have changed my appearance. To use their own way to return it to them, I approached and seduced Hein Haik with a new identity, making him misunderstand that he is relying on a wealthy person like me. Wait until he returns home from the hotel. Shinjia immediately questioned him, "Why did not you come home all night? Just like he cheated on me before." He explained in panic, "It's because you have to take me, this drunkard, out drinking until morning," and held Jai's hand tightly. Tell her, he did this purely to gain my trust. But Hein Haik does not know that it was this easy action of his exposed the fact that he spent the night at the hotel. Shinjia immediately smelled it. There was still a scent left on him, characteristic of shower gel at that hotel. But this scent Jia is too familiar with, because before that, the fat guy had money, already told her that this shower gel is produced by the hotel itself. Therefore, she still remembers this clearly. And this is also something I have meticulously designed and planted seeds of doubt in her heart. The success of the plan makes me very happy. Look at Lee Rohan addicted to sweets. Immediately asked him teasingly, "What is your relationship with that mysterious woman?" But his answer was a bit vague. This made me, who had feelings for Lee Rohan, I could not help but speculate whether they are a couple or not. Just as I was staring blankly at Rohan, Hyuk found me. Seeing me and Lohan talking and laughing, he seemed a bit unhappy. So he borrowed his name to discuss business with me. "Send Lee Lone away?" Then he spoke. "The purpose of meeting me today is to win my heart." His serious adulterous expression made me almost laugh. I asked him teasingly, "A man as a partner? So how can I win my heart?" "I'm looking forward to your performance later." Then I spoke to him again very provocatively. "This can be gradual. But what now? Want to start other things first?" Afterward, I took him to the hotel we had been to. On the way, Liu Hein Haik excitedly made arrangements. Today's date schedule. But he does not know that all of this is a trap meticulously designed by me. Indeed, a seed of doubt arose in Shin Jaya's heart, made her also go to the hotel to check. The scene where I hold Lee Hein Haik's arm, meet her face to face. Just like when I met him before, Shin Jaya has not had time to speak yet. I was proactively curious and asked her why she came to the hotel. She lied and said she came to find a female friend, then hinted again. If you go to a hotel, find someone of the opposite sex. For married people, it is easy to be misunderstood. And after Lee Hein Haik heard this, I immediately panicked and wanted to pull away my hand that was holding his, but how can I give him this chance? Immediately held his hand tightly again. Then I told Shinai to his surprise. Ein Haik and I stayed at the hotel. It's because of me. Want him to come with me to one normal social session. And Shin Jia is just like me before. Expressed sympathy. Then asked if we were going to a cave, or the rooftop bar. Seeing her imitating the past me perfectly, I told her in surprise that it was not both. I've booked a suite at the hotel. Just said this. Both of them opened their eyes wide at the same time and looked at me. Then I explained. Normally I like to discuss business in a hotel suite. Then he pulled Liu Hein Haik away. As I walked, it told Shin Jai that I would borrow him for a few hours. But shit, it was not as explosive as I expected. Just call me back, and told me not to let Hein Haik get too tired. But I added fuel to the fire. Tell her I'll drop him off early tomorrow morning. I originally thought that this time would make the two of them completely turn on each other. But early the next morning, when Lee Hein Haik returned home nervously, Shinjai happily asked him again, "Do you want to have breakfast together?" But Hein Haik is bewildered. I thought this was the calm before the storm. Just wanted to go ahead and make up a lie, to soothe Shinjai's feelings, but Shinjai excitedly praised him. Really smart, yet he thought of seducing me, to plunder my property, and tell Hein Haik that she's not jealous in this case, but also happy that Hein Haik finally understood, know how to try for their happy life. Shinjai's words surprised Liu Hein Haik. Then he thought of it. So would not you be able to pursue me clearly and righteously? Just like that, the two of them held their own dreams. Breakfast in peace. And now, do not be discouraged by this failure. On the contrary, I will deliver a fatal blow to take revenge on them. I led my enemy's husband to the hotel right in front of her. But not only was she not angry, yet she also told me not to let her husband get too tired. And after Liu Haik returned home, Shinji even encouraged him to continue pursuing me. That way they can rely on me, this money tree, but one step to the clouds. But what she did not expect is shy. At this moment, the idea of wanting to throw her away arose. This also created a solid foundation for my next revenge. But when I gave the plan to Li Rohan and asked him for help, he asked me again suspiciously if I was joking. Heard that, I happily said, I know you can definitely do it. Every time I ask for your help, you all say it's difficult and you cannot do it. But in the end you will make it. So this time you will definitely help me too, because next I will strike. It's fatal. Afterward, I took Li Rohan to a remote suburb and tell him the plan is for him to create an entire mansion manor. Illusion here. For him, but he once again refused and take the reason of large scope. Long time his difficulty to deal with me, but after a long time of living together, his weakness was also held in the palm of my hand. I immediately pretended to tell him, if you still do not cooperate with me, I'll go tell you what happened to that mysterious woman. Until then, the land and houses we trade will not be counted. Impotent. He finally agreed to my request and told me I would prepare everything at the scheduled time, although I do not know. He is because of that mysterious woman, or for indulging my unreasonableness. But the result still makes me very satisfied. Just like that, I followed the plan. Take Li Ju and Shenjiya. Come to this mansion created by illusion. When they saw in my mansion manor, not just a private golf course, there is also a private water park. Then I completely believed it. I'm a hidden super rich. Then I brought them over. The restaurant is disguised as an old warehouse, and took out the prepared contract. Then tell them, this is my dessert chain. Prepare to sign a contract to enter their real estate and rental contract. Above, the scope of work that each party needs to perform has been clearly stated. Be careful like Lu Jun. I also want to confirm the contract content carefully, but he was immediately stopped by Shenjiya. This woman. I'm really afraid the duck has reached its mouth. It was lost by that useless idiot. Under Shenjiya's urging, the contract was easily signed. After returning home, both of them were still immersed in joy, because I'm about to become a rich person, but they do not know that they are falling in step by step, the endless abyss I have prepared for them. The next day, I used the excuse that there was a problem with the contract. Ask Li Jun to go out alone, and tell him, a house needs a certificate of ownership to apply for a permit. Moreover, I just sold my house. But the final payment has not yet arrived. Leading to capital in my hand is also a problem. Hope you can help me advance. Store repair cost. This idiot really wanted to have a closer relationship with me. Not only was it easy to deliver the certificate of ownership to me, also use your real estate as mortgage. Borrowing at high interest rates to advance the cost of repairs I need, then use the remaining loan amount. Go spend money everywhere with Shenjiya. Shenjiya still thought I gave them the repair cost in advance. So I believe even more that they have become people above people. Not only did he go with Liu Jun to see high-end houses everywhere, even complacent to the point of just being introduced by the manager. Monthly management costs are quite expensive. Immediately got angry, thinking that the manager looked down on her, and under her guidance. Even Liu Jun had always been timid before. I also think that I have become a rich person, just because the car salesman informed him, when buying a high-end car, no need to worry about fuel consumption. Immediately got angry on the spot, make the salesperson kneel down and apologize. But just then he got angry. Liu Jun received countless debt collection calls. This leaves Shenjiya blindfolded. I thought I was calling him, and generously said, you can casually answer the phone in front of her. As long as Liu Jun he can keep me, this gold mine. She did not pay any attention. Then on the way home, daydreaming can save a lot of my repair money. But Liu Jun right now, already worried about the debt collector's call. After coaxing Shenjiya, he said he has to go on a date with me now. Strengthen the relationship between him and me. He immediately went to the loan company. It's like I'm scolding debt collecting thugs. He also did not pay interest. Why do you have to keep calling and torturing him? But the thugs collect debt. Just calmly give him a letter. After he clearly saw the contents inside, he was stunned, and the thugs even told him, after seeing this letter, they immediately checked. Real estate information named Liu Jun, and this morning, all real estate is in Liu Jun's name. It was all transferred to a person named Shi Jieli. Then the thugs gnashed their teeth and asked him, maybe he took the house and sold it, to make sure. Liu Jun had lost all his soul at this time. He began to wonder if I had tricked him. Then he naively thought I was that rich. Furthermore, I love him very much. It is impossible to do such a thing. But the thugs do not care about what's in his heart. They approach Liu Junhee. Give him an ultimatum, Mr. Liu. We do not care whether he is a scammer or not. We just want the money back we deserve. So I give you 3 days. Return the full amount due. But Li, so scared, do not dare stay at the loan company another moment. He tremblingly promised to clarify everything and pay on time, then run away from the loan company. As soon as he got out the door, he immediately called me, and I smiled looking at his phone. Plan your next revenge. My husband and lover conspired to kill me. I escaped death and changed my appearance. Not only did they defraud all of their real estate, even lured Liu Jun to borrow debt. Now the debt collector has come to Liu Junyi and give him 3 days to repay all money owed and interest. Liu Jun ran away from the loan company, immediately called me, worriedly asked me, why transfer real estate to my name? And I'm not in a hurry to tell him, it's just a temporary procedure, just to get a license. Mr. Lee, think about it, if you're not a family member, how can I get the license in a few days? Then I told him again, the proceeds from the sale of my house have also been settled. About a week, it will be possible to return the repair money you advanced. One can transfer to him, after receiving a definite answer from me. This idiot immediately felt reassured. 1 week, I asked him to come again, in front of the building created by Lei Lohan using illusion. Look at this building under construction. He completely dismissed my doubts. And forgive me for doubting me back then. I told before to him today. His previous house and house repair money were still owed. I will return it to you in one piece. Afterward, I used the excuse of going to a meeting, and then completely disappeared in front of him. Just like that, he returned home with peace of mind. While eating, he waited for me to transfer money to him, but arrived for him? Still no money transferred to his account. Right now he still thinks I'm busy with work, so do not think too much. But when the time comes more than 4 hours, he could not sit still anymore. And during that time he sent me countless messages. Worried in my heart, he called the number I gave him again, but this time, that phone number has become unanswered. Just when he was extremely upset, Shinji did not know anything, carrying countless shopping bags due to her buying fanaticism. Returned home, and loudly told Liu Junhak to ask if the bank had it. Can I increase his credit card limit? As for the hot-tempered Liu Junhyuk, he angrily asked her, when will we stop spending so uncontrollably? Afterward, again, I was afraid that she would know about the high-interest debt, immediately ran out of the house, and now, celebrating with Li Longan, my planned it up perfectly. Li Longan, he deleted the whole thing. My contact history is there. Then he told, at this time, Liu Junhyuk was looking for me everywhere, and curious why I did not take advantage of his illusion before, to hide the actual location of the houses, and I secretly told him. Because I want to give him a taste. Things you see and hear, and believe without a doubt, disappeared before his eyes as desperately as he did. After leaving home, Liu Junhyuk first came to the office I usually took him to, but this time, that place has become a closed kindergarten. Afterward, he came to my place every time he dropped me off to look for me, and that place has also turned into an abandoned greenhouse. Final. He drove to the villa where we signed the contract. There are ruins ahead. Makes him feel like he's haunted. Just when he was desperate, debt collection messages from debt collection companies, making him fall further into the abyss. He weakly chose to turn off the phone. Then he drove home and prepared to run away that night, but just walked in the door. Immediately see, an emaciated Shinji is kneeling in a dark house. When he turned on the light, the house became chaotic. He immediately rushed to Shinji's side, loudly asked her what had happened. As for Shinji, he slowly turned his head. With empty eyes asked Liu Junhyuk, how much money have you borrowed from loan sharks in my name? Then he squeezed Liu Junhyuk's neck, asked him loudly, after all, how many things are you hiding from me? Liu Junhyuk was extremely scared. Tried to push away Shinji's hand that was strangling him. Then he suddenly told me everything that had happened. Let Shinji listen 1 year and 10. Shinji still holds the illusion and thinks, I simply ran away. I still want Li Junhyuk to come with her to my place, find me to reason, and she is very lucky. Even though I owe a huge amount of money. But luckily the house is still in their name. But when Liu Junhyuk heard about the house, immediately turned away in horror. This silence without saying a word, causing Shinji to question angrily again, stories of other houses. And when she finds out, my house has also been scammed by me, she was completely desperate. Then she staggered toward the kitchen. Then picked up the sharp knife that was soaking in the sink. Liu Junhyuk, you son of a bitch, he was complete. Destroying the life I fought so hard for. For the sake of his mistress, he did not hesitate to kill his wife and end her hair. Now, because of money, his mistress is chasing and killing him with a knife. Shinji, Liu Junhyuk was not only deceived by me of all the real estate, but also took his name, borrow a large amount of money from loan sharks. She had completely lost her mind, vows to cut Liu Junhyuk's flesh into 1,000 pieces, and Liu Junhyuk to calm her feelings. It is suggested that you can withdraw the deposit to buy a car in advance, first of all, but just as Shinji was calling, tell the salesperson to request a return of the deposit. Liu Junhyuk immediately came from behind. Use a pillow to hit her hand holding the knife. This caused Shinji to lose all reason. Once again he rushed madly towards Liu Junhyuk. Just cursed Liu Junhyuk as a bastard. The dog just punched him really hard. And Liu Junhyuk has always been weak, also beaten to anger. Angrily he used both hands to control the punches, hitting Shinji. I feel like I can use all my strength. Inextricable. Shinji then used force to bite Liu Junhyuk's hand, but it was this bite, causing Liu Junhyuk pain. One hand pushed her away. When Liu Junhyuk saw everything clearly before his eyes, Shin Jia was lying in a pool of blood unconscious. Liu Junhyuk originally thought that she just fainted because she hit her head somewhere, but when he trembled, checked Shin Jia's breathing, he just discovered that he accidentally killed Shin Jia. And right now, I'm using my phone to monitor Liu Junhyuk's movements. Extremely puzzled, asked Lai Luan, why does Liu Junhyuk stay at home forever? Never went out. According to our plan. At this time, Li Junhyuk should have been on the run. And Lai Luan, after checking the location on the phone, also felt something strange. Then he spoke. Maybe because Lu Jun left his phone at home. Maybe now he has run directly to find your mother. Then Li Longan suggested, let's go to my mother's place now. But I originally told my mother in advance, let her escape soon. But she wanted kimchi salt. But the delay takes a bit of time. Then I realized I forgot to bring my phone, so I returned home. Also while returning there, she met Liu Jun, who was losing his mind. Liu Jun is at a dead end. Not just kidnap her and take her home. He rummaged everywhere looking for valuables. Afterward, discovered a safe in the closet. When he forced my mother to tell me the code, after opening the safe, inside, only relics of my father when he was alive. This made him angry. Throw everything in my mother's face. This also made my mother angrily ask him, in the end, how many more crimes do you want to commit? You are a very innocent and honest child. Why is this happening now? Like this, I think Minchu's father sacrificed his life to save me. Is it to see you become a criminal? But this unscrupulous Liu Jun asked my mother again. So what? Look at the results. He could not save anyone. On the contrary, you will kill yourself. If he can get my mother out too, maybe even become a hero. But he could not save anyone. Still foolish enough to lose his life. My situation is the same. If I do not get caught, then I do not count as a criminal. Then he took the pillow, then pressed firmly on my mother's head. Just as my mother gradually lost her strength to struggle, Li Longan and I rushed over promptly. I used all my strength to push Liu Jun out, then immediately call an ambulance. And Li, after rolling his eyes at us for a while, started laughing hysterically again. Then he slowly approached me. It was as if I suddenly understood. It turns out it was all colluded by you guys to avenge Lu Minch. Then he raised his sharp knife and rushed towards me. But right when the blade was about to pierce my cheek, then suddenly stopped. It's Li Longan. He held Liu Jun's hand tightly. Afterward, use force to press Liu Jun's knife hand to the ground. Then use one attack to knock the knife out of his hand. When Li Jun had not yet reacted, another powerful punch to his face. But Liu Jun still refused to give up resistance. He grabbed the photo frame and threw it at Li Longan, making Longan's face unable to avoid it. But a blood stain appeared. Liu Jun then lifted the chair up. Use all your strength to rush towards Li Longan. But there was no time to run there yet. Li Longan used a nice spin kick. Kicked him and hurt him. But when Longan was unguarded and tidied up my photos, and photos of my parents together, Liu Jun picked up the knife on the ground and stabbed it towards him. Even if I also have to drag someone to hell with me. The child I have considered my own since childhood. Now he wants to kill the adoptive mother who raised him. If it were not for me and Li Longan showing up in time. My mother. Liu Jun was suffocated to death under a pillow, after being beaten by Li Longan. Liu Jun still did not give up his idea. While Longan was distracted, he picked up the knife again, stabbing hard into Longan's body. Then in front of me and my mother, frantically swinging the knife and slashing wildly. But my mother just said bewildered. That was given to my mother. That's very precious. I can only helplessly tell her that I have no choice. He used too much force and broke it. I cannot get it back either. Liu Jun, after slashing wildly at ornamental plants, turn your head to look towards me, then angrily pointed at the broken potted plant. Speak loudly to me. If you do not want to be so pathetic, then pay me quickly. But he did not expect that. People are inherently right. Li Longan was slashed until he was bleeding. Now standing right behind him, he after react. Point your finger at the potted plant and step back. Which Li Longan quickly rushed towards him. But there was no time for Longan to run in front of him. I angrily kicked him out. A continuous failure has left Liu Jun on the brink of collapse. He was angry, crying and screaming. Why do not any of you have pity on him? Liu Junni, you still do not understand at this moment. The truly pitiful person is not you. It was Lu Minchu that you brutally killed. After saying these words, I kicked him hard in the face again. And right now, rescue workers also arrived outside the door. But I originally thought that Liu Jun was already unconscious. But he took advantage of our distraction and ran out. Liu Jun ran away. Do not dare delay even for a second. The driver immediately prepared to flee abroad. For someone like him who is at a dead end, even if you do not have a penny in your pocket, it's better than being punished by law. Or better yet, be beaten to death by debt collectors. But when he looked towards the passenger seat where the passport was kept, then it was empty there. Nothing. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Are you looking for this? Boss Liu, we respect that you actively paid in the past. That's why it's refreshing to let him be free now. But now he wants to run abroad without saying a word. then we can only follow the contract. No need for a passport, I'll send you on your way. From that day onwards, Liu Jun has completely disappeared from this world. And at the same time, Shin Jaya was knocked down by Liu Jun, not really dead. Also in a penniless situation, she found Aiden, the person she had planned to get rid of. The person who loves her is like life. Treasure Aiden, why do not you answer my phone calls? I'm always at your door waiting for you to come home. Can we start over again? She used all her heart and soul to find a boyfriend who was both rich and in love with her. But because of that bad man, he cruelly abandoned him. Now my body is withered and paralyzed, wanting to return to Aiden's side. But beside Aiden there was soon someone else. Yuxao was clinging to Aiden and not letting go. Immediately angrily questioned Aiden. Do you know this crazy woman? Aiden replied in panic. Shin Jaya is just a younger sister who she knew from before. Seeing Aiden, who once treated her like a treasure, said that. Shin Jaya immediately rushed forward and grabbed Aiden's shirt. Have not you said that I am the woman you love the most? Now I have come back to look for you. We can stay together forever. Then he grabbed Aiden's hand again. Said he wanted to talk privately with Aiden. Yuxao on the side could not bear it any longer. Immediately pushed away Shin Jaya's hand that was holding Aiden's hand. Then use shopping bags. Whipped Shin Jaya straight in the face. If you do not want to be beaten anymore, then get out of my way immediately. But, Shin Jaya sees Aiden as the last saving straw. How can you easily compromise? After standing up, immediately rushed forward like the wind to attack Yuxao. She is just a daughter-in-law to replace the main wife. You dare climb on my head again? As for Yuxao, who is known as the demonic dragon mountain, immediately performed the technique that made his name, easily turned the situation around. Seeing that he was not Yuxao's opponent, Shin Jaya immediately sat down on the ground and cried for Aiden. Aiden arrived late reciting old love and old meaning. Cannot ignore her either. Worriedly she asked Jaya if she was okay. But Shinji said that Aiden still loves her the most, and even held out his hand. The illusion that Aiden could pull her up and hug her. But the next second the outstretched hand appeared. There are only 3 more banknotes. Jaya! Sorry. I only have this much cash in my wallet. It might bother you. Do not cause unsightly things like this again, okay? He does not want his girlfriend to be unhappy. He wants her to become the happiest woman in the world. After saying these words, Aiden immediately turned around and led Yuxao away. Shin Jaya right now. Completely lost him. The last hope to become rich. The end of the road has no way out. I can only choose to return to the suburbs where she buried my body. Because there is the diamond ring that Liu Juni gave me. Just get that ring. I still have a chance to turn the table. Liu Jun said at that time, that's the ring. Wedding bought at Tiffany. That kind of ring can sell for at least 10 million won. Have that money. It was enough for her to get by until she hooked another rich man. But when she thought she found my body, and tried his best to tear open the plastic bag that wrapped the body, then what appeared was a dumbfounded face, causing her to immediately sink to the ground. And that face, not just a little bit of it coming up from the soil, but he also rushed straight in front of Shin Jia. Then again from the mouth and nose, drops countless types of toxic insects. The sight stimulates these senses. Immediately scared Shin Jia struggled to stand up. Panicked, he did not choose a path but rushed forward. But when she thought that, finally got rid of that scary monster. Legs down, falling directly into the 10,000 feet abyss. Still on the cliff now. Li Lohan is coldly looking at everything. After confirming that Shin Jai was truly irredeemable, Li Lohan immediately returned to my side. He was curious and asked me why I still kept that ring. As for me, I was thinking about something to say to him. Here is proof of that. I, who used to be called Laminshu, was betrayed by the person I loved so deeply. It's also the tool they used to kill me. Moreover, it is also a token of love. Confirmed the intentions of the 2 people who deceived me. So before it all ends, of course I had to bring it with me. But this ring seems to have another meaning today. That is great. I really did not expect it. Some people are because of it. But dig up the dead body that you buried yourself. Now it's all over. The me of the past, she also had a hard time. Now she can truly rest in peace. 3 months with Li Lohan. It ended so quickly. After going down the mountain, Li Lohan said goodbye to my mother. Then he disappeared without a trace, never appeared again. And that bastard, even the day I left, did not contact me again either. Just as I was cursing this heartless brat in my heart, my mother suddenly spoke up. She was a little worried. The kimchi liquid in the luggage will spill out, then worriedly asked me, is there any problem with luggage storage? Hearing her ridiculous question, I was extremely helpless and said, Madam, before she almost lost her life because of that kimchi. Why are you still worried about kimchi at this point? It's not like you said where we were going. Are there almost no Koreans? In those places it is very difficult to buy kimchi, and I really like eating kimchi hot pot. That's why I thought I should bring fresh food from Korea. Listen to your mother's words, filled with care and love. I could not help but laugh. Indeed, only a mother is the one who truly cares for her child. Right now, my mother looked behind me and was dumbfounded. Then she happily told me, besides her, there are still people who care about you. When I turned my head to look at the person coming, it turned out to be Law Hen, long time no see. Saw her. I immediately felt uncomfortable and questioned him. Where have you been dead these past few days? I thought you would not even come to see me to say goodbye. But he spoke to me like a robot. It's because I'm their big customer. So that mysterious woman gave special instructions. He had to come see me off. This made me curious again. What is your relationship with that woman? Do you have any weaknesses that she can capture? He helplessly said that there was basically no such thing. So do you want to come with me? I will use better conditions to hire you. I also will not arbitrarily act as your representative. But it will also provide you with unlimited suites. Are you willing to run away with me? But my enthusiastic invitation was mercilessly rejected by him. Begrudge. I can only thank him for your help these past few months. Afterward, again put a band-aid on his cheek, where he was injured last time. Also take this opportunity. I kissed his cheek. Then say your final goodbyes with him. Just like that, me and my mother left the country. It can cause me to face myself and die. Also made me completely free from the past, to start my life over in a new country. Human life. Actually, appearance is not that important, because as long as you have money, even if you're sweaty, or your arms are full of hair, even the first date was full of beard, you can still have a girlfriend as beautiful as a flower. There was once a boastful woman. Come before, tell me she can change her appearance. But also my endless wealth, also cannot be changed in the blink of an eye. But I feel like she has a huge misunderstanding about money. From a young age, I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth. My parents also wanted to have children when they were older, but cherish me like a treasure. It can be said from birth. My life's path has opened up infinitely. But actually I also went through the darkest period. That was when I was in kindergarten. Because for kindergarten children, money does not mean too much. Even if I bring a robot 100 times more expensive than that clay toy, then I can still only play alone. But now think again. That period, on the contrary, people are at their most naked when you value appearance. Because after entering elementary school, I have opened up my life of superpowers. My classmates will be there for me, have the most luxurious cars, but accept me as big brother. After going to middle school, then there were a group of hooligans who actively came to my class, accepted me as his adopted younger brother in front of the whole class. And because of that, I became the most famous person in the school's history up to now. That was also then. I discovered it only takes money. Power will proactively come to you. But the thing worth boasting about the most? Actually, it must have been my high school period. Because at that moment, I understood clearly, those powers are attracted to money. Actually, now, power is not. Will lead to disputes between money and power. Although in the end it is still money that wins over power. But I would not let that happen again. So just entered high school. I changed my strategy. Because power is not pure. Will approach me for money. Then I will make them. It is basically impossible to fight for the leading power. Because I just need to use more money. To hold the dominant power is okay. Therefore, I not only conquered the 4 heavenly kings as soon as I entered school, which also makes me get one. My loyal servant has followed me for half my life, although at first, our relationship was not very pleasant. But after seeing my true strength, he immediately knelt down in front of me and begged me to accept him as my junior disciple. To commemorate his promotion to the 5th 4 heavenly kings under my command, I also specially organized a party. And as soon as I was about to drink the first glass of soft drink he poured for me, a hand immediately grabbed my face. This made him angry and stand up, loudly questioned what this fat waiter wanted to do. Then he grabbed the waiter's wrist tightly, threatening to cut off his hand, but I shouted loudly to stop his rude behavior and tell him seriously. Please remember these words well for me. I'll only say it once. This girl, you absolutely cannot touch her. No matter what happens, it's absolutely not okay, because she is my only friend. Even though he had an ugly pig face since childhood, but not only was I not bullied, but there is also a group of ferocious thugs. Follow beside me. This is purely because I have unparalleled superpowers. In my... Basically, there is no friend that cannot be made with money, but the fat girl is trying to squeeze my cheeks right before my eyes. Another exception. She did not just dare in front of my juniors, slap me in the face, and you still dare to scold my vicious and murderous juniors. Do not give me carbonated drinks from now on. That's why I tolerate her like that. It's because even if I do not spend any money, so you're still willing to be my friend. There's only her, Tongchu. This pure friendship relationship makes me deeply appreciate it. Because of even my parents' relationship, only money can build things. If not for marriage of convenience. Perhaps the two of them have never even met, so I think it's natural. Just need money. Then there will be constant friends and associates. Even love. It's not impossible to get by with money, and after I have verified it, so it's not just possible, completely more than enough. But, after my girlfriend Moon Kiri was by my side, I discovered that she was a bit negligent in managing her figure. always use the excuse that there is no management company who would sign a contract with her, but just let yourself indulge. This also made me think of breaking up. I asked her if she has not been taking care of herself lately. Why does so much excess fat appear on the arms and waist? Then I decided to take this opportunity to explain everything to her. My relationship with you, built on the principle of equal exchange. I provide all living and work expenses for you. And you need to always maintain the look that I like. In my eyes, this transaction is what is called loving me. Now give me 1 weeks to remove excess fat from the body. So we can not only continue to maintain our love relationship, but I can still let you join my uncle's management company. When she heard it, I can join my uncle's management company. She immediately told me confidently. She will definitely lose weight within a week. This is the perfect answer I wanted. Because anyway, I really like the figure. Her softness and flexibility when we first met her. 1 week, she certainly did not disappoint my expectations. Lose weight and return to original shape. As soon as she got in the car, she immediately asked me, "Can I go sign the contract today?" And I did not just keep my promise. There is another plan in my heart. So after helping her deal with the management company, I went to the restaurant where Ju was working. Ju was still very surprised why I came to find him. Because every time I have a girlfriend, I will keep a distance from him, so he wondered if I had broken up with Moon Kyuri. As for me, I shyly told him that I had not broken up yet, but I planned to get married. Before proposing, I always felt like I should give you a heads up. After hearing this shocking news, he showed an extremely admiring expression, and I said proudly, "I hope you can also feel the sweetness of love." But he told me dissatisfiedly, "It's not like he does not have a boyfriend." This is his saying, made me spit out all the red wine. "Just drink it in your mouth and come out." Then he took out his phone, showed me a photo of him with his boyfriend, then scolded, "Is it that shocking that he has a boyfriend?" But to the point of having to spit out the alcohol. "But I really think that with your appearance, it's impossible to have a boyfriend." After listening to what I have to say, he just called me a psychopath. But after being beaten and scolded, he told me sincerely, in short, "Congratulations. You must definitely propose successfully. Today I am about to propose to my dear girlfriend." I did not just meticulously decorate a romantic confession board, but also full of colorful balloons. Candles and red carpet are also complete. When she was still bewildered entering the room, I immediately held the flowers and walked in front of her, and took out the 10-carat diamond ring I had prepared. She looked at me sincerely proposing with tears in her eyes. Before I could even speak, he jumped right into my arms, crying and happily shouting that she agreed. After I put the diamond ring on her hand, she was even happier. Want to share? This happiness goes to all friends and relatives, but because she is now a famous movie star, she asked, can wait until after her upcoming movie premiere, then hold the wedding ceremony. This small thing is for me, who single-handedly supported her. Of course it does not matter. This proposal was originally perfect. But just as Kyuri and I were about to go to the restaurant to celebrate the joy of getting married, then an uninvited guest suddenly barged in. When she saw Kyuri holding flowers, immediately claimed to be a reporter for an entertainment magazine, and asked Kyuri if she had accepted the marriage proposal. This unexpected incident made Kyuri panic. After that, she just denied that she was Moon Kyuri. I was in a hurry to close the door, but that reporter still refused to give up and rushed in. Then he took out his phone to take a photo of Kyuri. After my servant chased her away, Kyuri collapsed and fell to the ground, crying about acting career was ruined because of my negligence, and asked me what to do now. And I did not panic and took out my phone, call a colleague. Press representative. His uncle and uncle. Because I know, this incident not only did not ruin her future, but it also helped her acting career skyrocket. The next day news broke that Kyuri was getting married. As expected, I climbed to the top of the search results. Although netizens have a series of criticisms about that article. But inherently, they are easily led by public opinion. Therefore, just cleverly turn Yuri into a victim, and continuously deliver positive news. Come to them like waves crashing in the blink of an eye. Everyone's attitude will immediately change. Just endless money and extensive connections. Manipulating public opinion is as simple as manipulating the media. Not long after that, Kyuri and I smoothly held our wedding, and my parents, although a political marriage was arranged for me, but in the end, it was because I loved this precious son, which cancels it, the day I got married. So-called fiancée. She even shed tears while attending my wedding, but maybe those were tears of joy. And so my married life began. I originally thought this would be a happy beginning, but after she got married, she started doing bad things. Today my eldest uncle called me to his management company, because of Kyuri's contract cancellation. It could almost be compiled into a book. Then the eldest uncle complained to me. Originally got very good contracts for Kyuri, obviously just finishing filming smoothly. You will be able to earn a lot of money, but she always acts like a star at every studio. Do not scold your assistant for buying the wrong coffee. It's also because the boxed lunch order does not suit my taste, but beat the screenwriter. Even even unilaterally scolded the director for being rude. In the end, even the studio did not come, disappeared for a whole week. His evil action has spread throughout the world. Leading up to now, absolutely no directors or investors dare to use him anymore. As soon as my uncle very regretfully told me, Kyuri can no longer work in the entertainment industry, the manager under him brought a new model in. I see you have work. I was originally going to go first, but the other model seemed to recognize me. He is the son of a tycoon. Then he smiled and extended his hand to express that he wanted to get to know me. As for me, besides my wife, I would not lay my hands on any other woman and turn him down. After I went out, he chased after me again. Without my consent, he grabbed my hand. Does he really love his wife as rumored? Then he asked me provocatively, is it as rumored? Do you like girls who know how to take care of themselves like him? Then do not wait for me to answer. Stuffed business card in my hand, and waved at me to say I was welcome to contact her at any time. Although at that time I immediately threw away her business card, but after returning home, look at this once graceful beauty. Turn into a pig that only knows how to stay at home to eat and drink. I really cannot bear it any longer. I questioned her loudly. When finally, just starting to focus on taking care of your body, but she said firmly. She only needed a week to remove excess fat from her entire body. When Kyuri. Then he proudly announced that he would just eat today. It's okay to start losing weight tomorrow. Even now, she still does not understand the situation clearly. I gave her an ultimatum. No matter how much money she needs to get back in shape, but I only give you 1 month. This 1 month. It's looking at the part we once shared. If within a month she cannot be as skinny as before, so divorce. Heard about divorce? She stood up angrily. He loudly questioned me why I treated her like that. Have you forgotten? We already had a promise. I mean all your expenses. And she responded to me with an appearance that I liked. But now she looks back at herself. How oversized has my body become? Girls with better physiques than her. They were all competing to take the initiative to stick with me. Say you like, I do not need to continue living with a fat person like you. I'm just giving you 1 last month to slim down. Listen, she was not discouraged at all, which gave me a condition. In just 1 month, she can lose 48 kilograms. So all the businesses under my name, all must be changed to joint ownership with her. If she cannot do it, she will accept a clear divorce from me. At first I was worried. This proposal will cost me half my assets. But the reality is, she was so lazy even though she had a large amount of money, also cannot be shaken. Within a month, she could not even go to the gym 5 times. Just like that, a month later, we are divorced. People often say, the best antidote to heartbreak is a new love. After finishing with Wen Kyuri, a marriage I could not stand, I met Kind Liangji, who is not inferior to Kyuri in beauty. This makes my already empty soul. It seemed to have been filled by her. Therefore, I was about to take her to meet my good friend, Zhu Ya. I originally planned to have a date with 4 people, but Liangji seemed a bit tired from walking around, so she delicately expressed that she wanted to go home and rest first. Out of love for her, she worked hard with me to go shopping all day. I was disappointed and agreed to her request. When getting off the bus, she seemed to forget to give me a goodbye kiss, so I proactively put my face in front of her. After we kissed goodbye, I went to the restaurant in my name to meet Juya, because I always think of my beloved Liangzi. I did not hear anything the waiter said to me. After the waiter left, Zuya immediately blamed me. In front of his waitress friend, also treat the service staff with such disrespect. And I looked at him bewildered, and asked him if he did not remember the person just now. He and I have always been very close classmates, and he's not a waiter either, which is the manager of this restaurant. Only then did Zuya suddenly remember. My classmate is always by my side. Then he smiled and expressed, looks like he did not misunderstand me. Then he took his boyfriend's arm. Tell me the purpose of finding me today. Actually, it was because he wanted to tell me good news. The 2 of them decided to get married. Heard this shocking news. I was so surprised that even the bread I put in my mouth spit out. How is that possible? I originally thought even though he might have a boyfriend, it is also very difficult to get married. Why do you suddenly want to get married? Then I asked his lover. He is working at a small and medium-sized company that is quite stable. Appearance is also very handsome. Why did you pay attention to Zuya? Is it Juya always clinging to him? It has nothing to do with marrying him. You can tell me. After listening, I asked. He smiled and said to me. In fact, it was he who was always wrapped around Zuya. He thinks Juya is very active, and his serious appearance is very beautiful. Look at the 2 people who truly love each other. Makes me really admire it. Zhu then shyly told me. Wait until they decide on a party location. Will send me an invitation. And told me I had so much money. Lejing is definitely not stingy. I originally had Liang Ji, which also does not. Felt disappointed when I heard he was getting married, but something I did not expect. To be, just a few days without seeing each other, Liang Ji has turned into a fat person. An ugly woman has spots under her armpits. This makes me fall in love again. I was still looking forward to it. She could become my lifelong partner. Just when I was alone and sad, Zuya suddenly also appeared on the restaurant's terrace. She who does not smoke asked me to borrow her lighter. I'm very curious as to why she is like that. She sadly told me that she broke up, Zuya, that day her boyfriend took her on a date to the most famous proposal location. At that time, she thought her boyfriend would definitely propose to her. She does not just wear the most beautiful dress, even waterproof makeup, just in case you get too emotional and cry later. At the beginning, everything is very nice. She even imagined proposing. But when her boyfriend got down on one knee, he told her, "It's not like you married me, but let's break up." At that time, Zuya, I thought my boyfriend was joking, but the reason for the boyfriend's breakup, she could not help but believe it was true. The daughter of her boyfriend's company boss noticed her boyfriend. If you marry the boss's daughter, he will at least have to struggle 30 years less. If you choose Zuya, a life whose end can be seen at a glance, making him feel the pressure doubled. So he begged Zuya to let him go. The reason for choosing this high-end restaurant is to say goodbye, was because he did not want to at the last moment make Zuya feel they are a poor couple. Afraid of the memories he left for her, both needy and pitiful. But these things are in Zuya's eyes. Saying goodbye at this proposal location, inherently the worst memory. After listening to his story, I originally wanted to invite him out to drink some soju after work to cheer him up. But it seems like this time he's really heartbroken. Even my invitation, this good friend, was refused. As for me, after breaking up with Liang Zi, then continuously falling in love, just need money. His love life is really very simple. Maybe Zuya only takes the pain of a breakup that has not healed yet. Make use to rationalize the fact that I'm not beautiful. That's why I cannot love anymore. Appearance and money only need one of two things. Then falling in love is really easy. As for my poor friend, he has none. From then until now, I am both a hun. Go find each of your girlfriends, but in a corner that I do not know. This time I was considered prey by others. This beautiful woman, after I left, immediately started asking for my information from the service staff. When she knew I was a person who had no hesitation in love, he's a guy who spends money like trash. She immediately developed a deep interest in me, and the waiter even talked to her. The girls I used to know are all beauties of the same type as her. Long flowing hair, lightly curly hairstyle, pure face with profound features. The service staff firmly affirmed that if she appears next to me, then 100% she will become my next girlfriend. These words made her even more determined to conquer me, because every day I have to run after my girlfriends. It made my already obese body a little thinner, and I'm also a little bored with my new girlfriend. So today I went to choose suitable clothes myself. But compared to buying things for your girlfriend, choosing your own clothes is really boring. Selected in less than 5 minutes. I was too lazy to continue watching. Immediately tell the waiter to pack it all up. Sit down. I suddenly noticed my son Kyu was also looking intently at a lady's handbag, so I asked him in surprise, "Maybe you already have a girlfriend?" He smiled and told me no. It's his sister. Successfully graduated with first place in school, and I also found a very satisfying job. So this older brother, just said he wanted to give his sister a branded handbag. Hearing this, I immediately became interested. Immediately tell the staff to serve, bring all suitable clothes and bags. Which young girls, in my 20s like, listen, Sunkyu spoke a little frantically. He basically cannot buy things here. Just wanted to come here to compare prices, then just buy the cheapest one online. But in my confident, how can you be so stingy in giving gifts? Today everything is paid for by me. I will definitely make sure you, this brother, do not lose face. At the same time, the person is planning to conquer me. The new beauty is looking for my shadow everywhere. When she saw me and Sunkyu finishing spending money, while talking and laughing, he walked towards her. She once again confirmed her appearance. Hairless legs. The suit can vaguely reveal the body's curves. The hair is well groomed and not too dark, but makeup can be highlighted with deep lines. After all is ready, she slowly walked towards me. The moment she passed me, I was indeed deeply attracted to her, so I immediately called her back and give her the communication method she always wanted. This Shinjia girl is truly perfect. After every date, she will tell me everything. She has to go to the gym 24 hours to exercise to keep in shape. A girl who can just date, it can also consume such excess fat. It really makes me unable to stop. But it's also because of this perfection of hers. Sometimes it makes me extremely sad, because it's just while she's exercising, no matter what happens, I cannot contact her at all. But think carefully. A girl can consistently exercise for 2 to 3 hours every day. In this world besides her, probably very few people are like that. But after a year of knowing each other, in the end we still broke up. I cried while telling Juya that my true love just disappeared from my world. Maybe it's because I put too much pressure on her. This moment, I can finally understand Juya's words. Regarding the breakup, I cannot love anyone else anymore. This feeling makes a hole in my heart. Suffering does not want to live, but just as Zuya was comforting me, that time will erase all pain. I suddenly noticed a beautiful woman entering the restaurant, but her appearance makes me mistaken. She is the Jia that left me, but she walked straight towards me and said that she is not Jia. Aiden, do not you miss me. I am a model of Ningdebo Management Company. Yuxao, we've met once before, right? I once again fell in love on the path to finding true love, and this time it was truly heartbreaking. When the feelings of sadness gradually ate away at my reason, makes me about to collapse. Yuxaolu was like a ray of hope entering my life. Look at her face. This makes me feel like I can reopen my recently closed heart. It's natural, but as soon as I invited Yuxiaolu to my house, drink good wine together, Shinjia left me and came back, see her current appearance. I cannot help but doubt my eye for choosing a girlfriend. Deeply, why do the women who used to date me? In the end, everything changed so dramatically, but until now, the only one who still maintains the same appearance. Like the first time we met, it was Yuxaolu. Maybe you. She is the perfect woman I have always been looking for. Her front and back looks make me want to. She became the happiest woman in the world. After we escaped Shinjia returned home, she suddenly asked me, the woman just now, is it the person you met for the first time? Did I say the wrong name? She then expressed her dissatisfaction with my taste in women, but do not wait for my answer yet. She suddenly grabbed my collar, then gave me a deep kiss. You saw it today. In this world other than you, no one can maintain themselves that well. So in the future, do not stand on this mountain and look at that mountain anymore. Focus on loving only me. Maybe Yuxalo is really among my ex-girlfriends. Is the person who understands best what I need. This point, I was also confirmed in her conversation with Sun Kaiyu. In her heart, she views relationships between people very thoroughly. All relationships, they are all built on the basis of both sides measuring before they can be established. Just like two people going on a blind date, it all depends on appearance, salary, family background, education, etc. to gauge whether a meeting is needed or not. When the balance between both sides is relatively stable, only two people can truly get along. Apparently everyone is like that, but once these conditions, converted into money and beauty, people will curse you for being greedy for money and greed for beauty. She thought. This is basically a pretense of not daring to face one's inner self. She also will become the only woman who owns all my assets. A woman with the same worldview as me. It's hard for me not to miss her, so after I came back from work, even though I have not eaten rice yet, I want to see her immediately. But maybe it's because I've been working too hard lately. This shocked me as I drove to see her. Shortness of breath. At this time, my treasure also called to urge me. After comforting her feelings, my heart suddenly pounded continuously. Suddenly my eyes widened, then passed out at the steering wheel, and the car also drove at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Jumped straight out. Luckily my life was not in danger. Just having to lie in bed every day makes me miss Sally so much. Luckily Sally had time to visit me today, and she even told me, will bring me the type of bread I like. So after taking blood sugar lowering medicine, I told the aunt who was taking care of me to leave early, and promise her that I will pay her according to the correct formula. After the caring aunt left, I looked at Xiaolu's consumer messages on my phone, and predict if she walks around the street. It took about 3 hours to get to the hospital. But inherently, I thought Xiaolu was the only one who came to visit me. But I saw her and my mother entering the hospital room. As soon as she saw me, my mother said, constantly asking how I feel. Then she started talking to me. That's because normally I do not have health checkups, so I do not even know if I have diabetes. Even though our family has billions of assets, money cannot buy health. My mother's concern gives me a headache. And also, this caused me to not even have time alone with Xiaolu. Luckily the doctor appeared promptly. Just stopped my mother's nagging, but the doctor spoke secretly. Want to talk about my medical situation with my mother and Xiaolu. This is also good for me. Have time to prepare a secret gift for Xiaolu. But I originally thought that the doctor simply advised them. Have to pay a lot of attention to my diet. But what surprised me was, while I was unaware, the doctor told my mother and Xiaolu that I could be disabled for life. This news, I who have my ears covered, after seeing Xiaolu return, I was very happy when I said I wanted her to be with me more, but she told me again, because of work, she will be very busy in the future. Maybe in the future there will not be much time to visit me. So today I will propose to Xiaolu. Xiaolu, maybe you do not know. How much strength can your companionship give me? I like you very much. Always maintain that perfect appearance of yours. I also really like you to buy the things I like to eat. Go to the hospital to visit him. This gentle, considerate look, you give me the feeling. I can entrust everything to you. Wait for me to leave the hospital. I will officially propose to you. Just wait for me a little longer. I kept thinking about this sincere confession of mine. Will move into tears. But unexpectedly, he took off the ring I just put on him. I originally did not want to tell you now. If I do not say it, it seems like it will make her overjoyed. Just now the doctor said. After this she will no longer be able to walk normally, because she lives very freely. So I'll tell you straight. Even if her family is incredibly rich, I can live with a disabled husband. So let's break up. But I have not been able to digest this shocking news yet. Tiu-Luck was sent flying out by someone. Unexpectedly, it was Chua. He angrily, Tiu-Luck is truly a slut with extremely bad morals. And now, I was amazed at everything that was happening before my eyes. In this moment, I was not heartbroken because Tiu-Luck wanted to break up. Do not suffer because I have to limp my whole life. It was the slap Chua just gave to Tiu-Luck. Makes me who has been through this. Remember the feeling of being hit extremely hard? This also reminded me immediately. The first time I met Chua. At that time I was still in elementary school. Because my mother did not want me to just know her. Friends who only know how to flatter. So chose to take me to a class. Learn piano in public. That was also the first time I met Chua. When he was young, he was very polite. And his father is also my driver. So after he finished greeting my mother immediately wanted to entrust me to Chua. But Chua's family is too poor. He told my mother, today is his last class here. Other children studying together. After hearing this news, they were all extremely sad and tried their best to hold on to him. But clearly he is the saddest. Yet I still understand how to comfort other friends. At this time, the teacher also regretfully told my mother, Chu is the captain, most attractive in their piano class, and also the best piano player. Originally I was planning on letting him participate in the contest. It's truly a pity. After listening to the teacher's words, my mother seemed thoughtful, and I was so impatient that I cried. Just when I was clamoring to go home immediately, Chua did not just hold my hand, invite me to play with them, but also talk to me. Can you teach me a very good song? No more interference from me. My mother is honest. Immediately tell your teacher your intentions. She wants to use the form of a scholarship to sponsor Chua to continue studying piano, but the teacher said it very awkwardly. If you so. Parents of other students know, will ran to protest her. Why does not my child have a scholarship? So my mother decided, in the next 10 years, all scholarships for this class will be paid for by her, and set the number of scholarships to 5. So not only can we secretly sponsor Joa, and other parents will not object. After that my mother also donated to the class, more than 10 most expensive pianos, just like that. Chua is very talented at playing the piano every month, receive a class scholarship. I will also have a driver take me here every day, to train your mind. The people who study here are not the same as the people who study at school. They treat my designer clothes. And how expensive is the car I drive? Not at all interested. This also keeps me in the classroom. Seems a bit out of place. But only Chua always proactively greeted me. At that time, I still thought that I was right. It's because his father is my driver. That's why he wanted to take the initiative to please me. What? A classmate sadly told Chu. His father closed the restaurant to work abroad. He would not be able to see his father for a long time. He does not understand. Why cannot dad stay by my side? Right when Chua was kindly comforting that classmate, I consider myself right to say that I know why his father went abroad to work. It's because his family is bankrupt. The restaurant also closed because business was not good. Do you want me to tell my dad? Let him give your family a little more money. So I'm also willing to be your friend. But I have not had time to finish your words yet. A slap landed directly on my face. The slap force is very strong, causing even a 200-pound kid like me to be blown away. I only saw Chua rubbing her wrist angrily looking at me, and said, they would not be friends with one person, specializing in trampling on others like me. That was the first time in my life that someone beat me. It was also the first time I felt such pain from being beaten back. At that time I completely did not understand. Why is there a kind of friendship that cannot be bought with money? Because at school, all my classmates will flatter me because I have money. When I was angry I shouted all these things. And said, they should be grateful for my alms. Chua looked at me with a serious face and said, tell me to stay after school. I kept thinking of Chua after school, will continue to beat me. But he took me to a sidewalk restaurant to eat tabaki, and asked, can he forgive his impulsive actions just now? Then he told, he wants to be my first friend. This has nothing to do with my family's money. He simply wanted to be friends with me. As for me at that time, I naively asked him. He also suggested this plate of tabaki that he would serve. As for me at that time, I naively asked him, after inviting me to eat tabaki. Furthermore, say my friend, is not it the same as using money to buy friends? This made him look like he was looking at a stupid person. Look at me coming here. He's been since then, has become a unique friend in my life. So people have personally witnessed the power of Jua's slap, when she saw Tiu-Luck being slapped on her ear. Without falling, the nurse burst into tears. It surprised me because he was also really strong. Tiu-Luck, after being slapped by Jua, angrily asked me who she was, but right now I am still lost in my memories. Have not recovered yet. See, I did not answer. Tiu-Luck then carefully evaluated Jua. He asked loud, what does Jua and a cheap body have to do with me? Based on what you appear for me. Then she aggressively gave Jua a slap in return, and said angrily, being a star yourself is worth hundreds of millions. Must make Jua pay for hitting him. But Jua is not only not afraid, but also looked angry and told Tiu-Luck to go ahead and make a big deal out of it, and told it, if he wants to let the whole world know his shallow dignity, then just keep working. and she definitely would not forgive the bitch who hurt her friend. Tiyuluk was touched by pain, so he became angry, grabbing Jua's cheeks tightly. Then he intended to give Jua a strong slap. At this time, I came back to my senses and wanted to stop them from continuing to fight. Because the movement was too strong, he fell to the ground. Jua saw that, quickly pushed Tiyuluk's hand away and ran towards me. Then he worriedly asked me if I was okay. I originally intended to tell them to stop fighting, but I have not finished the sentence yet. Tiyuluk once again grabbed Jua's hair, forcefully pulled her away from me. As I said, preventing them is no longer effective. Just wait until they win or lose, then the war between these women will end. But in this battle, I was completely unable to predict the outcome. Yu Xiaoliu is 179 centimeters tall, weighs 52 kilograms, characteristic is having long arm span, and martial arts moves to lose weight. His previous nickname was Long Sun Drug, because in high school, beat up a high school girl who dared to bump shoulders with him, to the point of unconsciousness that was obtained. Song Jua is 165 centimeters tall, weighs 66 kilograms. Characteristics are good wrist strength and solid abdominal muscles. Her previous nickname was the spiritual goddess of broken tooth, because in high school, knocked out the teeth of a big sister who bullied her classmates and got it. Both of them are famous characters. Never lost a fight with a girl. Right when the battle started, Jua raised her hand to grab Tiyuluk's hair, but due to the long arm span, plus Tiyuluk's quick reaction speed, but she missed. This also exposed her vulnerability. Tiyuluk grabbed her hair back. But how could Tiyuluk miss such a good opportunity? Immediately took the stance of the sure kill move that he was proud of. This move when he was dealing with Shin Jiaya also appeared. This made me break out in a cold sweat for Jua. Will Long Sun Drugs win? Or not? I only saw Jua use all her strength to put one foot on the ground. She held, not defeated by Tiyuluk's sure kill attack. This also startled Tiyuluk, who was sure of victory. At that moment he was startled. Jua launches a counterattack. She stretched out her hands and grabbed Tiyuluk's hair again. But this time Tiyuluk was not so lucky. The two kept pulling each other's hair. Struggle there. To prevent Jua from using the same sure kill move on him, Tiyuluk is similar to Jua, lower your body's center of gravity. He plans to no matter which direction Jua throws him, he can always improvise. But what surprised him was, Jua did not follow the usual path, which takes advantage of his outstanding arm strength. Pressed Tiyuluk firmly to the ground. As I said, the victory or defeat of this battle has been decided, and Jua shouted loudly, "Tell Tiyuluk not to bother patients like me anymore. Get out quick." Right then, Thien Kwai did not know what happened after hearing the noise in the room. Ran in, and shouted loudly for Jua to let go. Do not be rude to the madam. And Jua looked proud and told him that, Tiyuluk just abandoned me. Now she is no longer a standard lady. Hear this sentence. Thien Kwai looked and asked me if that was true. As for me, I silently looked at Tiyuluk, then he nodded sadly. But Tiyuluk is still the same as before. Loudly ordered Thien Kwai to take him home. Thien Kwai immediately let go of the hand holding him, and with a fierce expression said to Tiyuluk, Aiden is a very decisive person. Because you two broke up, then do not continue to mess with her anymore. Now, do not wait until I take action to ask for forgiveness. Tiyuluk, after losing face, was angry and cursed. It's obvious they're out for money. But I clung to him and did not let go. But I have not finished scolding yet. He suddenly covered his mouth. Then he saw that one of his front teeth had fallen out. As for Jua, she had a satisfied look on her face. Come here. Tiyuluk could only aggressively throw the broken tooth to the ground, then angrily left. As for me, since being discharged from the hospital, all day, I spent a negative day hanging out in the villa, borrowing alcohol to soothe my sorrows, become completely useless. Foot wound. Made me lose the will to live. Before the car accident, I was a person of limitless glory. Is a wealthy second generation. After being discharged from the hospital, I became a person again. Every day I have to rely on alcohol to numb myself. Just got out of the hospital. I still confidently say that my legs are. Even when I want to go out, Thien Kwai said he wanted to drive for me, but I refused. But when I finished changing my shoes, prepare to support your body and stand up, I fell to the ground again. At that time I still just assumed, it's because my body is too heavy. One hand cannot support it. That's why I fell. And confidently told Sun, even if I have not driven for several months, the body will still remember how to control the car. But I have not even driven out of the parking garage yet. Crashed into someone else's car. I hobbled out of the car. Say sorry to the other person, and explain to him that just now a cat suddenly jumped out. Because I avoided it, this accident happened. But he looked at my feet again, appearing suspicious. Then he said, stop it, consider it that way. At that time I kept thinking that this is just meeting someone who is not polite, so it just happened by accident. But a few days later, when I go from the parking lot to the company I invest in, a small step in the parking lot almost made me fall. At that time I still did not admit it. It was because of my leg injury that I fell, and told Sunkyu not to keep following me. I'm just because of my calf muscles, still not fully recovered. Then told him to wait for me in the car. But when I finished the meeting at the investment company, prepare to hold onto the table to stand up, the table's wheels suddenly became loose and fell off. Losing my support, I fell to the ground. This unexpected incident left me stunned on the spot. When I came back to my senses, the first thought, I have to get up quickly. But what used to be so easy, now I cannot do it. Even when someone else borrowed their strength to help me up, I also lost the support under my feet, but fell down again. That moment, I just realized my world has changed, and everyone's eyes looked at me, also become different. Those were eyes filled with sympathy. But I have never felt it since I was born. This look makes me feel uncomfortable all over, so from that day, every day I stay negative and lock myself in the villa, borrowing wine to relieve sadness, completely become a waste. The wound in my leg also made me lose the will to live. During the days I lived in vain, besides my mother, then there is only Sunko. Come every day to help me arrange the necessary needs. When someone opens the door and comes in, I naturally assumed it was Sunko. But when I told him to finish the job, then just go out quietly. A blinding beam of light. Suddenly it hit me right in the face. I could not open my eyes and yelled at Sunko, "What the hell are you doing?" And when I get used to the light, I discovered that the person pulling the window curtains was not Sunko. And it's Juya, long time no see, as he basked in the sunlight. Turn your head to look at me at that moment. I feel he is like an angel descending to earth, but when I react, I immediately shouted, "How did you get in here?" I thought I had seen a ghost. He laughed and mocked me for being a coward, then proudly took out my door card. Say it's my mother. Tell him to come see if I'm still alive. Then he asked me in surprise, "How long has it been since you last took a shower? What about this pile of fat?" Then he forced a disabled person like me to get him some food. Said he was a little hungry. I helplessly told him to look in the refrigerator himself, but the refrigerator was empty. He found a bag of frozen food again. Rice cake. He happily asked me if I wanted to eat it, but I said I do not have any taste. But when the hot stir-fried rice cakes were presented on the table, I cannot escape the law of being so fragrant. But just as I was eating well, he suddenly reached out his hand towards me, just pinched my cheek, just asked me if I should lose weight. Then he blamed me for being in shock due to diabetes. And I still drink alcohol every day. I angrily pushed away his hand that was pinching my cheek, then speak to him with a serious face. The person who needs to lose weight is you, but he told me proudly. He has never gained weight since 9th grade. Hear this sentence. Made me almost lose my chin. When he was about to leave, I took out some bills. Say, "This is money to thank you for making spicy stir-fried rice cakes for me today," but he told me dissatisfiedly. He came to his friend's house to play, not here to work. Then he spoke. Before I no longer had to use alcohol to escape myself, he would come to my house every day to supervise me. I thought he was just saying that, but the days that followed, he always comes to my house after work, then change into comfortable clothes, then remove makeup. But as I see it, whether he wears makeup or not, he looks equally ugly. So for me it makes no difference. And the schedule after that is the same. The two of us ate outside food and drank beer. Just watch series. But he said he would come when I was no longer dependent on alcohol, but drink beer with me. I do not know what he was thinking either, and every time I finish watching a movie, he did not seem to remember that my leg was injured. Send me and him to clean up the battlefield. This makes me feel like I'm still a normal person. On the contrary, it makes me feel much more comfortable. At first I found it difficult to understand. What change will Juya do bring about? But, after I started eating full meals every day, so full that I can no longer drink alcohol, I just discovered my life gradually being changed little by Juya. Every day after that, I will open the windows for fresh air before she arrives. Because she really hates the smell of cigarettes in my room, and when the fresh air rushes into my face, I suddenly realize that the outside world is so beautiful. This also gave me the idea of wanting to take better care of myself, so I comfortably took a hot bath. Then pre-order takeout for tonight. Zuya and I will eat together, then happily sat on the sofa, waiting for Zuya to get off work, but my mother was unaware of it. Again he found Zuya alone. She pushed an envelope full of money on Zuya, but Zuya just smiled and looked at the envelope, then returned the envelope to my mother, and smiled and told my mother that it was, "Jen likes to use money to thank Aiden. It's inherited from Uncle Nina. Last time Aiden also made spicy tteokbokki for me, but doing the same thing as you, actually wanted to express my thanks. A word of thanks is enough for me. If today the person facing the same situation is me, I believe Aiden will be like me now. Will wholeheartedly help me, because that's what friends mean, after I was reborn. Zuya will still be there every day after work, all with me at home, eating snacks while scrolling on the phone, but today I suddenly discovered it. He's always texting the same person, so I asked him curiously, "Does it mean you have a new boyfriend? Why does texting take so long?" He texted me and told me there was no one. The person who studied piano with us when we were young. Suayan, he's worried because he has not found a job yet. I'm afraid he suddenly lost his mind. That's why I advise him. I heard it was that crybaby kid. I can safely say, it's okay if you cannot find a job. Did not his dad always work at my dad's company? Is that counting from childhood until now. So many. The salary increase is enough for his whole family to live on. After that we ate ice cream and talked about Suayan. Talking. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at me, then suddenly came closer to me and held out his hand. She almost died at the hands of the husband she loved deeply. But because of the appearance of a mysterious couple, which changed my life, they did not just change my appearance overnight, but also helps me carry out my revenge plan, causing the male and female dog couple to betray me to pieces. During this period, me to my helper Lee Luhan, an indescribable feeling arose. I even wanted to invite him to run away with me, but this man of wood and stone, again firmly refused me. And because of the change in appearance, there is a risk that you will die if you encounter the body, so I can only regret bringing my mother along. Leave Korea. But because my father's death anniversary is coming, today I put my foot down again. This country threatens to kill me. Just got off the plane and did not have time to have fun for long. My mother immediately said worriedly, "Tell me to pay attention and not look directly into other people's eyes," and asked if I could contact Lee Luhan first. At least ask him to stay by your side while you're here. Miss Luhan is so trustworthy, and I can only helplessly tell her, Lilu's very busy. There's no time to hang out with us. But in my heart I understand clearly. Even if I text him, he would not even read it. Besides, my deal with them has ended. Lee Luhan is also absent. No reason to meet me at all. Anyway, how I feel towards him, it's just my loneliness. But just when I thought about returning to this country, there probably would not be any contact with Lee Luhan. I was once again caught up. A transaction from that mysterious organization. This also gives me opportunity to meet Lee Luhan again. Just left the airport. I was kidnapped by someone and taken to an abandoned warehouse. And the thug in front of me still aggressively questioned me. Where are the stolen goods hidden? A series of these strange actions and questions from them makes me do not understand anything. When he tore the tape off my mouth, I immediately got angry and scolded them for being a bunch of idiots. Got the wrong person. And asked them to quickly release me. Good. But not only did they not believe me, he even used force to knock me on the head, say I'm stupid on drugs. How dare you say such clumsy lies? Then he kicked me to the ground. Just when he was about to continue punching and kicking me, to force me to tell you where I hid my things, a teddy bear suddenly hit him. But in the eyes of that idiot, he thought I was trying to stand up, to fight him to the end. That's it. He began to inhumanly handle the ego in his eyes, but me right now, staring out the warehouse door in disbelief, because in the darkness there is no sunlight shining in. There is a person slowly walking towards me. It's Lee. It's the Lee Luhan I always miss. He once again appeared when I was in the most danger, just like that in front of those two idiots. Slowly come next to me. Kidnapped for no reason? Who kidnapped me? It seems to know the essence of this face. And that essence. Looks like they stole a very important item from them. Just when they're about to use force to force me to reveal where I hid my things, Lee Luhan promptly appeared. He uses illusion, making those two thugs think the teddy bear was me. And while they were abusing the teddy bear, then he rescued me. Just got in the car. I just fixed my messy hair. Just told Lou. My mother was still waiting for me at the rest stop, but he told me again. He took my mother to the hotel first. Just came to save me. This put me in a good mood, because he came to save me. For a moment, it was like being splashed with a bucket of cold water. Although in terms of reason, there's nothing wrong with what he did, but in terms of emotions, I feel like my mother is at the rest stop. The fact that I was kidnapped is what she should be concerned about. Right when I was sadly leaning against the car window, and sat. Then Lee Luhan's apology. Me being late immediately changed my mood from gloomy to bright, even though I know, before finding the lost item, they would not harm you. But if I could come a little earlier, then you would not have to endure those scary things. Listen to what Lee Luhan said. I immediately asked him, are those two people? Have you mistaken me for who I am? That's why you came to find me, right? As for my question, Lee Luhan gave an affirmative answer. And tell me the whole story. My main body's name is Hanae Young, is someone who frequents bars, and likes Western candy. And the man who kidnapped me today is Hanae Young's boyfriend Kwon Tae-woo. The two of them have always relied on selling candy to maintain a living. However, Hanae Young is a wasteful spender, not just stealing. Sales proceeds have not been paid to the above party, but also stole a sweater woven entirely from candy yarn. This led to Kwon Tae-woo and his organization selling candy. Pursuit, Hanae nationwide? But just as Hanae Young was able to evade pursuit, ran onto a subway train. Then the mysterious woman appeared before her. She did not just say everything Hanae Young did, said it all, but also give Hanae Young a chance to change your appearance. Just like that, Hanae Young chose a face that was both innocent and innocent, as dignified as a doll. Hanae Young just finished changing her face. I thought it was because I overdosed on candy, so I was hallucinating, until she was caught by Kwon Tae-woo at his hotel Hediat. But when Kwon Tae-woo saw her face, immediately panicked and let go of the hand holding her hair, and extremely embarrassed, I apologized to her. Only now did she truly believe it. Her appearance has changed. As for me, I'm wearing Hane Young's old face. Became the target of One Taewoo and the candy trafficking organization. After Lee Lohan finished telling me everything, the mysterious woman immediately said, "Now me was no longer able to die from facing the self. So now even if I return to my country to live, no problem either." And she still feels it. She helped me deal with the risk of death. So as a thank you gift, I should give her 2 billion won. Hear this guy high price? I immediately got angry and asked her if she was crazy. She almost caused me to be stung to death by a bunch of candy worms. Yet you still dare to open your mouth and ask me for 2 billion won, if before helping Hane Young change her face. If you'll just give me an hour's notice, then stop it. Now she voluntarily helps her change her face. As a result, I became the subject of a pursuit. Then he wanted me to pay on Hane Young's behalf. I absolutely do not agree with this unreasonable request. Instead of being tricked by her into losing 2 billion, and then dying at the hands of candy worms, then I would rather face myself and die. But as soon as I finished speaking, the other woman immediately threatened me. If I did not give it 2 billion, she will kill me right here. Face her unreasonable provocation. Of course I will not give her a good look. Besides, I do not even know Lee Lohan her. Is there any shady relationship with each other? Are you good at fighting? Or will she use her ability to act on behalf of others, but kill me too? Or let's have a fair fight today. Let me? Without using her ability, how powerful would she be? But right when the two of us were drawing our bows and swords, is about to start a war between women. Then Lee Lohan suddenly stood between us. You two do not have to be like that, because the representative is required to get the money, which represents hope for one's own safety, can be guaranteed. Then let me ensure the safety of Representative Lu Min-shu. Then please pay 2 billion won as the price. How do you feel? But I have not been able to answer yet. The other woman immediately asked Lee Lohan, "Who is your proposal?" After a moment of silence, Lee Lohan silently said that of course it was for representation. But who is the representative in his mouth? Well, we are using Lee Lohan's suggestion to resolve this dispute. Then this time Hane Young dyed her purple hair pink. After disguising herself, she returned to the bar she frequented, and with a completely new identity, struck up a conversation with Kwon Tae-woo, who was pursuing her because she wanted to take advantage of the customer resources in Kwon Tae-woo's hands to sell the candy sweater I stole. This woman with an innocent and dignified face. At heart, I'm a bar lover. She even sucks candy and is a female scoundrel, and before changing faces, she stole the candy organization's account, so they are being hunted nationwide. And this also makes me, who is wearing her old face, caught up in this crisis. Good. Lee Lohan's offer to be by my side. Protect me until the matter is resolved. This also gives me one more time. Have the opportunity to build a relationship with Lee Lohan. But Hane Young had just changed her face, and never chose to run away or hide, but returned to the bar I often frequented, and based on her new identity as La Haikyo, approached Kwon Tae-woo, who wanted to kill her. She originally intended to take advantage of this opportunity, learn a little about the recent actions and sales channels of the candy organization. But I could not say a few words yet. Kwon Tae-woo left because they were in a hurry to find Hane Young, who stole their things. But gone. Did not achieve the goal. While taking a selfie in the bar restroom, she unexpectedly meets her former good friend, Chu Tae-hee, and rely on his understanding with Tae-hee. She quickly became good friends with Tae-hee once again. As soon as they agreed to go out for a drink together, then the bar's male staff came to La Haikyo and quickly invited her into the bar room to have fun together. And because I was often arranged in the past, the guys' rooms have no taste at all, causing Hane Young to refuse. The male employee secretly told her this time. Output, in the VIP. There are top artists who are famous, and this is the opportunity. Helped her approach list artist Un Soo-hwa. This also opens up a whole new candy sales channel for her, while Hane Young is busy. Paved the way for his candy career. My mother also tried very hard to create favorable conditions for me and Lee Rohan. All these, opportunity to warm up feelings. She personally went to the kitchen to prepare a table full of sumptuous dishes, and the excuse was that the chair next to her was broken, made me sit next to Lee Rohan. After that she was satisfied. Staring at the bridegroom she pleased in her heart, then started asking about age and family. Lee Rohan's family scene. Listened to my mother ask that. Lee Rohan was a little confused, and I immediately stopped my mother, these strange actions, and pretended to be angry and warned her if it happened again, I would not share with her anymore. Lee Rohan and I's next plan of action. Helpless, she could only ignore it temporarily, then ask, how will this case of being chased be resolved? Lee Rohan. Now no. Jun Tae-woo and Han Ni-young have changed their appearance, become lovers again, and Han Ni-young relied on customer information in Jeon Tae-woo's hands to secretly resell the candy sweater she stole. We know this incident involves candy. My mother told us to be careful. And I told my mother to rest assured, because in my heart now, had a perfect plan like last time. With my working style, it is certainly courageous to move forward. Directly looking for Han Ni-young to approach, I asked to change my face, to change my previous bad life. but now it's because of the previous owner of the current face, which fell into another crisis. Luckily this time I still had Lee Rohan by my side, help and protect me. Allow me to once again choose to proactively attack, change the fate of being hunted. I pretended to be a candy buyer, came before Han Naeong, and let Lee Rohan cast the illusion first, turns me into a foreigner. So when I first met me, Han Naeong, still very curious, why is my Korean good? And there is absolutely no doubt about my true identity. When I took out the money, I asked where the things were. She did not say a word, immediately gave me the candy ring. But because this time I bought in small quantity, this also made her grumble for a while. But when you hear me say this time it's just a test first, we'll buy later, in large quantities, she immediately gave me one card with her contact information on it, and told me I could skip the middleman in the future, but contact her directly, after returning to the car. I cannot wait and want to see it. After all, what did the thing that harmed me look like? After I took off the candy ring, sure enough it looked exactly like a real ball of wool. Lee Rohan told me, because of this new candy, only the organization behind Jian Tae-woo sells. Han Naeong was forced to return to Jian Tae-woo's side, based on being a racing driver for Jian Tae-woo, to secretly resell the sweaters that were stolen from me. Just as we were discussing our next plan of action, Lee Rohan suddenly put on his scarf, my neck, and said because I do not like sitting in the car with the air conditioning on, so at least wear a scarf to keep warm. This sudden concern immediately made my heart beat fast and my face turn red, and just as I was feeling it, Lee Rohan's scarf, bring me warm. Then the Han Naeong we were following appeared. She was indeed the same as Lee Rohan had investigated, living with Kwon Tae-woo. But it still cannot be determined, was the sweater hidden at Jian Tae-woo's house. So Lee Rohan and I decided to observe for a while longer. Then act. But at the same time Jian Tae-woo, being brutally tortured by the candy organization, the leader of the organization weaves instructions. Within a week the stolen sweater must be found. After Jian Tae-woo returned home full of injuries, Han Naeong immediately asked worriedly, what action will the organization take with the person who stole his things? Jae-woo said angrily, the woman who stole the items is now in seal, and showed it to Han Naeong, photo that someone else took. When I saw the photo, Han Naeong could not believe his eyes. In this world, there was someone who looked exactly like her previous face. Jian Tae-woo then spoke to her. He had caught this woman before, but in the end she still escaped. At that woman in the photo, always claiming to be someone else. How can you just dye your hair and turn into someone else? It's funny, even the mole on the nose is identical. This girl still wants to trick me. After listening to Jian Tae-woo's story, she immediately thought of it. Woman in the photo, likely a clone of her original face? If that's really the case, so is not there someone who is my substitute? Reborn is a stringy heart-shaped candy. The person in charge of Reborn production is called the head of the textile department. The head of the weaving department will weave Reborn into sweaters, gloves in different shapes, then give it to juniors to resell. And Jian Tae-woo is one of his juniors. Each time he would pull out the wool, cut a suitable length, tie it into, then promote through social networking software, wait for the buyer to contact. After the money is confirmed to be transferred to the account, Han Naeong, who plays the role of delivery person, will be responsible for transporting the goods to the designated location. This entire transaction process were all completed secretly. Through several days of tracking Han Naeong's movements, I went from being an outsider who knew nothing about candy, has become an expert familiar with all of these processes. This also sets the stage for my next plan, lay a solid foundation. But when I was closely observing the shipment made by Han Naeong, brought to then, Liloan hugged me tightly. It turned out that the shopper had suddenly rushed forward. Liloan explained, because now they cannot see us. We must not obstruct their path. Afterward, he suggested that we go a little further away to observe more easily. And just as shoppers are picking up their items, Han Naeong suddenly stepped forward and called that person over, and said he had a few rings left. If possible, transact in cash on the spot. He can sell to that person at a 30% discount. Han Naeong originally thought, the fact that he voluntarily sold stolen goods, no one can detect it, but he did not expect that, at this time, Jian Tae-woo was standing behind him with a fierce expression. Seeing shoppers running away in panic was strange. Han Naeong did not understand anything, so he turned his head to look behind. Jian Tae-woo immediately grabbed Han Naeong's hand that was holding the ring, and loudly questioned him, where do you get these things? And now me and Lee Luhan, watching a very interesting show. I'm very curious, how will Han Naeong escape from this crisis? Faced with Jian Tae-woo's questioning, Han Naeong explained in a panic, these were all things Jian Tae-woo had previously given him, because he has never tried ecstasy. So do not try. Only earned rings can be collected. This time I voluntarily sold it. It was because he saw Jian Tae-woo being injured by the head of the fabric department. That's why I want to sell it all, then buy kidney medicine for Jian Tae-woo. I originally thought, the lie that Han Naeong just made up, Jian Tae-woo is basically impossible to ignore. But Jian Tae-woo not only believed Han Naeong's explanation, but also extremely touching. Never seen anyone so innocent and pure. Then he worriedly told He Naeyong, arbitrary trading if discovered by superiors is extremely dangerous. Afterward, hastily took He Naeyong away from this controversial place. See, the good drama has ended. I recommend to Li Luhan. Let's go eat spicy rice cakes to relax. After all, He Naeyong was just caught red-handed. We'll definitely be obedient for a while. After eating a piece of rice soup that I have not eaten in a long time, I immediately excitedly told the shop owner, give us 2 bottles of soju. But Li Lohan told me it was okay to order 1 bottle. I thought he was just like me, likes to drink cold drinks, so I ordered a bottle. But when I was about to pour him a glass, he said he had to drive later, so cannot drink alcohol. But obviously we did not drive here today, so I asked him sarcastically, surely it's not because you do not know how to drink that you do not drink. To hide the awkwardness, Li Lohan immediately changed the subject. He suggested we should change the target next. It's better to follow Guan Tae-woo, because he feels like those ecstasy addicts. Was paranoid to the point of stubbornness. But now Guan Woo knows. He Naeyong will secretly trade. Although for the time being, He Naeyong will not be immediately suspected, but some time later, it will also be because He Naeyong revealed other loopholes, which makes him even more suspicious. And the truth is exactly what Li Lohan thinks. It turns out the reason we never found the place where the sweater stolen by He Naeyong was hidden. It's because he always puts things away in an abandoned. Every time before trading, he will prepare the ring in the car, then return the car key and Reborn goes back into the warehouse. He originally thought, that way Juan Tae-woo will never find out, but when he finished everything and returned home, discovered again, in the house there is an extremely adorable little mouse. This made him scream out of fear. Hyan Tae-woo comforted him not to be afraid, and told him, this mouse was specially raised by the head of the fabric department. Lend it to him to catch the thief. This mouse can smell Reborn. And when I found Reborn, it will bite its tail and stand up straight, to signal that location has objects. But this time, that mouse is standing on Lee Naeyong's bag. This made Jun Tae-woo immediately suspicious and came over. Front pocket. After a while of rummaging, a Reborn ring was taken out from his pocket. Tae-woo stared suspiciously, the woman he trusts deeply. And Lee Naeyong was surprised because, accidentally left a ring in his pocket. Then he immediately explained in panic. Last time I thought I gave you all the rings. Looks like there's still a fish in the net. Although, in front of Gwon Tae-woo's eyes, there was no sign of anything unusual, but a few hours later, the mouse can smell Reborn. Stood on the back of the car where Lee Naeyong kept his sweater, and this also made Gwon Tae-woo completely exposed all of Lee Naeyong's lies. This is a mouse with a sense of smell 99 times more sensitive than a dog. However, its keen sense of smell, being used by criminal organizations to search for stolen objects. When Lee Naeyong returned home, that mouse immediately squatted on his bag. This also made Gwon Tae-woo discovered again. The truth is that Lee Naeyong has Reborn hidden in his pocket. Even after Lee Naeyong's forced explanation, Gwon Tae-woo did not expose it on the spot, but there are seeds of doubt arose in his heart. After Lee Naeyong and Tae-hee went to the bar to hang out, Gwon Tae-woo immediately sent Lee Naeyong's photo, join the juniors chat group, and follow the instructions of the juniors in the group. Found the abandoned car where Lee Naeyong kept the Reborn sweater. Under the direction of the little mouse, Jun Tae-woo was absolutely certain. Lee Naeyong always deceived him. Immediately made Lee Naeyong come next to the car. And threats. Bao Lee Naeyong immediately opened the car trunk. Lee Naeyong was scared to death at this moment. He understands. If the sweater is discovered, then his end will definitely not be complete. But when he tremblingly opened the trunk, there is only one Reborn ring inside. As for the sweater he stole, it flew away. But now, that sweater is in the hands of me and Lee Rohan. After Lee Rohan suggested that he should switch to following Jian Tae-woo, we immediately followed Jian Tae-woo and discovered the car in which Lee Naeyong hid the sweater. While Jian Tae-woo went to arrest Lee Naeyong, we took the opportunity to open the trunk of the car to get a sweater. Furthermore, Lee Rohan left it in the trunk of the car. A Reborn. It's for when Jian Tae-woo brings Lee Naeyong back. It is possible that the mouse will still react. Inside is. Even though our plan worked out perfectly, but see this sweater in person, I still cannot believe it. Turning water-soluble candies into fibers. It's magical enough. It can also maintain the elasticity of wool fibers. Lee Rohan told me, the reason this hot candy is not faked. It's because of this technique. Only textile factories can do it. So even though there was only one Reborn ring in the trunk, Lee Naeyong estimated, will also be charged with technical theft. And the truth is once again exactly as Lee Rohan said. After Lee Naeyong was forced to return home by Jian Tae-woo, he said extremely angrily, that I just selling a few illegal Reborn rings only. Jian Tae-woo was now convinced. Lee Naeyong approached me. It's to get the Reborn manufacturing technique, and successfully faked Reborn to sell. He then told Lee Naeyong, do not think this is the case. If you want to make it, you can make it. This 4-strand Reborn type. That's because the head of the weaving factory himself used a few thinner threads. knit it together and make it. Therefore, the knitting method of each yarn is different. Just need the head of the textile factory to take a look, and you'll know right away. This is finally the real reborn that I gave you, or is it a fake that you made? But after hearing Jian Taewoo say that, Haneyong's heart became even more panicked. If the head of the textile factory could find out the exact time and form of reborn, that means he has a way of knowing. The ring in Jian Taewoo's hand? It's the thread I cut from the sweater. Jian Taewoo knew Haneyong stole the sweater. If a sweater is discovered on Mile Haikyo, so my identity as Haneyong would not it also be exposed? Come to think of it, he just explained that he did not fake it. Just approached Jian Taewoo, and while Jian Taewoo was not paying attention, put raspberry reborn in his glass of wine. Then he handed over the glass of wine mixed with reborn, arrived in front of Jian Taewoo. Just like that, Jian Taewoo was in an unguarded situation, inhaled a large amount of reborn and passed out, and Haneyong, after finding the ring that was taken by Jian Taewoo, chose to disappear completely without a trace. Not long after Haneyong left, Lee Rohan and I went to Jian Taewoo's house, but at this time Jian Taewoo woke up. But because he inhaled a large amount of reborn, leaving him still very confused, he mistakenly thought I was Haneyong. And this is just good for me to take advantage of. To escape the pursuit of the reborn organization, I placed the teddy bear in front of Jian Taewoo, and put on that reborn sweater. Get on the teddy bear's head. Then I told Jian Taewoo, I was disgusted, having to live in fear and escape every day. But just when I thought, Jian Taewoo will not hesitate, which kills the teddy bear in front of me, he suddenly grabbed my neck tightly again, and angrily questioned me. What does it mean to bring out a teddy bear? That's Lee Rohan's illusion. The effect has been lost, this sudden turn of events, causing me and Lee Rohan to be surprised. But at this time, Lee Rohan was even more surprised when he discovered it. Jian Taewoo was staring at him, who was supposed to be hiding. Because of a sweater, he was chased by a gangster organization. But the person who stole the sweater was not me. It's me, the one with the same face as me, the owner of this face. Present, Lee Rohan and I brought sweaters to Jian Taewoo's house. Originally wanted to go through the illusion, let Jian Taewoo kill Haneyong in his eyes, to end it all. But because Jian Taewoo inhaled a large amount of reborn, consciousness is extremely chaotic. Lee Rohan's inherently effective illusion also lost its effectiveness, leading to Jian Taewoo losing control. One hand grabbed my neck tightly. Seeing my life in danger, Lee Rohan immediately rushed in, delivered a strong blow to Jian Taewoo's head, but Jian Taewoo was not only not defeated, but he smiled innocently and turned his head, looking towards Lee Rohan, who was originally in his eyes. In stealth, while Jian Taewoo was distracted, I squeezed, hit him in the throat. Because of pain, he finally let go of his hand that was strangling me. But it was not time for us to recover. Jian Taewoo picked up his chair again and threw it at me and Lee Rohan. In times of danger, Lee Rohan pushed me away. As for myself, I could not avoid it in time, was hit hard by a chair. Luckily, Lee Rohan was not seriously injured, but the act of daring to use a chair to hit Lee Rohan, it also makes my blood boil with anger. There was no time for Lee Rohan to react. I risked my life and rushed towards Jian Taewoo. Jump up, and took advantage of the situation and threw a split kick. Hit him hard in the head with one foot. But the kick even caused me to feel a reaction that numbed my legs. It did not have any effect on Jian Taewoo. Just when Jian Taewoo was about to use the flower pot in his hand, throw it hard at me, Lee Rohan immediately blocked Jian Taewoo's actions. Then the situation pulled him backwards, and the act of falling just made Jian Taewoo's head hit the edge of the table. Just made this poisonous worm crazy. Unconscious. After dealing with this crazy guy, I immediately asked with concern how Lee Lohan's injury was. Lee Lohan said there was nothing to worry about. Then he told that guy was immersed in reborn side effects. So the illusion does not have any effect on him, and the pain-sensing nerves are also quite weak. And just as we were discussing about how to handle the current situation, Ian Taewoo's door was suddenly knocked on. It turns out it was the person downstairs who heard the fighting in our house. You should go see what happened in the end. Luckily, Lee Lohan still casts illusions, makes the other person unable to see the chaotic scene in the house. This made Lee Lohan and I both breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, Haneyong was eating instant noodles. Just thinking, how can I escape Jian Taewoo's pursuit? Now, Jian Taewoo still has not discovered the sweater on me, but the sweater flew without wings. So it must have been the people who sold me the scrap car. It was stolen, although I was very unwilling. But the risk of getting the sweater back is really too great. Because the sweater is gone, I just need to swap this ring with Jian Taewoo's a little bit. So does not the crime of counterfeiting no longer exist? Think about this. Haneyong immediately ran out of the convenience store in excitement. He wanted to take advantage while Jian Taewoo was still suffering from reborn side effects. Return home. And right now Lee Lohan is asking me what to do next. I just packed up that reborn sweater. Just said. Because the current situation is not within our expectations. So I do not know how the future will develop. Or just bring the sweater home and figure it out later. Anyway, Gun Taewoo was there for reborn. But do not remember what happened. And just as we were talking, Haneyong is back. As soon as he entered the door, he was very curious. The big door was closed when he left, why is it open now? But when he turned his head to look towards us, he immediately widened his eyes. This also made me startled and looked towards him. Just finished dealing with Juan Tae-woo went crazy. Unexpectedly, Haneyong, who was running away, returned home. This unexpected incident, causing me to immediately look towards him in horror. As for Haneyong, she threw down her backpack. Just walk straight towards me. Just when I do not know what to do. Lee Lo-han once again hugged me and spoke softly to me. Haneyong cannot see us now, so absolutely do not obstruct his route. This unexpected act of intimacy, it made me feel embarrassed and shrink back. Just ask, do feel physical contact with me? More and more proficient, no. And this idiot. It seems like you do not understand what I'm saying. But seriously, before he always helped that mysterious woman like that, then he emphasized it many times. This is not physical contact, it's about helping. After hearing what he said, he also hugged that mysterious woman. I did not want to get involved in this anymore. Now what I'm most concerned about is excess fat on my waist. Is it more than that mysterious woman? Right when I was sad after returning home. But just eat and drink to excess. Haneyong next to him suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It turns out he thought so. Chaos in the house. It was all caused by Gwon Tae-woo himself. So even if he searched everything to find Reborn, it also would not be discovered by Gwon Tae-woo. And just when he was having fun, I think my luck is too good, I suddenly thought of a great plan. After a while of rummaging, Haneyong could not find the Reborn prototype that Gwon Tae-woo hid. After being angry, returned to the living room. He suddenly discovered the inside of the living room sofa, revealing a piece of sweater. He originally thought that Reborn's prototype was the shape of a sweater. But when he looked closely, he discovered it. The cut on it is identical to his technique. He just became aware. This was originally the part that he lost. This is immediate. Make him imagine it. Wu's entire evil plan? In his heart, he thinks Jun Tae-woo has already found the sweater. But Jun Tae-woo did not intend to hand it over. He was definitely planning to blame the loss of the sweater. Give the clone an appearance that matches the content. Then he swallowed the sweater himself. Then consider Lu Hu Kiao as Haneyong's meal. Hand it over to the head of the textile factory. Because in my black car, Reborn discovered on lost sweater. This could become proof that I am an accomplice. And after the head of the textile factory personally confirmed it, he will start torturing me to get a confession. But until then, no matter what I say, the head of the textile factory will not believe it either. This could put Gwon Tae-woo in front of the head of the textile factory, kill someone and kill me. Then use the excuse to find Haneyong to delay time. Then he sold all the sweaters he stole to escape. Then fled. This can be explained. Why did he falsely accuse me of selling fake goods? That bastard's true purpose. It is through the textile factory to kill people and destroy my voice. But just as Haneyong was about to strike first, to kill Gwon Woo, he saw Gwon Tae-woo's phone again. Suddenly received a message from the Reborn organization, so he immediately changed his mind. The story about Gwon Tae-woo hiding his sweater has been sent for the Reborn organization. After Reborn's henchman Lewis found the sweater, immediately woke up Gwon Tae-woo, who was still in a coma, and loudly questioned him, why is the sweater in his hand? And Jun Tae-woo just woke up and is still confused. But when Lewis took out the mask that day, the head of the textile factory beat him. He suddenly realized, foreigners have contacted him many times. It turned out to be the leader of their organization, the head of the textile factory. Immediately he knelt to the ground in fear, and keep emphasizing, I've always been very obedient in finding content. As for the sweater, he really did not know what it was. Lewis was sure of the evidence. How can you believe his devil's words? Immediately escort him back to prepare for brutal torture. As soon as they entered the elevator, Haneyong, who had been waiting for a long time, called Lewis back, and gave Jun Tae-woo's phone, came before Lewis. Afterward, he began to credit Lewis for reporting Jun Tae-woo. Jun Tae-woo was dumbfounded, hearing Naeong's voice. Also criticized Naeong for secretly selling fake Reborn, and said in his pocket, there is a fake Reborn ring that Naeong secretly sold. This idiot is here again. Uncle. Obviously to avoid the crime of arbitrarily storing the sweater. That's why they always falsely accuse me of being a fake Reborn. But do not think again. If I had the ability to fake Reborn, then why follow you? Mr. Lewis, I'm really very unjust. You must definitely help me confirm. After all, is it fake? But before Lewis arrived, Naeong found it, and changed the Reborn ring in Jun Tae-woo's pocket. Just like that, Jun Tae-woo was taken back by Lewis. Reborn Foundation, and Lee Lo-han and I were always hiding in the corner. Look at everything. When watching their car go away, Lee Lo-han, now it seems like the incident has ended perfectly. After that, I also would not be chased by people from the Reborn organization anymore. But does it really end up that simple? After Jun Tae-woo disappeared, Naeong immediately took his place as leader. But Naeong wanted more money. No intention of stopping here, and his ambition also made me wear his face. Falling into the situation of being hunted by the organization again, the incident of me being chased by the Reborn organization ended well. Li Lohan also spoke after completing the final work. Will end up protecting me. But I feel it again. Is such an ending really right? As long as I do not get chased. So does that mean it's over? So should we just ignore harmful things like reborn? But Li Lohan asked me the opposite. Lu Man Thu. Do you think only reborn is harmful? This moment, everywhere in the world, serious crimes like reborn are happening. If you want to completely destroy the reborn organization, so how do you plan to prevent other crimes? Or does she simply want to be a hero? If so, please before doing so, protect your own safety first. After saying these words, he said I should leave early. Do not settle for unnecessary trouble, which makes my mother worry about me. Although what Li Luhan said is not wrong, but I cannot accept that they have the ability to stop it. But no, it's a bit difficult to accept. From that day onwards, Leland also no longer appeared, and He Naeong after eliminating Jun Tae-woo, not only did he not go missing, but also took his place and became his new boss and biggest buyer. It's the rising artist, Yen Shu-hee, and also because of He Naeong, opened a door to a whole new world. He Naeong arrived for the first time. The exchange party was organized by stars Fyun Hae-dae and young businessmen. They drink alcohol, use reborn. It seems normal to chat, but in conversation, again it contains the circulation of money. Before arriving, Yen Soo-hee once reminded He Naeong to stay alert. Although inside, there was an intention to tell He Naeong not to be, because of reborn, which became unconscious. But inside there is another layer of meaning, is for He Naeong to grasp well. Valuable information in these people's conversations. But, He Naeong did not understand those complicated conversations at all. On the contrary, he was more interested in enjoying high culture than cultures that only money can enjoy. Making He Naeong, who had a vain heart, explode. How could he ignore it? Even if you only participate in horseback riding once. He also wanted to equip everything perfectly. From riding gear to hats and boots, there's no shortage of anything. It also comes with an atmosphere. If there is no coach to stop it, then I'll buy the horse I'm sitting on too. Just started pilots a week ago. Which wanted to buy major sports equipment, to build a private gym. But in the end, had to give up because he still does not have his own house. So I cannot help it, although building a 4-person gym was not successful. But he bought a golf course membership. And without any basic knowledge, bought a whole set of golf clubs. There's also a full-body golf set. Just wear this suit, carry your entire set of clubs and walk onto the golf course. Made He Naeong feel, I am a member of the upper class. And at a later date, he saw a group of people standing shivering in the cold wind at the bus stop, then squeeze onto the crowded bus. He suddenly frowned. Because for those who just wait to reach the top of the upper class, like He Naeong said, then those people, it's no different from worms that have no value in existing. But he will take out a large amount of money and give it to you, lonely and helpless old men and women on the side of the road, because he understands clearly in his heart, present life is today. There is no tomorrow to live comfortably, so he was not afraid of anything. Do not care about the future either. He just wanted it before the police caught him, earn more money, enjoy a more luxurious life. So he was no longer satisfied with just being a leader anymore. He went to Lewis, the person he thought was the most vocal, and the offer will bring Reborn to the international level. Offer to promote him to partner. You know, Yin Soo-hee is the manager of the entertainment company, right? I heard this time. There are several overseas entertainment companies coming to our country, and there will be a solemn reception. You imagine the scene filled with Reborn at the reception. The things they tried compared to Reborn. Absolutely not on the same level. Tell me, are they fascinated? And while they're here, we'll gradually get used to Reborn's feeling. So after returning home, do you want to continue owning it? The answer is definitely. They will definitely want to die for that Reborn. Is not this a perfect opportunity? Let us dominate the international market in one breath. Hanaidung originally thought that my suggestion will make the head of the textile factory extremely happy, but this time, in the eyes of Lewis, Hanaidung, just a greedy domineering person. And after it's over, my mother and I also return to a peaceful life, but my mother always, referring to Loham. I can only reluctantly tell her, after this I would not see Loham again, and even if I text him, he would not watch either. Listen to what I said. My mother was extremely heartbroken and cried. She said, maybe it's because I'm older. Thinking about not being able to meet Mr. Loham in the future, tears just flow naturally. Even though she did not say it, but I know, it's true in her heart. Watch Lo, someone who can entrust my life to me. Let her cheer up. I suggest we move back to Korea to live. And my mother is still worried about things after moving back. I will encounter unforeseen dangers. But I just thought that Lee Loham was here to help. She also happily agreed. And just as we were discussing the timing, returned to handling overseas production. She suddenly looked like she did at the airport last time. Looking behind me, I was stunned. When I turned my head and looked back, Lee Loham was indeed the same as last time. After disappearing for a long time, once again appeared before me. Lee Loham, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared before me again, but I did not feel happy at all. Because of his indifference to everything, makes it very difficult for me to accept. And when I asked him angrily, what is the purpose of coming to see me this time? He's unusual. This time it might really go my way, which completely destroyed the Reborn organization. Because of the relationship between Hanai Dung and Ton Thai Vu, members of the Reborn organization start searching again. People with faces similar to me before I faced Hanai Dung. It turned out that the day Ton Thai Vu was taken away, before Ton Thai Vu died, he kept screaming, Latukyu is selling fake Reborn, and he even told Lewis, it is Hanai Dung and Latukyu collaborated to steal things. Lewis also discovered something unusual on the Reborn ring that Latukyu gave him to verify authenticity. Because of the length of that ring, much longer than the allowed length for sale. So this also makes the head of the textile factory, the one who saw it all through the camera, started to suspect Latukyu. After ordering Ton Thai Vu to be eliminated, the head of the textile factory gave orders to Lewis, silently monitoring Latukyu's movements. And during this time, Latukyu is indeed very diligent, even completed the work assigned by superiors very well. Originally, her abilities were recognized by the head of the textile factory, but Lewis discovered Latukyu's black car. There is a second ledger, and it was clearly written on that book. She sold rings worth 300,000, received 500,000 capital from customers, and she even made an offer to become a partner. This makes the head of the textile factory see that things are not so simple. They were suspicious. Hanai Dung and Latukyu made Reborn knockoffs. As for Latukyu staying by their side, just to test market acceptance. Therefore, they intended to arrest me first, who was a clone of Hanai Dung. After that, Latukyu will be found and they will be severely interrogated together, forced to ask about making Reborn counterfeit goods. This is the entire content, which Li Loham investigated and revealed during his disappearance. Then he asked me what my plans were next, and I was extremely excited to tell him. Because things have developed to this point, so let's apply a defensive strategy this time. Li Loham heard me and wanted to defend, still very curious to ask me about future actions. Is it waiting for them to come to the door? Li Loham, we have known each other for so long, you still do not understand me. The best defense is of course attack. And see, this time I will capture all the people of the Reborn organization. All. I originally escaped the pursuit of the Reborn organization, but because of Hanai Dung's ambition. But he was once again arrested by the head of the textile factory, and this time, I do not want to passively hide anymore. I prepare to proactively attack, summarize the Reborn organization with a catch. I took advantage of my identity. Foreigners have bought rings from Hanai Dung to meet him at the villa that I had prepared in advance. But Hanai Dung still thought that this time I was looking for him, is to buy a large amount of Reborn, wanted to escape. He seemed extremely impatient. Say that even if you have traded directly before, there's no need to call him out every time you buy Reborn. As for me, I'm neither fast nor slow. Push the star butterfly ring, which disguised Reborn. Come before him. Miss La, this time I came to find you. It's not just about trading Reborn. Please look at this ring in front of you. This is using the Reborn ring that you bought from me, basis, and researched a completely new butterfly-shaped ring. Although it has a similar appearance to Reborn, but the pleasure it brings is 27 times greater than Reborn's. Most importantly, after 12 hours of absorption into the body, it will naturally dissolve, so it will not be caught by any inspection agency. After I finished introducing the details, he showed an extremely greedy expression. Reach out. Want to try the effectiveness of this butterfly ring right away. As for me, I immediately withdrew my hand, then talked to him. I do not want to sell this butterfly ring to him. It's about wanting him to be my partner. Then I said, I have completely mastered it. Sales channels in foreign markets. But recently the position of person in charge of the country. Have not found the right person yet. And me, you recently brought Reborn. Enter the entertainment world and the upper class. Show appreciation. So I sincerely invite you to do so. Be my partner in the country. I heard that you can directly become a partner. This made Hanai Dung, who had lost face in Reborn, immediately showed surprise, but to hide his agitated mood, he pretended to be worried and asked me, what is the productivity of this type of ring? Not talking about immediate results. Reborn is because the production speed is too slow, which often leads to insufficient supply and demand. Miss Lai, are you comparing us to those small shops in the countryside? Compare with us. If we say that the Reborn organization is a small store on the outskirts of the city center, we are a global chain of stores. The carpet he was stepping under his feet, tablecloth on the table. Even the curtain is covering the window now. Both are prototypes of butterfly rings. Our production capacity is far beyond your imagination. My fabricated, making him once again look surprised. But he again used the reason of fear of the Reborn organization because of his betrayal. But pursuing him is the reason. Ask me to arrange for him a 24-hour personal bodyguard. This is just cool. Let me tell you the real purpose of why I came here to find him. Speak out. Miss La, I told you. To me, Reborn is just a small store. Is it difficult to eliminate a small store? If you're really that afraid of them, Then please gather all members of the reborn organization into the same space. I will help you destroy them. Butterfly woman lives. And a woman like a fairy in this forest. It was the person who harmed me and fell into the pursuit of the criminal organization. Crime of creating trouble. But right now he is immersed in reborn. And the double illusion created by Lilaham to completely destroy the reborn organization. I disguised myself as a butterfly ring seller, invite Hanai Dung to become your partner, and took advantage of his fear of being pursued by the reborn organization to lure him into helping me destroy the reborn organization. Under the temptation of money and partner status, Hanai Dung happily agreed to my invitation, and after feeling it for myself, the feeling that the butterfly ring gives him, he was even more convinced. I am a criminal corporation stronger than the reborn organization. Just like that, my perfect plan to destroy the reborn organization officially deployed. The next day after Hanai Dung woke up, I handed over the USB recording of our conversation yesterday to him, give it to him, and let him use this to gain merit, to create an illusion that he had not betrayed Reborn. Then propose. At a time when butterfly rings were not yet on the market, act first as a reason. Let the Reborn organization go all out, surround my butterfly colony, and so that he has more motivation to support me in completing the plan, I used a whole box of gold as a deposit to sign the contract, and collect all Reborn prototypes in Hanai Dung's hands. Before leaving, I told him again and again after finishing those things, definitely add a sentence. The effect of that butterfly ring is stronger than Rebera's. After hearing Hanai Dung say so, fell silent. And Hanai Dung promptly expressed, when he was arrested he only saw 2 women, and tell Lewis that even if he's alone, it can also be easily resolved. Sure enough, after Hanai Dung finished everything I told him to do, Lewis immediately asked, does he remember or not? The location of the butterfly ring's base, where he was captured. After receiving a positive answer, Lewis immediately stood up and left. When leaving, he told Hanai Dung to stay quiet and wait for them to contact him, but I originally thought that my perfect plan is unfolding in an orderly fashion. Then I missed the first time I was kidnapped by Ton That Yingyu. His subordinates once saw my mother and I together, and also because of this revelation, causing my mother to be taken away by Lewis's subordinates. And that night he let Hanai Dung go to the so-called base of the butterfly ring. And Lewis. I also do not completely believe Hanai Dung's words. His purpose was to take my mother away. I want to see. Is La Tukyu a puppet of Hanai Dung? Coming here is also to clarify. Here, in the end, it was a trap that Hanai Dung and La Tukyu set. Or is it exactly as La Tukyu said? Is the base of the butterfly ring. And all of this will also be fully announced the moment La Tukyu opens. Thorough disclosure. I took advantage of Hanai Dung's greed, tricked the Reborn members into coming to my base. When they opened the door, Lanai Dung is still curious. Splendid villa. Natural star, turned into a giant warehouse again, and Lewis did not understand. Then he strode up and asked me, are the so-called butterfly rings made by us? As I proudly told him, the production is solely in charge of me. He did not say 2 words, raised his hand and shot deadly Longham next to me. This sudden incident, surprising everyone present. Hanai Dung was even more scared to the point of losing his soul. Immediately retreat to the corner of the wall. As for me, I asked Le Longham in surprise, what to do now? Did you just die? And Lewis is still using a gun to force me to question my illusion. How to determine if the butterfly ring is yours? After receiving my affirmative answer, he said loudly to me, if it was you, then before you die, there is someone who wants to meet you. The words just ended. Then listen outside the door. The sound of an approaching car could be heard. It was exactly as I predicted. This time, even the textile tycoon who had been hidden for so long had to reveal himself. Only seen outside the gate, a woman got out of a blue minivan. Just got off the bus, she took a sip of strong drink. Then he shouted again madly. Then pushed hard against the group of juniors blocking the door. Rushed straight into the warehouse. Lewis, where is that fake bitch Reborn? Lewis after seeing this skinny woman. It's Reborn's textile boss. Also extremely surprised, but then he reacted. Point to 2 teddy bears lying on the ground. But textile did. After carefully examining the teddy bears, they were shot down. Curious, he asked Lewis what the hell he was doing. Why do not you shoot the 2 people standing there, but go shoot these adorable bears? Then she stood up, staring in the direction of me and Li Lohan. Li Lohan's illusion once again failed. I asked him worriedly, is it because of wearing a mask? So you still have not looked her in the eyes? And Li Lohan also helplessly replied, I've looked straight into her eyes before. The current situation is the same as with Jiante and the interior. Pure illusion. It's no longer effective. And she'll tell me to stay still. As for the textile tycoon, after arriving in front of us, crazy again, saying that he seemed to have seen me somewhere before, but in the eyes of others. The current textile tycoon is just talking to the air, but she kept muttering to herself, sometimes it feels like you know me, sometimes I talk to my beloved mouse, that I came to catch a thief. Next, tell us yourself that to create Reborn. She made her body completely collapse and shouted angrily, "I stole the fruits of her labor." Haneyong, after witnessing the textile tycoon's madness, immediately scared and wanted to run away, and his running away. The textile boss just turned around and saw it, and loudly asked him where he wanted to go. "Look at your appearance of wanting to run away. Are you the one who impersonated my reborn?" And Haneyong originally wanted to rely on his identity as a drug lord to escape, but when the textile tycoon saw his face clearly, immediately frantically scolded him for being a bitch, and pressed the gun to Haneyong's temple, then removed the mask from your face, then shouted loudly, "What's the point? Who are you anyway? You did not just fake my reborn, but even my face wants to be imitated." Textile tycoon. It's Haneyong's true self after changing her face. Woman wearing mask. This skinny and weak. He is the boss of the reborn textile organization, but her other identity. It is the essence of Haneyong's current face. This horrifying scene surprised me greatly. I never thought that there will be such a dramatic scene. And Haneyong now saw the textile tycoon's face clearly. Also immediately aware of this, for a moment he looked straight into the textile tycoon's eyes. Haneyong's heart started beating strongly. He could feel it clearly now. Death is gradually approaching him. Also taking advantage of all the attention from the textile tycoon, they are all placed on Haneyong. Li Lon started using illusions to convince Louis to stay by his side. "Louis, even if you kill me, then the butterfly ring will not disappear. The opposite of you now. Should we consider it? Should we continue to be loyal to that crazy worm? Or not? You've also seen his crazy appearance. And you should also be clear about that. The production of Reborn is all done by the textile tycoon alone. In that situation, can he really produce well? Even if he died from drug addiction, it would not be strange. If there were no textile tycoon, then Reborn will no longer exist. So now I officially invite you to join our butterfly organization." And right when Louis was still hesitating, should we betray the textile tycoon or not, Haneyong let out a heart-wrenching scream. While dying, he said everything about how he and I devised a plan to lure them here, and shouted angrily, "Tell me to quickly kill the textile tycoon." As for the textile tycoon, he has not moved at all. Suddenly he fired another shot into the sky. Then she suddenly woke up and shouted loudly that she remembered. Then turned his head to look at me and Li Lohan. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. You are Haneyong, right? I'm this person." Originally, I was not interested in the faces of his henchmen, but the only person I remember is you, Hyuna. The thief stole the precious reborn sweater that I single-handedly raised. Damn thief. If you're here, then it also proves it. Butterfly ring Forga reborn. It's also you, right? Even that bitch LaHuQ. Also colluding with you to confront me. Is that right? Just finish speaking. She pulled the trigger in our direction. And right at the moment the bullet was about to hit Li Lohan, I tried my best to rush in front of Li Lohan. Luckily the bullet only hit my right leg. Li Lohan hugged the injured me, and kindly asked why I did not listen to him. Why do such a dangerous act? And I told Li Lohan, I just do not want to see him, because I've been hurt enough. After witnessing the crazy scene of the textile tycoon shoot the gun into the air, Louis's juniors also began to advise him to betray the textile tycoon, and their conversation was clearly heard by the textile tycoon, who was not in an illusion. She asked Louis angrily, "Why have you been talking to the teddy bear all this time? Maybe talking to a teddy bear. Is that the signal that you and Haneyong agreed on? You guys did? Colluding with that bitch Haneyong to betray us, right? Seriously, my head is about to explode because of you guys. That's it, regardless of whether you betray me or not. I just need to kill all of you. Then just keep recruiting soldiers and you'll be fine." Having said that, she immediately raised the gun, aimed straight at me, and keep pulling the trigger. But this time, Li Lohan without hesitation rushed in front of me. The bullet hit right where Li Lohan's heart was. My beloved man took the fatal bullet for me. There's the bullet. It's also unbiased and hits right in his heart. Luckily before coming here we wore bulletproof vests, but at such a close distance. Li Lohan was still in so much pain that he had to hold his chest tightly. But even in that moment of being hit, Li Lohan still did not slacken his efforts to entice Louis. Waver Chief's air shooting action, plus that crazy talk just now of wanting to kill everyone in the scene, has caused Louis' inner feelings. The tipping point between loyalty and betrayal has come, and just as Weaver Chief once again aimed his gun at me and Li Lohan, and screamed loudly and wanted to kill us all, Louis finally opened fire on her. Saw Weaver Chief hit by bullets and fall down. Li Lohan and I both breathed a sigh of relief. But just when we thought that Louis has completely betrayed Weaver Chief, then he suddenly pointed the gun at the illusion's head. This idiot. Yet right now I'm still worried about my respect, which threatens the illusion. Make him join the butterfly organization immediately. It's also because of this stupid action of his, which gave Weaver Chief a chance to fall down when he was hit. When Louis responded and pointed the gun at Weaver Chief again, Weaver Chief had begun frantically firing bullets at him. Luckily Louis also came here before, wear a bulletproof vest first. This caused him, who counterattacked later, to fight evenly with Weaver Chief. A back-and-forth battle. But God did not take care of him. Because of that, a bullet still hit his arm. This caused his hand to misalign. When he raised the gun, the bullet shot out. It also happened to hit Hee Naeong in the neck. As for Weaver Chief, he rushed forward, fire another shot into Lewis's gun hand. When you lose the counterattack weapon in your hand, Lewis also completely lost to a crazy Weaver Chief, but this crazy woman did not choose to shoot him immediately, but she called the mouse that she always raised. Go out, instead of shooting you guys. I still feel it would be more satisfying to let you people explode to death. I will use. There's a bomb in Katie's backpack. Let all of you blow away. This bomb made by me. Its power can explode everything within a radius of 100 meters, turn in ashes, but, probably similar to what is often seen on TV, villains often die from talking too much. Hee Naeong, who was not completely dead even though he was hit by the bullet, looked into her eyes, picked up the pistol that Lewis dropped, and roared all because of Weaver Chief, but his life became so tragic. Without Reborn. So maybe he lives a very happy life now. And Weaver Chief, after hearing these ridiculous words, then asked Hee Naeong again, did I force Reborn into your mouth? Apparently he happily swallowed it himself. Who else do you want to blame? Having said that, both of them opened fire at the other side. But in the end he fell down. It's Hee Naeong again, who has never used a pistol before. But, just as Weaver Chief was about to aim at Hee Naeong's body, to fire one more shot, Lewis struggled to stand up. Use a baseball bat to hit her hard on the back of the head. This crazy woman, thanks to drugs, without fear of any pain. Finally, I could not stand up anymore. But even when about to die, she was still laughing hysterically, and used his last breath to tell Lewis, it seems I forgot to say it earlier. The bomb will automatically detonate after 10 seconds. Who told you to insist on killing me? You bastards, come with me to hell. After hearing her last crazy words, Lewis was so scared that he lost his soul. He began to crawl frantically towards the warehouse door. And at this moment, I have also made the most important decision in my life. I looked deeply at Lee Lohan, who was guiding me, told him to take good care of my mother. Well, he has not had time to react yet about what I plan to do. I lifted his face and gave him a deep kiss, then used force to push him away, and loudly told him to try to run far away. Then immediately rushed to the rat wearing the bomb. Use your body to completely shield its entire body. Leland, farewell. Hope for the next life, we can truly be together. To protect Lee Lohan from being affected by the explosion, I did not hesitate to hug the rat wearing the bomb. And when I was in tears waiting for death to come, then the warehouse door made a loud noise. It turned out that the police arrived after everything was over. I watched in bewilderment as they escorted Lewis away. As for the bomb that should have exploded, there was no reaction at all. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind me. Ask me what I'm doing. It's that mysterious woman. She was looking at me like I was an idiot, and the mouse in my arms also started struggling violently. When I opened the backpack that was supposed to contain its bomb, when I checked, there were sunflower seeds inside. This damn crazy person, even before he died, he wanted to scare us. And that mysterious woman. Then he walked in without any expression on his face, in front of Weaver Chief's body. When I scanned your data, she is still a bright and healthy college student. Why ruin your own life like that? Obviously I have given you the opportunity to choose. But in the end, he still found himself dead. As expected, I still hate you guys. And just as the mysterious woman finished exclaiming, Leluan hugged me. He said the police do not see us right now. If you stay here, it may hinder their course of action. So he wanted to hug me until he left here, to take me away, and I shyly told him, I can go by myself. Did not you see how I rushed out holding the bomb just now? But speaking of this, I suddenly thought, did Leluhan already know there was no bomb? Leluhan, you already knew there was no bomb, right? But I have not said it yet. Then the mouth was covered. Hearing him say that, I immediately shyly covered his mouth. Just when I was blaming Leluhan for hiding too many things from me. Then the other woman came towards us. She asked annoyed, are you two planning on going on a date in this situation? And I excitedly asked in return, is it really possible to date? After glaring at me, she helplessly turned her head and walked towards the warehouse door. And Lai Lohan was hugging me and asked after following her out, hey, you know I'm wearing a bulletproof vest, right? Why are you still taking bullets for me? Well, I'm also wearing a bulletproof vest. So I thought it would be okay to help you a little. Your courage is really big. Not only did he rush out when someone opened fire, but he also heard there was a bomb, and immediately rushed forward to hug the bomb. Because you're too close to the bomb, it's very dangerous. The police are about to arrive. I'm afraid they will be affected. Luckily today it's okay, and we've successfully captured Reborn. Furthermore, I am very lucky that I injured my right knee, because from now on, every time my knee hurts, the person I think of will be you, not Liu Junhee. So I hope the face you see now is not an illusion. Because I will do my best to remember your face. While we were here, the police finished the cleanup work, and my mother was also rescued by another police team. It turned out that my mother deliberately used herself as bait in order to help and protect me, and she soon bribed the thugs to kidnap her. while also planning meticulously with her friend, the police chief. Just like that, the reborn organization was completely destroyed by the coordinated plan of the two of us. And thanks to an anonymous complaint from me and Li Longhan, the police conveniently raided a reception of a foreign management company headed by Yin Xiu Hiek. After solving all the problems, me and my mother finally returned to a peaceful life once again. This also allowed this return trip, which was to commemorate the anniversary of my father's death, to finally have time to take him to the cherry blossom tree where mom and dad had their first date. Even though I really wanted to let my parents enjoy the feeling of dating in their youth, there was one person I absolutely had to let my dad see. Dad. Although dad probably wants to go on a private date with mom, please be a little patient today. Because there is someone I must let you meet. Just for today, I hope our whole family can be with him. Because thanks to him, our family can reunite again. What kind of man would you say you want to marry when you grow up? People can risk their lives. I thought you were going to say you wanted to marry me. But that's okay. If he is a man who can risk his life for my daughter, then I will accept it. No, Dad, you misunderstood. Someone for whom you can risk your life. I want to marry such a man. This bookworm only knows how to stay at home all day. Every day his only joy is to discuss with his online friends about the 2 days goddess that they both love. As for my girlfriend Xiao Yan, it's the complete opposite. Even though her head hurts like hell, she still has to go to nightclubs to get drunk every day, and is a stylish girl. Seeing her still have to go out and play even though she has the flu, I felt extremely sad and advised her, if you're sick, stay home and rest, do not go out. Anyway, the people I hang out with every day are all friends who consider themselves stylish. You should also try to make friends with like-minded friends and improve yourself. Hearing me say that, Xiao Yan was annoyed and asked me back, if you just stay at home all day, you'll meet like-minded friends and improve yourself. Right? Do not you just close the curtains every day and hide in your small room to watch otaku anime. Then she stood up and said, today I will show you how interesting the outside world is. After that, she led me to the door of the most famous local bar. Seeing the vibrant life that I had only heard about but never experienced before, listening to vibrant music in bars, made a nerd like me. There was also some uncontrollable excitement. But just as we were about to enter the bar, the security guard in front of the door raised his hand to stop us. He used the excuse that I was too ugly and poorly dressed, and refused to let me in. No matter how spoiled Xiao Yan was, the guard still did not flinch. At the same time, behind us chatter began to stir. This was the first time they saw someone being stopped by security. Everyone was sarcastic that with my appearance, I still dared to go to this bar famous for beautiful boys and girls. What a shame. Their sarcastic words made my face heat up. Only then did I truly realize that when I escaped the shell of the virtual world, I was just an ugly clown in the eyes of others. Just when I was about to run away from this strange place that made me extremely uneasy, Xiao Yan's friends promptly appeared, and simply say to the security guard, I am their friend. Take me. But just sat down on the sofa in their private room. A handsome young man immediately raised his glass, loudly congratulated me on my courage. Under my bewildered expression, he said mockingly, I dare to wear this outfit again, and step into the hottest bar in a T1. The others also laughed. Then someone asked my girlfriend, what did you see right at me at first? Xiaoyan just smiled and said, because she saw something I'm very good at. That's why I was with you before. Just when I was wondering, why does Xiaoyan use the past tense? To describe the relationship between me and her, another handsome guy suddenly asked me, do you still want to continue here? And tell me that now they're about to go out dancing. I thought it was after they finished teasing. Are you inviting me to go out with them now? So I stood up. Prepare. Immerse yourself in a trendy life that I have never felt before. But the silence was sudden. It made me embarrassed to stand alone there again. They all looked at me coldly. At this point I realized they were treating me as if ordering guests to be evicted. I'm embarrassed to say, I still have some housework to take care of. Quickly picked up the phone, run away like escaping from a private room door. But I have not had time to leave the room yet. Then their laughter was heard from behind. Sai even mocked me? Originally, he was just a useless person who only knew how to stay at home. And you still dare to raise your voice to teach life to this big sister. Only then did I understand the reason why Xiaoyan took me to the bar. Turns out it was just to humiliate me. I clearly care about her like that, but why does she treat me this way? Look at everything before your eyes. It's also strange to me. It was as if I was a fringe person abandoned by the main world. And at this time a bar attendant discovered me, after he saw my face clearly. So the attitude is the same as other people. Extremely angry. Asked me to quickly leave through the back door next to the restroom. The atmosphere here and people's attitudes towards me. Everyone is saying that, with my appearance, I basically should not appear here. Right when I was about to finish going to the bathroom, then immediately leave this vile place, I heard Xiaoyan's voice again in the bathroom. She is doing something shady with the man again, just mocked my courage just now, and also told that man that I was so ugly. She never thought she would have any relationship with me. Her words once again pierced my heart. That moment I started to doubt the choices I've made over the years. Is it really wrong after all? Since childhood, I have been on the sidelines, different from the crowd. Every time after school, people in the main group often go play football, playing basketball, and I'm always hanging out in class, watch comics or novels. When growing up, people in the main group will go out on dates or go for a walk on the weekend. And me, always busy on the way to participate in anime exhibitions. This situation happened after going to college. The gap becomes even greater. Although I did attend a few friends' gatherings, but I'm always attracted to people like me. Was pushed to another table by the main group. Just like that, I do not like leaving the house more and more. Gradually, also turns into a different group of people that society often talks about. I always feel this different life. Very comfortable and free. But what if this thinking was wrong from the beginning? If I do not stay at home all day, but actively dating outside lovers. If, do not settle for living alone, but I feel satisfied with this life, but get married and start a family. What about welcoming new family members? If I did not have to sleep until dawn every day, sleep until it's dark before waking up. But what about the life of an office worker who goes home in the morning and comes home in the evening? If so, what about those things that are inherently normal life? Just when I was thinking about how I could change, just opened my door. Then my house suddenly turned into a bar. And a mysterious woman, holding a glass of wine and sitting at the bar, saw me coming in. She immediately turned around to look at me. Chen Kaoshan, I've been waiting for you to come back. I have a transaction. I wonder if you are interested. Me. He's a fat damn ugly guy but extremely fun. But because of her lover's betrayal and humiliation, which made me doubt the different life I chose at first. Originally a mistake, right when I was heartbroken, but do not know. How can we live the life of the main group? The appearance of a mysterious woman completely changed my life. She relies on an unknown power, making me become someone's physical clone, even though she told me, if you face your body, you will die immediately, but if only for appearance. Which makes me just able to live a different life, until is not it too disadvantageous? Because I also want to try the experience. Life is colorful when considered an older brother in the main group. In the end how? But I've been a damn fat guy since graduating. Just follow the habit of dressing at home and making coffee. Realize this, I immediately stopped moving my hand. Obviously it has completely changed. To experience a new life, if we still live like before. So is not that meaningless. I need a radical change. Thinking of this, I immediately went downstairs. Go to the hair salon that aunties often go to. The hairdresser who cut my hair said very enthusiastically. It's been a long time since a handsome young man came here to get a haircut. And the aunties behind. They also praised me for being a smart young man. Still know from past to present, expert hairdressers all hide in small folk shops like this. Hear what they're talking about me. I now understand that not all hair salons are the same. It turns out that Hanka always goes to the barber shops on the commercial street to get haircuts. Hair, but it's here? I can only close my eyes and move my feet. Let me help you. A slightly handsome haircut is enough. Listen to me as you please. The hairdresser's aunt immediately said excitedly. Will definitely make me the most prominent guy in this neighborhood. While the hairdresser was enthusiastically cutting my hair. I heard that a handsome young man came here to get his hair cut. Ladies and gentlemen, all gathered together. They have not seen each other for a long time. There are young people. Come support their old shops. But when my aunt did her hair, based on basic hair cutting techniques learned decades ago, cut my hair short. The ladies who gathered around could not help but show surprise. And agitated, because after cutting my hair, I was really handsome. This made the hairdresser's daughter take the initiative to come forward. Want to take a photo with me? I, who have never been talked to because of my appearance, happily agreed to her offer. And it's because of my approachability. The situation that followed made me increasingly unable to keep up. Among the aunts gathered in front of the hair salon, there is a lady who owns a clothing store nearby. She wholeheartedly introduced me to a set, exquisite fashion suitable for my age, and the nail salon owner, also not to be outdone, did me a whole hand care treatment, cosmetic shop owner. Then you can correct my skin tone for free, and gave me a lot of skincare products. At this moment I finally realized how different it is to have a handsome face. But those cosmetics and clothes are not the official brands that Hanka loves. But under the influence of my handsome appearance, basically no one will notice. These are official. Or unofficial. Because, just have a handsome face that everyone loves. All things unorthodox? Will all look authentic? I relied on the unofficial help of my aunts. Another visit to the bar that humiliated me yesterday. This time the bar security not only did not stop me, but also no need to queue. I directly entered the busiest place in this city. The waiter cruelly chased me away yesterday. Today we are also greeted with a smile, proactively give me a business card, and said just let me come here to play. Will arrange wine and private room for me free of charge. Experience the treat. But me when I was a fat guy. Never felt. I finally feel it. And this time, I will personally show it to those who have insulted me. Look at me, who is at the top, how powerful is the predator. The old me was an extremely fat and ugly person, but just thanks to a small transaction, I have turned into a handsome guy like a star. I was just handsome. Immediately feel a treat that has never been experienced before. Yesterday it was because of his ugly appearance, which stopped me from entering the bar. Today there is no need to even queue. Directly let me in. And the waiter once loudly yelled at me. Today he also smiled and said that, later I want you to come visit often. This moment I finally feel it. The life of a handka at the top of the human food chain. How wonderful. And just sat down. I saw my ex-girlfriend criticizing my appearance, which betrayed me. So I silently made up my mind, must show them. Now I, the one in the highest position of hunter, how beneficial is it? But as soon as I made up my mind, I found out again. I basically do not know what to do, because I have never been handsome in my entire life. While I was arbitrarily stroking my hair. Think about how to show off your handsome appearance to attract them. I do not. Actually a top hunter. Even if you do nothing, the presence is already super high, still waiting for me to act. The beautiful girl who together with Tunan humiliated me yesterday, took the initiative to start a conversation with me, and as soon as she suggested it, want to go out on a private date with me, another beautiful girl. Not to be outdone, he came to her side, and deliberately said that falsely, she is already the mother of a baby. Do not compete with a hot young girl like her for men. Again? Then she just showed off her sexy body. Just invited me to eat meat with her. And his ex-girlfriend Tunan also came over at this time. She held the phone in her hand. Pretending to be impatient, he spoke to the girl. Hot body that her boyfriend keeps calling. Then he quickly sat down in front of me. Said that it was actually her first time going to this type of bar. Then he asked me seductively again. Do you want to be with her? Go to a quieter place? But her appearance is extremely seductive. Making the blonde boy who had been with her move in parallel. Cannot bear it anymore. Right in front of me, I loudly asked Tunan, are you planning on kicking him after eating? There are two other beautiful girls. Because they just exposed each other, they started arguing. Just like that, I did not have time to say a single word. They have been arguing endlessly because of me. This also made me suddenly feel. The life of a handka is not as interesting as I thought, but just when I'm tasteless. Preparing to go home to continue his life as a trader, a hand holding a business card. Slammed down on the bar in front of me. People come. It's the neighbor's sister again. Has grown up with me since childhood. Tatha, but I have not waited until I told her that I am trying Kiyu Sam. She confidently turned around and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he told me that he had urgent work to do today. Told me to definitely call her another day. Watch her back leave. I really want to know. Why is she so fat? But can be so confident and liberal. When I left the nightclub, his arms were full. Fresh flowers the girls gave me. I never thought that. It turned out to be holding so many flowers. Can also become a burden. Just as I was searching for a handkerchief a girl gave me, to wipe sweat from face. Then a bunch of business cards were just given by the girls. Each one falls out. I do not want to disappoint people's kindness. I could only frantically pick up the business card. But even though I'm so flustered, still attracted two young girls to help me. But when I used the handkerchief in my hand, to wipe sweat from face, I found this towel to be not waterproof at all. Only then did I realize that this was not a handkerchief at all, but a pair of lace panties with a phone number written on them. This scare immediately panicked and stuffed it back into his pocket. Although the life of a marshal is still unfamiliar to me, but this is the first time many people are interested. Still makes me feel changed in appearance. Truly the right decision? While I was thinking, where should we go tomorrow to experience life? But come home? I discovered the house light was still on, and Tae-hee was looking at me with an expression of disbelief. We asked in unison, why is the enemy here? Then he saw me holding a bunch of flowers like that. He said even though I had the same opinion of being loyal to him, cannot you just follow him home? After that, he immediately wanted to call the police to take me away, in times of emergency. I did not have time to explain, immediately rushed forward and grabbed his hand that was calling the phone, which also made me lose my balance. Directly pressed him onto the bed. This sudden awkward situation, making Tae-hee a bit stunned. As for me, I took advantage of him looking at me bewilderedly, expressed his identity to Tae-hee. I'm not a stalker. This is Chinkia-shan. Before I was a damn fat guy who only knew how to stay at home. Even my beloved girlfriend hates my appearance. That abandoned and betrayed me. Now, I transformed overnight into a handsome star. Even sitting in a nightclub doing nothing, there will also be countless beautiful women competing jealously over me. But my appearance suddenly changed. Makes Tae-hee, who grew up with me since childhood, misunderstanding me as a perverted stalker. I immediately wanted to call the police to take me away. In an emergency, I rushed into the person who was calling the police. Him, which also made me lose my balance. One shot pushed him onto the bed. This sudden awkward situation, causing Tae-hee to freeze on the spot. But I also took this opportunity to express, I am his best friend since childhood. Chen Ka. Afterward, I told the story from beginning to end. Let Tae-hee listen. But he's still hard to believe. A person can change their appearance overnight, so he decided to use a song with me. Verify your identity and only I can answer correctly. He took out all the comics I had accumulated for a long time, took it all out, and take random content from the story. Tell me to answer the given details. But these childish questions. For someone like me who has been fat for 20 years, it's too easy. See how enthusiastic I am answering these questions. Taehi could only helplessly accept that I was Cheng Kiao Shan. The truth. Afterward, he asked me curiously, why change appearance? I explained that it was because of my ugly appearance. I always have to live the life of an outsider. I also really want to try it out. What is the exciting life of an official handsome man? But when I actually experienced it, found it not as interesting as I imagined. After listening to my story, Taehi asked me extremely surprised. Maybe you think, is the nightclub the Marshal's entire life? Seeing me bewildered, I did not say anything. He further affirmed that I knew absolutely nothing about the life of playboys. Basically know nothing. Then he spoke with great confidence. Will give me experience. How stylish people really live. And tomorrow will bring me there. A gathering place for the most stylish and cool young people today. But I thought he was going to take me to some high-end shopping mall or a drinking party. Unexpectedly, it was just a sports park next to the Han River. Seeing me standing there bewildered, not knowing anything, Taehi, who was wearing sports clothes, immediately spoke. From past to present, this in River Sports Park, it's really no different from the animal kingdom. But marshals are like male lions competing for position. To show your strength, men here will show off their toned bodies. And the handsome sister did not just sit still and wait to choose a strong man. Because even if it's a lioness, it also takes a fair amount of effort. Can be chosen by a strong male lion, so they will use their own way to radiate your unique charm. Seeing me still looking at him bewildered, he decided to set an example himself, to teach me a practical lesson. He then opened his arms ostentatiously and shouted, "Look how I show off my charm. If you have the courage to talk to me, then come here quickly." But I saw that no one proactively came to talk to me. He immediately walked towards a burly man, and with a pose that he considers extremely seductive, asked the man if he could jog with him. Then there's also the man, a bewitching glance. But the shameful thing is, the man was not conquered by his charm. After decisively refusing Taehi's invitation, he did not even bother to turn back and ran away. But Taehi is confident, was not discouraged by this failure. He just men now are all too lacking. Determined to dare to challenge a top marshal like him, so he decided to run around in the park. See if you can meet today. The man can really conquer him. Look at his back as he leaves. I'm still confused and do not understand why. What should I do now? Right now, a man suddenly asked me, is Taehi who just ran away my girlfriend? I thought he was attracted to Taehi's beauty. Which comes, so we hastily explained that we were just normal friends, but after knowing I'm still single, he suddenly showed a deep interest in me. This got me thinking. I met someone who likes to make friends with men, but as I followed him to their meeting place, I just discovered. Turns out they were missing a man because of the party. That's why you came to invite me. There's a reason to choose me. Actually, purely because I wanted to lean on this handsome face of mine. If not, Taehi would have finally found and rescued me. Maybe I'll have to be dragged away by them. It took a whole night. Just when I went to Taehi, Hyung's life is not as interesting as at home. Then he said, Han River Park is just a small part of a stylish person's life. As for where he's taking me now, this is Hyung and Unni's real check-in location. Then follow his instructions. We went to a hot pool party. But just changed into my swimsuit. I felt my life was over. Have not been to a swimming pool in 20 years. I still wear the only pair of swimming trunks from when I was a kid. But this two-dimensional chibi print. Absolutely not something Hyung would wear. Based on the handsome face he stole, I lived the hot life I dreamed of. But deep down inside I am still a man. So feel Hyung's life is not as interesting as at home. Let me see. How rich is the life of top-level Hyung and Unni? Taehi took me to a place. Gathering of stylish people. Just changed into swimsuit. I regretted my decision to follow Taehi. Because I have been a boy for more than 10 years. So I still wear my childhood swimming trunks. The only pair of pants printed with two-dimensional chibi prints. Look at the hot outfits of trendy people in the swimming pool. I really feel it. Total loss of faith. But when I found a corner to sit down, trying to hide my embarrassing swimming trunks, and wanted to reduce my presence, then I do not know. Actually, as soon as I walked into the party, everyone's eyes, already focusing on me. And all of them in unison. Notice the two-way swimming trunks I'm wearing. Because of this handsome face of mine, it's really hard not to attract people's attention. Furthermore, those people all had the same thoughts. It's the swimming trunks I'm wearing. It's really great quality. So handsome. And they still think that the reason why no one dresses like me before. It's because there's only my peak beauty. I can only handle this type of fashion, even without my knowledge, leading new fashion trends. Taehi also finished changing into her swimsuit and came next to me. He looked at my damn swimming trunks in surprise. and screamed that I'm just a real piece of trash. He also said he wanted to be a Hyung, so look what you're wearing. At least dress like me. Just being able to relax at a pool party. Then he seemed to hate me and pulled me. Quickly leave the party center. At an empty bar near the corner. I asked curiously, how can Tae-hee be as confident as him? And greatly admire him. It is possible to go to such a high-fashion party alone. Because when I'm alone waiting for him, I found it extremely awkward. But Tae-hee told me disappointedly. Actually, he had a very close friend. Come with him here. But that friend recently passed away for some reason. And before that, he just got used to it. A younger sister very similar to her lost friend. Originally, the two of them had arranged to come here to play together. But recently they lost contact again. Tae-hee thought, maybe that little sister want to end life in nightclubs, but back to normal life. Although the two of them have known each other for a short time, but Tae-hee really likes her. So Tae-hee actually looks confident and comfortable. But inside I feel extremely lonely and helpless. Fortunately now I have appeared. Gave him new hope. Then he excitedly spoke to himself. He will go to the swimming pool to show off his charm, and told me I was here. You should also happily enjoy life, great hying and unny. But maybe he forgot. He did not tell me at all how to make good use of it. This handsome face of mine. Just when I decided to take a big gulp of the brandy, and with him, join this hot pool party. Then from afar came the sound of a loud argument. A man loudly curses Tae-hee as a woman who does not know how to measure herself. Afterward, he also used force to push Tae-hee into the swimming pool. When I read, Tae-hee was lying flat on the water. I immediately jumped into the water and swam towards Tae-hee. And when I helped Tae-hee out of the pool, and kindly asked him if he was hurt. The man's unintentional laughter was still heard. He mocks Tae-hee as a woman as stupid as a pig, and even dare to try to stick with him. Hearing him mock his friend like that, for the first time in my life I felt it. Anger cannot be contained in my heart. I loudly warned him to be careful with his words. Tae-hee has been a very close friend of mine since middle school. I cannot accept someone insulting my friend, maybe me from the past, always treated by others as a stranger, on the margins of society, but I know, actually inside me, always contains a real power. Even though I was determined in the past that I did not want to hurt others because of this power, but today because of Tae-hee, I must release the righteousness in my heart, just as I got into an attack stance. Take a deep breath, activate every cell in the body, prepare to use the sure kill move Supernova continuous attack, to finish off the man opposite. Then a female voice came from behind. She graciously covered Tae-hee with a towel, and Shally told me. Tae-hee seems to have been scared. There's another girl, also gave Tae-hee a cup of hot milk. These warm actions immediately made me see. These big sisters usually look cold, still very, but actually I do not know that they did this to have a chance to talk to me. That's why I'm so enthusiastic about Tae-hee. Seeing that there are so many beautiful girls around me. Even men do not want to miss out, opportunity to attract attention. A man immediately stood in front of me, loudly criticized the man who knocked Tae-hee down, and asked him to apologize to Tae-hee, in a 5-on-1 situation. More and more people gathered around to watch, also joined the team condemning the man. Unconsciously, the man pushed Tae-hee down, became a social outcast. And Tae-hee and I became the center of society. Beauty and justice, in this moment was radically expressed. Although on the way home, Tae-hee still shows her confidence and openness. And say that there are men who are just not good at expressing themselves. That's why I got angry with a top big sister like her, but I, in her heart, probably suffered a big blow. Really hope this happens. Will not affect Tae-hee's confidence. I went home and absent-mindedly looked at the comic. Relive the glamorous life after changing your face. But it's still not as good as when I was a fat guy who liked to stay at home, just when I was frustrated. The phone suddenly received a text message. Tomorrow the anime exhibition I've been looking forward to for a long time will begin. Lately my mind has been spinning, but even such important things are forgotten. As soon as I see the message, I was excited to open the wardrobe. I took out the cosplay costume that I had stored away for a long time. The previous outfit was due to body shape issues, which I cannot wear. Maybe tomorrow will help me become a star that everyone notices. The old me was a fat, ugly bastard. But just thanks to a small transaction, I have turned into a handsome guy who can attract countless looks. But the glamorous lives of celebrities, it does not bring me any joy at all. On the contrary, it makes me feel even more nostalgic about myself when I was at home. Unconcerned. Just when I was looking disappointedly at the comic book in my hand. Remember the first joys? The phone suddenly received an excited text message. The anime exhibition I've been looking forward to for a long time will start tomorrow. As soon as I see the message, I immediately rushed to the cosplay costume that I had stored away for a long time. Before, because of my body shape, I could not fit into this outfit. Come tomorrow. It will definitely help me become a star that everyone will pay attention to. Early morning the next day, I was dressed properly. Go to the hall where the anime exhibition is held. Look at this holy place filled with 2 days fanatics. I finally felt real joy. And, just as I was excitedly looking at the route map in the hall, prepare to line up to enter the sacred place in your heart, two lovely girls suddenly came next to me. One of the two girls shyly asked me, "Are you dressing up as Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen?" Another girl spoke freely. Her friend is just too introverted. They actually wanted to ask me, "Can we take a photo together?" Seeing that they also like Sukuna like me, I happily agreed to the request to take a photo together. Then he also took Sukuna's signature pose. Afterward, also gave them Sukuna finger cookies that I made myself for them. But it was not time for the two lovely girls to leave. There are three young men who are as crazy about anime as I am. Come next to me. So I used the same movement again to take photos with them. But because I was too immersed in the role, but I missed out on getting into the hall for the first round. When I came in a hurry, the counter sells limited models. All models are sold out. That's it. I could only despair and find a corner to sit down. But when I was thinking that later, you definitely cannot miss the manga artist's autograph signing at 2 o'clock. Then I was once again surrounded by enthusiastic people. I thought I was surrounded because I cosplay a famous character. But when I look at other cosplayers, I just found out only around me were countless people surrounding me. So I had to regretfully say that I was resting. Then I wanted to use the bathroom as an excuse to hide in the bathroom. But there is no time to take any action yet. Suddenly a hand blocked my way. The source is my destined enemy, Gojo Satoru. He shouted lines from the comic books. Tell me to return Yuji's body. But me? Just care. Will the autograph session be missed later? So I quickly pointed in another direction. Say that over there is also a Sukuna. You can find him to fight a fateful battle. But when he looked in the direction I was pointing, again, that kind of counterfeit product did not catch his eye. Obviously it's the same Sukuna. Why just pay attention? Is it just looking at a fat boy with a physique almost similar to mine before, dressed as I suddenly realized. Is it because of the difference in appearance? Thinking of this, I clenched my fists. And Gojo's opposite. I thought I was going to accept his challenge. But actually in my heart I was thinking, this handsome face, to let me enjoy 2 days life to the fullest, cannot do it either. Thanks to the handsome face obtained through swapping, I experienced the exciting life of a top hot boy. But he's still a genuine nerd. So I cannot adapt to this feeling of being surrounded by people. Even when going to the anime exhibition that I liked the most, people also surrounded him to take pictures, just because of this handsome face. This leads directly to, I missed it. Opportunity to purchase limited models. Just when I was thinking, cannot miss the manga artist autograph signing this afternoon anymore. Then create my handsome Soma, again attracting Wukong to challenge him, to escape his clinging. I immediately pointed to someone else. The fat boy is dressing up as Soma, and said that he can go there to complete his fateful battle, but he was unmoved. Also talk about those fake names. Basically could not catch his eye. Why now even in the 2 days world? Should we also discriminate based on appearance? To clear the atmosphere at the scene. Final. I still had to reluctantly fight Wukong. And so as not to delay enjoying this event, because of this handsome face too, I bought a faceless mask. Then put the shirt over your head, complete the ultimate disguise. Just like that I finally got it easily, signature of my favorite manga artist. Although sometimes people still ask to take pictures together, but after covering my face, it really makes me less noticeable. And just as I was contentedly admiring the signature, in hand, prepare to go home. Arrange slowly. The pile of anime stuff I harvested today. Then suddenly an announcement was made in the hall. There will be an anime quiz in 10 minutes. And the winner also receives many attractive rewards. This immediately reminded me. In the past Taehi came to verify my identity, which played that game with me. So I decided to immediately participate in this quiz competition. Even if you lose, at best, go home and arrange your anime stuff. But it was this decision, made me careless, which becomes one of the last two survivors. Before the final match begins, the host excitedly introduced our two contestants and asked us to show provocation before the final battle. But maybe it's because I'm wearing the faceless mask, so I did not have time to open my mouth to speak. He excitedly spoke to the audience below. I just said I will try my best to complete the competition. And now, the fat girl dressed up as your forger is opposite. Not to be outdone, he showed off his signature pose. Then he spoke shyly. She will finish the life of the goddess of victory, about to fall on me. Amid the excited screams of the audience below, we begin the final battle. But when I saw the last question, even a nerd like me sees it. The difficulty of this question is really too high. But right when I was thinking about the answer, then your forger was opposite. Again showing unprecedented confidence. But her confidence. In the end, I still cannot compete with my rich anime knowledge. Look at her disappointed back as she leaves. I who enjoyed the game decided to give her the ultimate reward. But when I brought the reward in front of her, she started to get confused again. I wear the faceless mask. Is not it that you do not know what to say? So I had to take off the mask. When she saw my handsome face under the mask, in the end she still took it. The gift witnessed the mutual joy of both. After the event ends, it had started to drizzle outside. Although before arriving I had prepared an umbrella. But I'm still very worried. Wearing the rain to the subway station will get my favorite anime stuff wet. Just when I was confused. I'm kind. I was going to invite him to go with me to the subway station, but I have not opened my mouth yet. Then he ran into the rain. After I carefully hugged the anime stuff, entered the subway station, picked up a wallet on the stairs again. Luck is in the wallet. There is a small card with contact information. Via the phone number on the card, I have contacted the person who lost his wallet. And just as we were arriving at the meeting point, to prepare to return his wallet, then he was in too much of a hurry and crashed into me. Only then did I discover it. Turns out the person dropped his wallet. It was the person who hurriedly ran into the rain earlier. That girl wearing glasses. And because of the impact, the glasses fell off. He looks extremely pure and adorable. This is not in a novel or manga. The type of female lead with a stunning appearance. Sealed glasses. And on the way home, I discovered him, but we went together. Metro line me. Could it be that she is the girl of my destiny? Our accidental encounters. It's like it was arranged by God. Although this motive is often criticized by some people, these are boring old details. But the feeling of meeting this love still makes me unable to control myself. But I developed inexplicable feelings for him. I firmly believe that we are the type of destined lovers. We'll definitely be attracted to the other person in the novel. But I who really want to take the next step forward with her. Again, I found out I did not know at all how to pursue girls in the real world. My first girlfriend was Cian. It was also because she actively pursued me, and because of me and Cian. Basically, I've never dated properly. So our relationship, it's just that she came to my house for a bit, before she went to a nightclub, and before that, the women I've had are all from games. I never imagined about dating girls in real life. Even the experience of love, it's just an experience through a dating simulation game. But think about it, I suddenly thought, why must it be separate? Are the girls in the game and the girls in the world actually treating each other? Clearly I was in the dating game. Destroyed all the female leads. I decided, apply the dating skills I've learned over the years, into real-life girls. After deciding, I mustered up the courage to approach the other girl, and held the umbrella in my hand towards her. Beautiful girl, this umbrella is for you to borrow, but when she thanked me, you must definitely return this umbrella to me. This umbrella is really important to me, just like my treasure. So you must definitely return it to me. Just like that, during the greeting I considered myself handsome, but the reality is extremely embarrassing. I have successfully unlocked my dating mode. I like this girl I had met 3 times. She looks like she came out of a comic book. The female lead's beauty is sealed with glasses. God arranged for us to meet by chance. Just like in the novel, no matter how roundabout the male and female leads are, we will finally meet each other. But I want to go further with her, but I found out, I basically do not know how to pursue a girl in real life. So I can only rely on years of playing the dating game, practice dating skills, which applies to her in the real world. Although the process can be said to be extremely awkward, but good luck. The result was still successful in obtaining her contact information. But when I got home I racked my brains. I do not know how to have a normal conversation with her, because in the dating game, all conversations, all you need to do is choose the answer. But dating in the real world does not have that option. Luckily, I discovered that there are many love experts online, teach people proper conversation skills, and I through my study efforts, learned a lot of taboo words while chatting. Final. We conveniently made an appointment with Mies. You were to have dinner together, so the next thing to do, it was a week before having dinner with Mies Ur. Efforts to improve capacity indicators. Mine reached the highest level. A week later I arrived early. The coffee shop where we arranged to meet, although it is the result of a week of effort, helped me improve my dressing sense. But, the gap between the game and reality is still extremely clear. In the dating game, just a few taps. It is possible to quickly improve ability indicators, but in real life, even if I practice hard all week, only shows a slight change. I still want to rely on flirting sentences I learned online to deal with disappointment. But Taehi told me with a hateful expression, absolutely do not try it. Just when I was thinking hard, what should I say after meeting Mies Ur? Then Mies Ur arrived at the cafe on time, and now I was surprised to find out, on her, it turns out there are 2 very visible rose tattoos. This is completely different. Compared to the first meeting, I was a bit confused. Luck of is Yuna's personality, not as wild as she looks. And when we went to the restaurant to eat, she is also very generous. As a thank you I lent her an umbrella. Today she will cover, tell me to feel free to order, and leave a perfect impression on her. I chose a very cheap part. But you can eat 3 delicious dishes. But after seeing my finger position, she laughed again, and smiled and asked me, is this my first time at this type of family restaurant? And when he saw my awkward look, she very kindly told me, actually those are the side dishes in the combo, and told me not to worry too much about the menu. Her gentleness and thoughtfulness makes me love the female lead in my heart even more. While I'm trying to express myself, which helps her cut the steak in front of her, and she was also gently looking at me. The restaurant staff suddenly came next to us, and they were also extremely enthusiastic in bringing out the cake, sing the happy birthday song. Now I know. It turns out today is Ms. Yuer's birthday, but after the staff left, I said with a guilty face, I have not even prepared a birthday gift for her in advance. Then Ms. Yu said that today is not her birthday, but 1 week from today, it's her birthday week. Then she asked me, do you want to go to her birthday party with her tonight? A senior man had a blank face. Basically, I do not know what a birthday week is, but when I really put myself in Miss Yuna's birthday party, I just understood. Yuna's birthday week, start with the dress party, organized by her and her elementary school classmates. They rented a venue for an all-day party, drinking and dancing all night. Then the next day, he continued to hold another party with his middle school friends. Then the next day, I had a yak party with my high school friends. Then again a day later, then held a pool villa party with college friends. Then another day, then I went to an amusement park with my former colleagues. Then the next day, have a party at the bar with friends you know at the bar. And on the last day of the birthday week, she even covered a private restaurant. To entertain all the friends who spent her birthday week with her, unleashed a crazy lavish party that lasted 2 days and 1 night. Only then did I realize, Yu shines like a star. Simply the big sister among big sisters. And so she spend the whole birthday week with me again. This cannot help but make me think, does she want her friends to help her consider, see if I'm suitable to be her boyfriend? And the same kind of challenge as in this game. For me, basics are just basic tasks, because I tried my best to fit in with her friends then, but just when I thought that I have successfully conquered it, Miss Yuma, this female lead, she suddenly rushed into the arms of another man. At this moment I suddenly realized, right from the start, I did not ask at all, does Ms. Yuna have a boyfriend? But my fate and hers, it's all my imagination, and attach it to the details in the novel. Indeed the real world. How can it be like a dating simulation game? I'm in the real world. It's absolutely impossible to be the only male lead. Realize this. In the end I can only accept this cruel reality. But when I was disappointed, I asked the other person, is it Ms. Yua's boyfriend? And begged him to make Ms. Yuna happy. Then he spoke again. He is absolutely not Ms. Yuna's boyfriend. Heard this news, I looked at her bewildered. And she seemed to see through my thoughts and immediately spoke. It seems like you still do not understand Ms. Yuna enough. If you mean Ms. I advise you to give up that idea. That way maybe it will not hurt you. I'm a guy with 0 love experience. First time vibrating. Likes a big sister who has a boyfriend. But when I was disappointed I told her boyfriend, please make Miss Yuna happy. Then he told me he was not Yuna's boyfriend, and advised me if I have any ideas for Yuna, it's best to give up that idea. See my surprised face? He put his arm around my shoulder and pointed towards Yuna in the distance. Told me he's known Yuna for 6, 7 years. But over the years, Yuna has never dated any man. So you think a person has good looks? Her personality is as lively and cheerful as Yuna. Why in the past 6, 7 years? Has she always been single? Heard this question. I immediately noticed, Yuna is probably the type that's difficult to follow, and like pure love. This causes my vibration to directly increase to 100, but his next words shattered my illusions. You see it? Yuna is a big sister among big sisters. Instead of just focusing on a love relationship with one person, she likes to play with more people. Actually, I also confessed my love to Yuna, but was flatly rejected. At that time Yuna told me, she has dated several boyfriends. But they all do not like Yuna staying up all night to go out, also do not like her attending drinking parties with boys. And when Yuna invited her boyfriend, go out with friends, her boyfriend asked Yuna again, only go on one-on-one dates with him. Binding type. In that love relationship, Yuna felt very pressured. Although, Yuna and I have always maintained a friendly relationship. But now, there is no longer a feeling of liking between men and women. The main reason why I gave up on my feelings for Yuna, it's because she's an extreme hedonist. Maybe it's because of her mother, because of my family. I worked hard all my life, until the day he died, he still had not enjoyed life for a day. This makes Yuna want to enjoy her current life. So she just needs to make enough money to enjoy herself. Will immediately quit my job. Wait until you run out of money and then look for a job. Although she also has some plans for the future, by putting in some pension and basic savings, but such a playful woman. So what man can stand it? After arriving home, I told Taehi the whole story. And wanted to ask for Taehi's opinion, but Taehi spoke again after hearing my story. That's basically just a lie. Just to politely refuse that man of Yuna, and patted his chest to reassure me. There are only big sisters like him. I just understand the feelings of big sisters like Yuna. Then he speculated. The reason why Yuna still does not have a boyfriend, it's because she has not met her true destiny yet, which the people around Taehi say want to enjoy life, choose not to get married. Usually after meeting the other person, they will all completely withdraw and get married. Therefore, he thinks it's too early for me to choose to give up now, and advised me to find an opportunity, honestly expressing my feelings for Yuna. So I decided to believe Taehee's words. And during this time, I also understood the difference between reality and a dating simulation game. So I decided not to give myself a headache, entangled in any more love skills. I want to follow the feeling of my heart. Today I must confess my love to you, the heroine in my heart. But, just when I was about to express my true feelings, was accidentally met by Yuna again. A former colleague at the previous company interrupted. But they have not seen each other for a long time. Yet he still sat at the same table with us. This makes me even less likely to express my feelings to Yuna. Although not being able to confess my love makes me feel very regretful. But seems Yuna so happy, I'm also satisfied. The opportunity to confess love just needs to be created. There will always be, but I naively discovered it. I was completely unable to create that so-called opportunity, because no matter where we meet, there will always be an acquaintance of me's, Yuna appearing. However, I still do not choose to give up, so I asked me's, Yuna to go camping together. I think even if she is a big sister. Then at the campsite you probably would not meet anyone you know anymore. But as a result, there were also her friends at the campsite. The tourists were in the tent next door. But it's the brother and sister she has not seen in 3 years. Many failed confessions. I can only choose to use my ultimate. So I chose the final confession location, at a high-end private restaurant. This place only receives one group of guests at a time, and the dishes are all prepared in advance. So even the waiter will not appear. But when I was excited I thought, today I will definitely confess successfully. Then the appearance of me's, Yuna made me stunned. I just saw her walking and dragging a suitcase. And said today she came to say goodbye to me. Because she's about to leave for a 2-month trip to Europe. Moreover, this trip, I already made an appointment with friends 6 months ago. Booked with friends 6 months ago. Look at Ms. Yuna's happy expression. I finally came to my senses. If she chooses to be with me, it will most likely cause her to lose things that belong to her. She is someone who likes to make friends with many people, and explore the vast world, and feel happy about it. So I cannot because of my selfish feelings, which binds her in one place, and to protect her bright smile. In the end, I still chose to give up this confession. Even though I pretended to be comfortable saying goodbye to you now, but when I got home, I'm still immersed in the pain of heartbreak and cannot stop. The pain feels like cutting every piece of this intestine. Absolutely not love games with tragic endings. Can be compared. And right when I was experiencing it, the sadness caused by the first heartbreak, the phone suddenly received a text message, and this same message became an opportunity to change my obscure life. I fell in love after truly loving a girl. Although I really want to start a sweet love affair with her, but for protection, Ms. Yuer's pursuit of freedom. In the end, I still chose to give up confessing my love to her, because in my eyes, those who dare to have the courage to enjoy life the way they like. Really brilliant, also makes me very admired. And right when I was still immersed in the pain of heartbreak, I received the message I had been waiting for so long. Then my Cam's movie is about to be released. The pain of heartbreak makes me want to stay at home forever. But, then my Cam's movie that I have loved for a long time. I really do not want to miss it. And when I'm in a frustrated mood, sit in the audience seats, I started to doubt again. I'm in this state. Can you truly support them, my Cam? But when familiar music rang out, This feeling has not been there for a long time. As if it had shown direction to my obscure life. I, along with others, also love them, my Cam. Excited and screaming. Cheered, I seem to have forgotten this moment. All the troubles and disappointments. After the movie ends. Me, abandoned by mainstream life just like me. Walking out of the movie theater shoulder to shoulder. Even though we've never talked to each other. And this meeting may be the first, also the last time. But we all feel it. Each other's steadfastness. Determined to pursue your life goals. Although among these people, occasionally, there will appear some people who look down on others. Assume your own interest in liking, farce or others. But, when he was deliberately provoked by a group of thugs who considered themselves players, and for looking down on him as a nerd, but wanted to deal with him, I still choose to prevent the violent behavior of gangsters. And the reason I can be like that, muster all the courage to stand up, because it's behind me. There is a group of passionate and indomitable souls like me, and in this tiny toilet, we are the real orthodox faction, and also in the moment of seeing the gangsters because of our spirit, but ran away in disarray, I finally understood, important truth that changed my life. Actually, it's a matter of dividing who is a player and who is on the sidelines. Who is orthodox, who unorthodox, that in itself is a very childish act. Whether it's participating in hot parties at the pool, or enjoy the fun of the 2 days world at an anime exhibition, even wearing a swimsuit attracts countless looks, or wear cosplay costumes, transform into your favorite character. Whether interested in people with fashion sense, or are you interested in people who are good at cosplaying, the most important thing is only one. It was while I was doing these things. Can I feel true happiness and joy in these things or not? Although this is the principle that I have enlightened to, after having to bear the risk of death and change in appearance. But if you ask me if I regret changing my appearance, then I will not hesitate to answer you that no, because if I do not change my appearance, then I would not be able to experience a different life on my own. Perhaps on the contrary it will be, because of looking forward to an unknown world, which made me ignore the happiness I already felt, sighed. And now, I have experienced two different lives. I also found it for myself, a lifestyle that I truly love, so I do not regret my decision to change my face that day, and once I found it, direction of my life for a while, a post with a photo taken with me, has attracted a lot of discussion from netizens. This also affects the friends who have come into contact with me. Know that I am a famous online novel writer. Chen Kot. But Xiao Yan, who did not know me, was on my behalf, being laughed at by friends. Originally, he just saw me writing a novel in a coffee shop, which discovered my writing style, identical to internet writer Chen Qiaoshan. And after he started talking to me, also confirmed my name is Chen Qiaoshan, so he proactively asked to be my girlfriend. But now the photo he saw online, completely opposite to my original appearance. This leads him to believe that I'm the damn fat girl who cheated on him, and he really wanted to immediately rush to my house to talk things through, but fear that I am a gloomy madman. But give up that thought. But even if he really comes here, I no longer care anymore, because right now, I not only do not care about other people's views of me, but also extremely enjoyable. Happy life belongs to you alone. And today, I also finished the novel that I had abandoned a long time ago, and just as I was about to celebrate, when I was about to treat myself to a hearty bowl of instant noodles, then the mysterious woman who helped me change my face appeared. The purpose of her coming this time, it is to collect our transaction fees. It's also the manuscript money for my entire novel. And after she finished instructing the designated account to transfer money for the manuscript and prepare to leave, then someone entered my door. It turned out to be Taehi. After confirming the woman in front of me, it's the person who changed my appearance. Taehi cried and begged the other person, also helped her change her life. If you can really help me change my appearance, no matter what price it takes, I'm willing to bear it all. Please change my life. I really want to be happy. During the day I am a gentle cafe owner. Come evening, I will transform into a perverted old man. Every day I will dream about hugging the widow, which I secretly love in my heart, even though I understand clearly in my heart, with my Miss Su Young is young and beautiful. Maybe it's basically impossible to like me, but that still cannot stop it. The fact that I expressed my strong love for her, every time I will before she comes, place the reserved seat card on the spot where she usually sits. And when she was about to sit down, I quickly ran to her side to retrieve the card. Then take this opportunity to lean close to her ear, speak to her in a low voice. This is a special place just for her. And when she went to wash her hands and adjust her outfit, I even secretly took away her scented coat. Saw her because she lost her coat, which looks confused. I immediately asked her with concern what happened, and pretended to say that there are often customers who are not careful enough to mistakenly pick up someone else's belongings. Maybe the couple just took it away. And when she offered, want to check out my store's surveillance cameras, it was awkward for me to say, actually the store's surveillance cameras are just decorations, and pretended to comfort her with that. No need to worry too much, the customer took the wrong item, we'll definitely return it. Evening after returning home, I sadly looked at the mess on the ground. Today, besides my coat, I really do not have anything. Since then, Ms. Su Young has lived alone, even secretly picking up the household waste she threw away. It also becomes a luxury, because after her husband passed away, she only buys the most basic cooking ingredients and necessary items for life. Luckily, at least, I can still get it. The shopping voucher that Ms. Su Young personally touched. Just that was enough to keep me smiling for a few days. And today, I can even smell the scent on Ms. Su Young's jacket. But sleep, honestly, just thinking about it makes me so excited. But as soon as I hugged the pillow with Ms. Su Young's photo on it, but sleep, then suddenly a familiar voice rang out in my ear, call your husband. When I opened my eyes, I discovered it. Su Young that I love. Lying next to my pillow with a shy expression. Happiness suddenly came to me, waking me up from sleep. Excitedly asked her why she was sleeping in my bed. And she teased me with an interesting expression. Are you sleeping until you're stupid? After getting married, is not it natural to live together? Even asked me to directly change my calling to wife. In my bewilderment and disbelief, she said. Then even more seductively, she said she could not sleep. Asked if I could hug her. Until she falls asleep, okay. Look at Miss Su Young. With a face that was both innocent and a bit shy, I suddenly realized, could this be the legendary lucid dream? So now, if I do not do all the things I want to do, one turn, will not you regret it for the rest of your life? But as soon as I opened my arms, preparing to hug the Su Young that I always miss, into your heart, then someone suddenly gave me a painful slap on my forehead. In front of me another person appeared, which I absolutely do. Not familiar at all. It's a strange woman. I have not even opened my mouth yet. She told herself not to dream anymore. After regaining my senses, immediately panicked and asked who she was. How could you get into my house? But she never answered my question. But I personally exposed the deep pain in my heart. Han Sung-jin is 52 years old. I cannot help but like 28-year-old Lee Soo-young. That's interesting. Lee Soo-young's husband just committed suicide not long ago. Currently her partner position is still vacant, but that vacancy is practically speaking. It also cannot be replaced by someone over 24 years old like him. So today I come here Han Sung-jin, I can change your appearance. Wall, Lee Soo-young's deceased husband. Because until now, Lee Soo-young still cannot forget her husband, so you do not have to. Too much effort to please her. I can let you sit in the position that seemed to naturally belong to him. Think about it. Every day I look at Lee Soo-young's face when welcoming the sunrise. Eat every meal with her. Walking hand in hand together. Every day I hug her and sleep. Life was like that for him. It's not happiness. But what do you always want? Although your appearance will change to someone else. But that was in his heart. Should not it be the main point anymore? This is his only chance to live as Lee Soo-young's husband. Of course this transaction is not free. He just needs to transfer ownership. This house is for me. He would have been able to. The happy life he always wished for. Once I can live with my beloved Soo-young. I did not hesitate and agreed to the transaction offer. Because even without this house, I can also rely on Soo-young's husband status, but dignifiedly lives in her house. Enter Miss Soo-young's house. As me Soo-young's husband. She looks so sweet and lovely in her nightgown. From today onwards, she will belong to me alone. And I'm no longer a dirty old pervert. Miss Soo-young is mine. Dirty old pervert has been single for 58 years. Now, he married a beautiful young wife 24 years younger than him. It turns out I passed the transaction. The face of Ms. Soo-young's deceased husband has been obtained. Relying on this handsome, youthful face, I walked solemnly into Ms. Soo-young's house, and when she saw my face clearly, she showed an expression of both panic and excitement. It seems that the mysterious woman was right. Miss Soo-young really misses her deceased husband. But now, that nostalgia and love all belong to me. Just thinking about it makes me excited, to bring me back to life. I wonder if their past stories are reasonable or not. I lied and said I suddenly woke up. It appeared in the middle of the road, and only rely on little memory. Just found home. And tell her, I know I've already died once. Although I have forgotten why I chose to commit suicide, but I still remember it clearly. Before dying, my undying love for her. Clear. My explanation made Miss Soo-young completely confident. She is truly a simple and lovely woman. Really believe that again, a deceased husband can come back alive. But I'm not also because of her simplicity and loveliness. But just day and night thinking about it, just when I was imagining, about to start a life with her, happiness is shameless. Miss Soo-young suddenly brought me a bunch of strange medicine, she said happily. These are all functional foods that I used to take every day in the past. And because of nostalgia, she still does not want to throw it away. Without thinking, I swallowed it all at once. Because this is Miss Soo-young. The first time personally giving me these delicious pills, even if it's deadly poison. To me it's sweeter than honey. After taking functional foods, I reached out and grabbed her hand, and talked to her in an affectionate voice. Although I have lost the beautiful memories I spent with her, but my love is for her, still as passionate and burning as before. And she also responded to my passionate feelings, and so grateful that I can return to her. But I originally thought that, today I can have sex with Miss Soo-young. But unfortunately, she arranged for me to stay in the living room. Maybe it's because I just returned, so she still has not adapted yet. Look at the photo of her smiling happily in her hand. I silently. And then, I can also make Miss Soo-young show me such a happy smile. And today is the 5th day between me and her. Live together as husband and wife. Every day I look at her after doing yoga. Sweat profusely. They all make me feel like she's really sexy. And when she realized I was always holding the photo, but looked at her with infatuated eyes, she will always shyly grab the photo and tell me to wake up quickly. This happy life. It's something that half my life ago I never dared to think about. Look at her adorable shy face. I could not help but reached out and caressed it, then hugged her tightly. Smell the slight scent of sweat, due to movement she exudes. This smell makes me even more addicted. Any perfume in the world. While I'm still attached, she pushed me away. She shyly said that she had to quickly take a shower. Then I'll make breakfast for me, and I responded kindly. Let me prepare breakfast today, and tell her to just leave her dirty clothes in front of the bathroom door. Look at the yoga outfit she took off in front of the bathroom door. I could not help but reached out and picked it up. This outfit has Miss Soo-young's body temperature and sweat on it. It's truly amazing. The scent is sweet even if I smell it for a lifetime. I also volleyed. Well, Miss Soo-young took a shower. I have prepared a hearty breakfast table. And after she went out, I said that the weather had gotten cold recently. I deliberately cooked a bowl of hot soup for her, but she looked suspicious and asked me, is this all my cooking? Did not you know how to cook before? Only then did I realize. It turns out, Her husband originally knew nothing about cooking. Recently I wanted to start trying some simple dishes, and said just follow the instructions online. It's actually very simple. Although she still had some doubts about what I said, but after she tasted it, the soup is made by myself, who has practiced for many years. Then she forgot that bit of doubt immediately. Instead she commented that my soup was really delicious. Hear her compliments. I proudly told her, that's because I added special spices to it. In her suspicious eyes, I laughed and said, it's filled with your love inside. Then I raised my spoon and wanted to feed her another bite, but she still does not seem to be very used to it. This spoon has not touched your mouth yet. Very clean. Hurry up, my arms are tired. Watching the spoon slowly enter her mouth, and when I pulled the spoon back, I took the soup with it. This made me instantly excited. Quickly put the spoon in the bowl of soup in front of you, and stir it up. The spoon just entered Miss Soo Young's mouth. I'm about to pick it up to drink soup. This captivating experience makes me feel like I'm about to die of happiness. After finishing breakfast, she quickly changed her clothes and went out. Said he had to go to the supermarket to buy some food. I was disappointed and said that I could just order the food to be delivered. Anyway, now I'm just a dead person without an identity. Cannot go out shopping with her. She told me to just go buy one onion. Not enough money for delivery. Probably seeing my disappointment. He was very sad when he said I could not go out, but he just kept going. Waiting for him to finish speaking, I immediately warmly comforted him that it was okay. These past 5 days you have always been by my side. Staying at home must be very boring. Think of it as going out for a walk. It's good to go for a walk. Look at his happily leaving back. In my heart I wished he would walk a little longer. Because the first day I came here, I had something I really wanted to do. But because Miss Soo Young is always at home, I did not have a chance to act. I'm about to choke to death after holding on until now. I must finish it before he comes home. But what I did not expect was, just when I was concentrating on doing this, Ms. Soo Young forgot to take her wallet out and is now standing outside the door. Husband, what are you doing there? What are you doing anyway? I used to be a dirty old pervert. Every day I dream of hugging the widow I secretly love. Now, thanks to the transaction, I got the face of Ms. Soo Young's late husband. Not just royally in her wedding room, but you can also hug her tightly. Smell the sore sweat emanating from her body after exercising. Even if you force me to die now, I will feel like I will die without regrets. But on my first day here, I discovered something that made me very uncomfortable. While Miss Soo Young went out shopping, I decided to deal with it immediately. Photos of her with her late husband, even though we have the same face. But anyway, the person in the photo is not me. But while I was attentively taking photos, Ms. Soo Young suddenly appeared behind me. She looked at my strange actions in surprise. Suspicious asked me why I cropped these photos. I was so scared that I immediately threw away the scissors in my hand, moved forward and hold her shoulder tightly, and agitated said, Soo Young, this is a complete misunderstanding. But my blurted way of addressing her made her question me again. Why call her Miss Soo Young? I could only try to act calm and talk to her. Did not you lose your memory when you were alive? Just now I was so excited that I said the wrong thing. Wife, the reason I cut these photos is because I do not remember them at all. I took these pictures with you. Every time I see these photos, I feel like you're taking photos with another man. Even though we look exactly alike, I see that person is not you. Every time I see these pictures, I feel even more uncomfortable than being killed. But after listening to my complaints, he still looked at me with suspicious eyes. I can only once again sincerely apologize to him, and said that if this makes him unhappy, I would not do it again in the future. But he still did not speak, but just go straight to the photos I cropped. Looking at his silent back, I felt extremely worried. I thought to myself, if he does not believe what I just said, what should I do? But what I say is true. I really just want to cut Miss Soo Young's part out and keep it myself. But if he really gets suspicious because of this and then leaves me, then I can only choose to imprison him. Anyway, I gave up everything for him. If he still has a conscience, he should stay with me for the rest of his life. Just when I could not stand this torment and was about to take action, he was silent for a long time and finally spoke. He said kindly, he really did not know I had this thought. Before he was not subtle enough and negligent with my feelings. Then he showed the other pictures to me. Let me handle it however I want. And tell me anyway, just take pictures from now on. Although I temporarily overcame this danger, I did not know that just now, because of too much stress, Miss Soo Young's arm was held by me, and several bruises appeared. And when she was alone hiding in her room secretly applying medicine, the house suddenly lost power. According to my experience of living alone for many years, it is probably due to a blown fuse. So without thinking, I told her that at the intersection at the beginning of the village there was a home repair shop, and recite the repairman's phone number. But just because of my blurting out, it once again caused suspicion for Ms. Soo Young. I can only lie again, saying that perhaps my subconscious still remembers these things. Then he quickly turned around and ran back to his room. Wait for the repairman to arrive. For the first time, another man entered our house, making me feel uneasy inside. So I always hid behind the door, secretly observing his every move. Sure enough, after this damn kid finished fixing the circuit breaker, he kept looking at my wife and smiling, and he even drank the entire glass of juice that Miss Soo-young personally poured for him. At this moment, the person like me who was observing in the dark quickly became angry. As soon as he said to Ms. Soo-young, the words were almost teasing and caring, I could not help it anymore and stormed out. Scold at this kid who does not know any limits. Are you seducing someone? Seeing a man coming out of the house, he immediately shyly said it was me who was at home. Hearing that made me even angrier. Loudly questioned him, if I was not home, were you planning on not coming home today? He explained in a panic, he did absolutely nothing. And Ms. Soo-young yelled at me to let go. Hearing Ms. Soo-young trying to protect this man, I became even more angry. Shut up. It was also because she wore such baggy clothes that it made this kind of lustful person so confused, which gives birth to illusions. Kid, have you noticed my wife before? Otherwise, how could he show that hungry look in his eyes? Just when I lost control. Prepare to swing your fist at this shameless man. I accidentally dropped the glass of water in Ms. Soo-young's hand, but she also cleaned up the glass shards on the floor, but accidentally cut my hand. Only then did I quell my irrational anger. But after helping her bandage her injured finger, I was disappointed and said I was really sad. It's not just because I'm injured, but also because you keep flirting with strange men. Give them a chance to approach. From the photo I discovered, you really do not understand my feelings. Love you like that. I also hope you can pay a little more attention to me. Even after listening to what I said, he said again and again that he would pay more attention. But through this incident, I was skeptical about his irreparable fidelity, and there really is a need. Do you have to run to the supermarket to buy groceries 3 times a week? In my strong doubt, he said awkwardly. Because I always eat at home. So the amount of green vegetables consumed is much faster than usual. Then he turned to the fact that I could not go out to eat. Hearing this, I was so angry that I could not stand it. I questioned him loudly. Cannot you buy enough vegetables for the whole week at once? He spoke to me again. Just buying vegetables is not enough for the minimum amount for delivery. If you buy a lot of things to take home at once, then I cannot carry it myself. So this is blaming me for not being able to go out. These behaviors of his make me feel like he is 100% cheating on me. Sure enough, after I followed it, I discovered a clue. I knew right away, he definitely had someone outside. What good is this kind of handsome young man? But just as I was thinking, when is the best time to show up and get caught red-handed? Then the gigolo suddenly gave him his business card. Is this man not someone he knows? Is this starting a conversation? I finally understood. Why does he have to go to the supermarket 3 times a week? He just wanted to start a conversation. That's why I keep running to the supermarket, right?